I don't give a fuck. How is it? Tortellini, Alini, your fucking
That's pretty
name.
good.
All right, I guess I'll tweet. Hopefully
Names
there's
like
no
that make
lag.
me hate streaming because I have to slow down and go, what the fuck does that say?
Yeah, that's the thing. I still haven't really like mastered streaming like
You
yet.
know what I notice people do is they just don't say the name. They just read out the message. They save themselves the whole headache.
That's fun. I have like 3 things streaming. Okay. So I guess should I do the story mode or should I do like just stuff?
Yeah, just do story mode. Just start from the darkness. Watch the cutscenes or skip them, whatever you want. Because some of them are fun to watch.
They are, yeah.
Wait, did you tweet this out or should I?
Did I tweet it?
I don't see. Oh wait, there it is. Okay.
Whoa, it's like lagging. It's like playing double. I think. Oops. I think I gotta mute it on Discord.
Oh yeah, maybe because it does have like some of the sound. Can't quite hear it though.
How do you mute it on Discord? Do I just like mute it through Discord? How would I do this?
I don't know. There's got to be some sound setting in Discord. If you don't want to, have the screen share on, you can probably just turn it off and I'll watch on the stream if that's going to be a huge issue.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Would it be
fine.
okay? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. I feel bad because we had some
No,
setup.
that's cool. I'm just going to be behind for a while in the visuals.
Yeah, that's fucking unfortunate now, but hopefully. All right, guys. Apologize.
We'll have it worked out for next time.
You know what's up? I mean. So, anyways, we could talk about just in general, like yesterday. I mean, I don't know if it's important or it's important. I don't know if we want me to talk about it, but I guess like we both had a special thing that happened yesterday. We could talk about what that was like because you did something and I did something.
Are you talking about like the anniversary thing? Or?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm totally open with that. I took my girlfriend to this place called Medieval Times, and it was just like a fucking. It was like a really big rodeo kind of thing, but it was all like kingly themed, and they brought us out like plastic goblets that were like
I've always wanted to go to a fucking place like that because I know what you're talking about.
It was fun. It was novel. Like, you know, obviously it's just like a funny kind of cute birthday place. But it was, there was like actual sword fighting going on, and they were hitting their swords so hard they were literally fucking creating sparks that were flying out.
Jesus.
It was pretty crazy. One of the dudes threw an orange carnation to my girlfriend, and she was like, "Oh!" And she was all kind of like, she was all happy for a second, and I just looked at him and I said, "Hey, back off, buddy." And he just kind of turned and out the corner of his face just kind of winked at me as if to say, "What are you gonna do about it?" But hello, chat. I'm not important.
This guy is funny. You guys should check out his stuff. He does Sonic related things, but he also does like anime related things. Like you talk
I don't
about.
really do that much Sonic anymore, but I'll probably make a comeback at some point soon.
You did well, he did a series. Where Are They Now? I think was the series, right?
It was the What Happened. I was originally gonna call it,
Oh yeah, What
like
Happened?
that.
Oh, I apologize. I feel like
No, it's cool.
I said I was a fan and I don't even know the fucking name.
You're multitasking, so you actually have like a good reason.
It's it's hard for me to play. Like sometimes it's hard for me to play. I haven't really like mastered playing and talking yet. But
I mean, you're
fun.
kind of used to playing this game at like a semi-master level from what I've seen. Like you're pretty efficient and you know all the spots, so it's like your brain's at odds with you doing that and having like a cordial conversation. So it's totally cool. I usually end up talking a little bit more to compensate for that.
That's fine. Yeah. You also saw a movie. You saw The Baby Driver. That was a movie I wanted to see. Is it good?
It's so good. There's like the guy who plays Baby he kind of has that whole like sort of Elvis Presley sort of rockabilly kind of personality to him. He just hears he hears music and he's like, "Ooh, my hips are moving. I can't fight the beat, baby." Like he's kind of one of those guys. It's kind of like the fucking Stamper who's like younger and his personality in a movie. Let's do it, baby. No, it's like there are scenes where they're like having gunfights and the bullets going like it's going to the music.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, like the movie goes with the rhythm, even like certain aspects of it. That's something I've always enjoyed about Edgar's movies.
It's all very rhythmic, like him closing the door, him hitting the gas, him like messing with the fucking gear stick. Like it's all synchronized, and I mean, it goes without saying, Edgar Wright is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, he's
I've
fucking
always loved
fantastic.
him.
I
Yeah, like
same like
Scott Pilgrim, Hot Fuzz,
yeah, and even people
Shaun
like
of the Dead.
they don't like. Well, I mean they like it, but it's not like their favorite. Is that I forget what it's called. This is the end or something like that. Or
I still haven't seen that one, but yeah, I hear it was kind of the weakest of the
it
bunch.
was, but it was still really good because even like their weak thing is still pretty good.
Yeah, I I just love Edgar Wright's movies because he appeals.
He
to my
has fun with it.
brain. Yeah, he does, and it's like I have a zero fucking attention span. So like when I was talking to YMS and he was talking about this movie and that movie, I just want to say I don't watch movies because I have the attention span of a small housefly. And,
Yeah.
But it's like with Edgar Wright, he compensates for that because every shot like full of cool shit. It's really cool.
Yeah, like it was funny because my friend he didn't really like. We watched Edgar Wright movie. We watched Shaun of the Dead, and he was like, everyone says this is a good movie, and he like watched it with me once, and he's like, yeah, I don't really like this movie, and then he kind of left, and then I watched it again and again and again. And I kind of got attached to it, and he
Yeah.
didn't like it, but I was always like, oh, we should see the new Edgar Wright movie. He's like, who the hell is that? And then eventually Hot Fuzz came out, and he loved Hot Fuzz because
Yeah,
it was
Hot Fuzz
like
is really like I like Hot Fuzz more than Shaun of the Dead, and I really
no,
like
I
Shaun of the
agree.
Dead.
I agree. I think that's like I don't think that's an underrated statement. I totally agree with that. But
I like those two actors that are American, but they're trying to act British, and they just like they're all being standoffish and rude all the time. Do you know the guys I'm talking about?
yeah, I don't
Ones
know
that
their
have the
names.
mustaches, I think.
What the fuck is their name? It's
They're like they start to walk off, and the one kind of like comes back for a second and then keeps walking.
yeah.
And there's like this boom impact noise.
But yeah, he didn't like because he didn't like the whole zombie aspect of it. I thought Shaun of the Dead was great, but I can
Yeah.
like understand like he wasn't a fan of zombie stuff, but he loved Hot Fuzz because he loves the whole police thing, like and how like brutally violent but really like well done the fighting and like the action scenes were. Fighting,
Yeah.
action. That's what it is. It's action.
I would say action is pretty much like. his
I saw
whole-
Dunkirk instead of seeing Baby Driver. Kind of wish I would have seen Baby Driver. It would have had a lasting
What's
feel.
Dunkirk about again? I've heard about
Dunkirk
that.
was, I forget what the war was. I think it was World War II. Maybe I'm an idiot. Don't take my word for
Yeah,
it. But
I'm terrible with history too.
it was something that took place where they. Anyone can jog my memory where Dunkirk took place. It was like at the beaches of something. It was during the war between like Nazis and America and like, you know, Britain or whatever.
Right.
Europe.
So it's kind of like a historical, like based on a true story.
Yeah, yeah. It was really good, but it was only good because, you know, I feel like the overall sound design was fucking amazing. It was probably one of the best sounding movies I've probably ever heard because I was actually on my seat. I was like really gripped with like the whole. Oh shit! He destroyed all my boxes. Too bad I can just jump and hit him.
Yeah, like I love once you get the bounce ability, and it just doesn't even matter. At least for Sonic.
Yeah,
You just,
pretty much.
just wait for his hitbox to open up. Just fucking go for it.
Well, there's some weird sliding going on.
Yeah. So you know, I don't want to change the topic from Sonic too much.
No,
but
that's fine.
I'm a big like so. We never actually got into this, and I've never really like gone on the record saying this. I don't think anyway. But like, I got into making videos because I was always like I always liked watching Markiplier back when he was like teeny tiny. Back when
Oh,
he had
yeah?
like less than 1,000 subs. Yeah, like I was kind of
When he
back
wasn't
there.
making like videos where he's crying every other day.
Yeah. I still love. I think it was Johnny Utah made that tweet where he was saying, whenever I see like a YouTuber upload like one of these really emotional videos.
Oh yeah,
I just
Jeff does
imagine them
not
just
give
like
a fuck. He hates like the fake YouTube crowd.
yeah, just all these like phonies and shit.
Yeah, he just doesn't give a fuck. It's funny too when he like tweets these really malicious things and he's like, could you all just get in the same car and get in the same car accident? That'd be great. And then he like removes the tweet because he doesn't want to be liable or something in the future. That's really funny though.
Dude, like I respect those people so much because they're one of those people that are willing to fucking like die on this hill of petty, stupid shit that like really don't matter in the grand scheme of things, but that like still affect a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And like you know what they do for a living creatively online and stuff. But like I used to be that guy who I would just fucking call people out and like try to expose them. But you quickly learn that like there is no welcome party for you anywhere when you're that guy.
No,
Like, people will very quickly cut you.
it's true, and it's funny too because it's like all these people who want to like appease that crowd, like who wants to be a part of that, the
They'll never
the
be
side.
noticed.
Yeah, the side where it's like, oh, I'm safe and I never do anything to like push myself out. It's like
Yeah.
you're really setting yourself up for a bad future, my
Yeah,
friend.
like it really does. It's kind of like I I try to be very centrist on everything because I hate liberals and Republicans equally. I'm not really going to get political, so don't worry.
I
But,
no, I do too. I'm neutral. I think they're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the whole thing with it. I had a discussion. I don't want to get into it, but for me, I was just like these. They're both fucking idiots. Okay, they're getting
Oh, yeah.
upset over like this bullshit, and then it's like when somebody died, that's when it really like hit the fan, and everybody was like, "Well, you better pick your side now." And I'm just like, you know what?
You know, that's people need to stop arguing with their feelings. That's the most important thing because, like, you know, were you following the Google manifesto thing?
The what? The Google manifesto? Yeah, I was following it, but I was just kind of like, Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't really like get involved or anything, but I read it and I was like, huh, all right. One of the things that I
It
like,
was
it's
kind of the same
really-
way. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna fucking go, you know.
I have to tweet. I must be opinionated.
I must let the people know. Yeah.
Be like, guys, don't worry. I
uh,
saw the Google thing. Here's my opinion. Sometimes I do that, but it's usually for shit that's stupid.
Yeah, if it's like something that interests you. But like the thing that I thought was really interesting, where he basically said we need to separate, like fucking what was it? It was this really great line where he's like, we need to separate like arguments and emotion. We need to take the morality away from like intervention causes or something, where it's like, you know, we need to be able to have these discussions without people saying like you're a fucking terrible person. It was just so well said. I thought it was just really kind of eye-opening, like because you look at the end of the interviews of that guy and he's kind of dummy. He doesn't really seem that sharp. He's a very kind of just dull person.
Oh yeah, the Microsoft guy.
Dynamite-ish. Yeah.
He said some recent stuff where he was like trying to be like when he's like speaking like fucking Obama. I'm not saying, you know, Obama was a bad speaker. I'm just saying like he was trying to speak for the people. It's like, dude, you just like, I mean, you just go work for WikiLeaks or something. Like don't try to like don't try to convey me in your opinion. I don't care. I'm basically in this whole like debate of like, well, what side are you on? I'm chaotic neutral, I would say. What the fuck?
Yeah. Kinda. Like
I don't care enough for like politics.
I didn't
and when
vote for
do,
like
I just get
either of the
angry.
main parties. I didn't vote for either of the main parties because they were both just
Yeah,
opposite.
I'm kind of the same way. I was just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck.
I know so many people that are just like looking at what's going on with Trump and they're just like, lol, let's just see what happens. Like just fucking we
Basically.
need this for a while kind of thing. I don't know. I think a lot of people, and like I said, I'm pretty fucking ignorant when it comes to a lot of political shit, but I just see things from like this dumb, retarded video game enthusiast's perspective, and I'm just like, seems like a lot of people on the left are really upset that they're not like in charge anymore.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
less in charge than before. It's kind of like this hissy fit temper tantrum that results when you don't get your way.
Yeah, essentially. I really hate it. I feel like I learn a new post every day where there's a new way of being oppressed, and I'm just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, basically.
I can't make
we
this
were
laundry list
talking
anymore.
about that earlier. We were talking about that earlier. It was we were talking about like people who either kind of like sell out and go really politically correct, marketable, advertiser friendly, or people that are like super counterculture and edgy and stuff. And I feel like if you're in the middle of that, then you're gonna see a lot more hostility from the kind of politically correct side to like pressure you to conform and be like, if you're not condoning this outright, you're advocating for it actually. And it's just like, or I'm not, and I'm literally just fucking minding my own business, you piece of shit.
That's the situation I want to be in. I want people to know that. That's pretty much why I've like how I am.
Yeah.
Oh, where is this emerald? Where are you? I can smell you. I can almost taste it. I think I saw it. No, I didn't.
Did you see my tweet the other day where I was just recording out of my window and I heard that sound?
Which one?
I tweeted, I heard like this, like going forever, like outside my window, like on the street or something.
Was it like a
And-
fucking car alarm?
No, it was, I don't even know what it was like. Like, Candy, it wasn't like,
It was the kids at my high school doing bands.
oh, what were they like playing flute or something?
It was like there were sounds of drums and there were people like.
Well, no, but it was
there were
isolated like.
trumpets.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Well, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just don't know the.
I literally couldn't. We literally couldn't. Sound it was, but it sounded just like the emerald sound when you get closer and closer. It pulsates faster. It sounded like that, and I just like recorded it, and I said, "Someone's really close to finding that last Master Emerald piece."
I wish I would have seen that. I see. The problem with my feed is I see a porn artist, I follow them, so I
Yeah.
have like 800 fucking porn artists
I'm
I
the same
follow.
way.
It's just
Yeah.
nothing but food and porn on my feed. So sometimes I catch funny stuff and I try to like save it. I usually just like it, and then I like porn,
Yeah.
so it's just nothing but just like endless amounts of porn on people's feeds if they follow me. It's just
See, for me, like I like looking at kind of like etchy stuff.
yeah,
but
I like catchy stuff. man.
If I look at like full blown porn,
I'm always
it's
worried
like,
about what to retweet, you know? Like, I don't want to retweet, like, full-blown porn. So I kind of try to do, like, sometimes I do. I try to do, like, a mix of both.
I feel like if it's really artfully done, like if it's drawn and it's really, really, really like photorealistic.
yeah.
Like I saw some fucking piece of classical art, and they just photoshopped it out so that the guy she was sitting on was like a Moblin, Ganon or something, and then the girl was like Princess Zelda, but like it was like an actual Baroque painting. Like her tits looked like real.
Oh, really?
And, like,
That's
it was.
cool.
It looked like a real oil-based medium. Like it was really, really authentic looking. And that's something I would retweet just to be like, look at this fucking work of art.
Yeah, I retweet work of art porns, too. And just people in general where I'm like, yeah, this is just, like, straight up hot. I'll retweet it. I don't give a fuck. Okay, did I
Yeah.
get the right thing? This is so weird. Like, I didn't understand what I was doing just now. It's kind of like, how do you get in here?
This
Do you
is
need
a
the special
really like
glasses?
abstract thing that they added into the game, frankly.
I don't like that they put it in here because I thought I needed like glasses to like find the secret entrance or something, like a spring.
Yeah.
Because the glasses.
Honestly, if it wasn't for her, for Rouge's very first stage, I would say that I really like Rouge's stages.
Yeah.
But it's that one, like Knuckles is really nice. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I like Knuckles too. Knuckles is
Yeah. Like, okay, so to actually talk about Sonic.
Yeah, let's
I,
talk about Sonic instead of. Let's go from politics to Sonic.
No, I was gonna say like the thing that so you know, we've already heard all the fucking arguments as to why Sonic
Let's
and Sonic
hear
Adventure
it.
are shitty.
Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
I'm breaking it down. Bring you the news. No, you know, we've all heard like, ooh, fucking Pro Jared says,
Yeah, Pro Jared said like Sonic
I
Adventure
hate-
2. Realistically
Yeah.
though, like I don't give a shit. Like I said, like Sonic Adventure 2, I love the Sonic stages, and my only problem with the mech stages is just how they handled the acceleration. If the acceleration
yeah,
was like
yeah,
that
you go
one,
from 0 to 100.
yeah,
really
if it
fast.
wasn't like that, I'd be totally fine. Like Gamma, the way it controlled in Sonic Adventure, I loved how it controlled in Sonic Adventure.
By the way,
I kinda wish-
after these stages, whenever you see those blue bins, get the key, and I'm gonna have you do a little bit of Chow stuff, just because I'll like.
you're
guide
gonna
you.
have to walk me through it.
Yeah, that's fine.
You
I'll
can
help
even
you with
name
that
my
in
child.
Pokemon at some point.
Yeah, you should do that. I'll do a playthrough and you'll just be like, Chase talks about fucking Pokemon while like, Spazcast struggles through it. That'll be the title. Particularly.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm by no means one of those like crazy speed run Pokemon hackers. I'm acquainted with like most of them, and I can be like, yeah, do that, or no, don't bother with that.
I've always wanted to play Pokemon. It's just at a young age. It's funny. I didn't really tell you the story. Like I kind of texted it to you, but the story of like Pokemon for me, if anyone doesn't know my first experience, I might have said it on Sleepycast. I don't remember, but it was essentially like my friends had two games. They had Wario Land and Pokemon, and he's like, "Do you want to try Pokemon?" And I'm like, "Okay." And I tried it, and I was in the first
That's
part.
like not a game you can just try. That's a game you
Yeah,
need to,
it was
like,
my first
lie
RPG too.
down in.
I've never played Pokemon, so I played it and I kept fighting fucking Rattatas because I was walking through the grass and I was getting really pissed
Yeah.
off because I wasn't able to play it. And this is before like I got accustomed to like how, you know, like games have the thing where like in turn-based games sometimes enemies appear when you have something like you have a certain timer. I forget what like
Yeah.
games like Lost Odyssey and like I don't know if Final Fantasy was like that. I know Final Fantasy 9
Wait,
was
like
like
Lost
that.
Odyssey on the 360.
Yeah, where it's like
that game is my shit.
I
That
love
game
it.
is so
Yeah, I
good.
love that game.
That game
That
makes
is-
me cry like
It
actual
does.
tears.
That is
It's
one of
so
the
great.
that is one of the games that I really think people need to play, and they need to re-release for the PC so other
They
people
do.
can fucking
I
play
would
it.
buy it like 3 fucking times.
Me
It's such a
too.
great game.
I heard it was going to be, but man, Lost Odyssey is
Dude,
fucking awesome.
super relevant. Super relevant. You know what's my favorite thing about Lost Odyssey?
One.
So you know Jansen, the comic relief guy who's
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
everything
yeah.
about women. You know who voices him?
Who?
The guy who voiced Knuckles.
Are you serious?
It's the same guy.
But
It's the same motherfucking guy.
see, it's funny too because like that's a game. That's a game where you're like, oh, I'm not gonna like any of these characters, and you're like, I kind of like all of these characters. Even the, I don't want to spoil, but even the kids. Like I even had, even though they sound like fucking Phil and Lil, which is super.
Yeah, it is
weird.
actually the same woman.
Yeah. I even like them at a certain point. Like they made all the characters somewhat enjoyable, and it was like I was blown away because like the main guy is so like at first I'm just like, who is this motherfucker? And then you're like, oh wow, holy shit, okay. I think I understand why you're in the situation you're in. By the way, I think I have the key, but if I get hit, I'll lose it. And
Oh, apparently you're having a little bit of like frame drops or something.
Wait, it is?
Chat's saying that. Yeah, with this. It's freezing from time to time.
Yeah, that's the game. It goes like, it freezes, it gets like black, and then it just like, my computer goes black for some reason. I don't know
So
why.
this isn't just a stream issue, this is an actual like, game.
Yeah, it's inside the game. There's like an issue.
What resolution are you running?
1400 by 660, I think, something like that.
Oh, that might be why. Every
It
time
could
I've
be.
ever taken it beyond like 1280 by 720, it always gives me a fuck ton of issues.
You think I should change it? Because I can change it.
Maybe. Dude,
I'll
I try
change
running
it after
games
I
in
beat this
4K.
level.
Yeah, I try running these games in 4K, and the results are always fucking hysterical.
Yeah, let me see, like, let me see if, like, because I usually have Twitch open also. Like, I can see, like, what the chat is like. Yeah, I'm getting some dips here and there. I don't know what's up with that. Strange. Fucking video games.
Yeah.
Fucking streaming.
I mean,
whoa, dude, what the fuck?
I feel like most people are just here to listen and occasionally listen.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I've been absentmindedly watching it, seeing that it's been freezing, and just not even thinking about mentioning it.
That's okay.
Good.
Wow, I pulled the key this whole time. Are you proud of me? I did it. I held the key. This is the end, I think. I don't want something to follow me by accident. I don't really remember this stage.
It looks like
Is it still
it
freezing?
looks like the game's a lot smoother now. Like it was like one kind of pause, but this looks
yeah.
at least for the time being, it looked kind of perfect. Like it's
Sometimes there's some hiccups.
Yeah, like dude, if you run these games at a high resolution than they were intended, the game gets mad. As Ding Dong would put it, the game doesn't like it when you try to do that.
Doesn't like when you try to play it how the game was trying to intend it. Get away! Holy
So
fuck.
you guys in the chat, you know what's one of the funniest things is I've been following Corey since like 2006 or whatever.
Really?
By the
Holy
way,
shit.
By the way, I very briefly dated Runkachunk. I didn't tell you that.
Oh, really? How brief?
Very briefly, like a weekend.
Oh, really?
I was like 17. Yeah. So when I
Cool,
saw you
dude.
make
Props.
that- Oh, it was so fucking funny. When she's just as crazy as you think.
She absolutely is. I mean, I feel bad because like now like her name is associated with Runkachunk and that's not escaping anytime. Was it probably a bad idea that I was
That's such a fucking
Eggman
funny phrase.
when I fucking went in
Funny
here?
fucking name. Okay, so what you're gonna want to do? I'm a little behind, but you know.
Can I
whenever
throw
you enter
the egg
garden-
against the wall?
Don't throw it. Just hold it in your hand and just kind of gently rock it. Like once you pick it up with the B button, don't
Oh, yeah, yeah.
let go of the B button. Just like start pressing onto the.
I like how fucking Eggman just shakes it violently in place. He's like, I'm taking
It's
care
like-
of the
Eggman
egg.
speaks like Japanese, even though he speaks English. He'll say yo.
Yeah, whatever you bet it.
He'll say like kware kware, whatever the fuck that means. Or like kore kore like means here or something, like here. I don't know. I ain't no Japanese major, but yeah, it'll just kind of hatch on its own after maybe a full minute. So you can wait pretty easily.
Well, this is a good time to just talk about stuff in general.
My favorite
Hang
thing
out
to
in the
do.
shower.
My favorite thing to do with Eggman is to make him run in very tight circles
Oh yeah.
and to watch his legs go like completely horizontal.
Did you see that? I just ran up the fucking wall. What's going on here?
Oh yeah, no, I'm still behind, but
Did you know there's a glitch where you can like homing attack a corner in here and fall out of bounds, and then you can like go way out of bounds and your chows will fall underwater?
no, less exciting than that in the Dreamcast version. Yeah, no, I just got a part where you're glitching on the wall. I liked going into the hero garden, which you get after you like raise the Chow to
Yeah.
adults, and they're an angel Chow, or hero Chow. I mean, there's like a little pond, the body of water in that garden, and if you were Tails, you could stand in the very corner and you could drown him.
Oh yeah. That was
You hear the
weird.
bum 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 bum.
It's strange because there's
fucking
no
die.
other time you would ever hear that music with Tails, just in general.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think you ever really hear
They
that
have
music.
like a
It's like
whole
only
fucking.
Knuckles.
They actually have like an animation for him dying. Like he does his like he falls over limp and then floats up to the surface immediately.
Yeah, it's
Just
kind of
like the Adventure
it's
1.
unfortunate that Tails kind of took the mech thing, but I know why they did it. Obviously to make it easier to fucking so it'd be not another programming nightmare. Oh,
Yeah.
let's make Tails like another playable part and let only Eggman be in the weird mech controls. Like,
Yeah.
really, the only problem I have with this game is I hate the speed A ranks you have to get when you have to use mechs because I feel like they never work, and I'm always like stopping and losing so much time when I try to get my
Yeah,
acceleration
it was like
back.
you were saying. The acceleration is just really fucked up sometimes.
Yeah, it's still like kind of chugging. What's the setting you have it set to?
1280 by 720, basically just 720p.
All right, let me try doing that, guys. One
That's
second.
usually the most stable.
I'm gonna stop. First I'm gonna exit and then I'm gonna come back. Also, both chows came out. I didn't even realize that the chows came
Mr.
out.
What Up Nico, my good friend, just popped in the chat. I see you, because now it tells me whenever my friends are watching the same stream as me. Nico, how you doing, boy?
What's up, Nico? Oh wow, it's like totally
Nico's
frozen.
like he's the guy who's behind my whole branding, all the cool purple colors, and like he helped me with my business cards and everything. He's like really fucking good at what he does, and he's like really sweet too, because he's not American, and all my non-American friends are always really sweet. But anyway,
Wait,
you know,
is it because am I still
filleting
sharing my
friends.
screen?
It looks like you are. You're sharing XSplit Broadcaster.
How do you not share that?
I don't know. Let me try to share mine and see if it cancels yours. No, it hasn't.
Turn on. Wait, what?
So
Maybe-
next to the left of the leave call button, it should say more screen share options, and then you do stop sharing your screen.
To the left.
It's like the button all the way on the left next to leave call.
Oh, it says turn on screen sharing. That's all. it
Yeah,
says
you
for
click
me.
that and then you choose off. It's weird.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
For where do you turn off?
Where it says like leave call on Discord, like
Mm-hmm.
where you can see the whole XSplit Broadcaster thing. All the way to the left of that, there's a thing that says turn on screen share. If you click that, there'll be a red highlighted text that'll say turn off screen share.
Shit, I don't see it. Can I like end the call and then call you back?
Yeah, do it.
That might like help. Sorry guys, I know you came in here and you're seeing Sonic Adventure at its finest. 1 second. All right, I think that might also be one of the reasons why I was fucking up. What's the settings I should
Yeah.
have it set to?
1280 by 720. I always just look at the second number.
1280 by 720. All right,
Yeah,
cool,
yeah.
cool. Thank you. Awesome. All right.
Gorsh, I believe Spaz Kid is playing this on Steam.
Yeah, I'm playing it on Steam.
I try to address chat sometimes, whenever possible.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm used to this. I don't really stream a lot myself, but I have a lot of friends who do stream.
Wait, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Yeah, you probably have to like recenter it.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, guys.
Just play it in the upper left corner. Fuck it, who cares?
I have like this weird bullshit where like, I gotta put it behind the image. I have like because I have this like loopy '90s thing going on.
Yeah.
No, I got it.
The
I just
layers
have
can
to
be a
move
huge
it.
pain in the ass.
I still haven't had anything else like set up. Like just in general, like fuck, dude. God, I suck. Okay, is this what you want to hear? I can do it.
Let's say it looks pretty good to me. At least I'm in the part where I'm stuck at.
Chase,
Yeah.
Nico's in the chat. Chase can do like the best snake impression.
I full screen. I forgot there was chat.
I'm sorry, chat.
I can only do a snake impression. The only impression I'm capable of.
Like Aaron Snake.
No, like a David Hayter impression.
Oh, like actual Snake.
Yeah, because I would always watch my brother. I think more than the actual talent, it's just that we have like similar vocal cords, like similar throat shapes or whatever the fuck. Like detail is related to that.
Yeah.
But
All right, guys, this is gonna look dumb. Just work with me here. I'm trying to like. There may be some pieces off, but I'm trying to like make it work.
it doesn't look like anyone's dropping, so I think you're all right.
All
I always
right.
get anxious. I'm like, fuck, everyone's gonna leave now.
That's what I'm always worried about.
But what is it? I would just listen to Solid Snake in whenever my brother would play it, and I started to notice that he would just kind of have this. He'd get down here. He'd kind of do a little, just.
That's
as,
pretty
as
good.
The voice actors originally called it, they would say, "Can you make
Wait,
it
he doesn't
sound
do
more
it. He doesn't
snaky?"
do this. Oh my god!
Oh, you mean in the game where he said, "Oh my god, no good."
1 second, hold on.
I still love whenever Chris is like dicking around with Ding Dong and the guys, and then they're like, "Oh, what would you do if Britney Spears or like you should come up and says Dragon's Ball P is my favorite?" And he goes, "I knew you were gonna say that." They just always resort to Dragon's Ball P. Chunky Gold Bond Corey is this piece of shit who's streaming and chases. He's here.
All right, guys. Hello, Pablo. Hello, people. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat.
Yeah, I've been kind of.
I'm glad you are. It's like hard.
It's
to,
not
like,
going super fast. Yeah, you got shit you're doing, so I figure.
I think it's gonna be working good now. I don't know if there's gonna be any lag.
I
Hopefully there's
will
not.
watch it like a hawk. So far, it looks perfect.
Oh wait, I can't light dash. Damn it! I want all my moves at my disposal.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I was playing I think I was playing Destiny 2 the other day, and they start you off with like all your cool subclass abilities and like all the cool like upgrade shit you can do. And then like I die, and then I lose like my double jump, and I lose my grenade, and I lose my like special melee power, and I'm just like, dude, they just fucking Metroided me. I fucking hate that shit. Like that's one of the things I really hate about Metroid. It's like, yes, it's true, once you get back up and you build it back up, it's cool. But until that point, it's just fucking miserable, and you're just like, I know everything I'm missing out on because they showed me in the first 5 minutes. I did that with like Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds, which is like it's like a beat 'em up game, but with like these kind of shrine maidens, like magical girls and stuff.
Yeah. So you said Destiny. Were you like a Halo fan back in the day?
You know, I really loved Halo when I was a kid. I played Halo 2 on the day it came out, and I like hated it. 'Cause I just
Really?
it was like too cinematic for me. I think I was just like,
Oh yeah.
I had to have been 12 or something.
You know what I can
but-
always appreciate with like the old Halo games is their fucking score is amazing.
Oh,
Halo
yeah,
has such
absolutely.
good music, like unbelievably good for a game. I never even realized it when I was like a kid,
Yeah.
but you really appreciate it later.
Dude, the only thing, like, there's a lot of game music that I really, really enjoy. Like, not Yuki Kajiura. I'm a big like Dot Hack fan. I don't know if you like Dot Hack.
Oh my god, dude! I used to watch Dot Hack back in the day.
I think we just became best friends. Is what just happened. That's like kind of my big. That's like my. That and like Brave Fencer Musashi, if you know all my
Oh
favorite
yeah,
games.
dude! I love
Okay,
fucking Brave
we're best
Fencer
friends. It's
Musashi
fucking
back on the
happening.
PlayStation. I've wanted them to fucking put that on the PlayStation for so goddamn. That's one of the
It's so
reasons why I want to
good.
get a capture card, because I want to play Brave Fencer on the fucking like.
Oh yeah,
you know,
dude, I
PlayStation.
can help. I can hook you up.
Dude,
Fucking-
I really that game is fucking
done so
awesome,
much
and nobody
research.
knows about it, except for
Yeah.
maybe I know Johnny talked about it. Like some call me, I know he talked about it,
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
like, oh my god, he knows about it. Like, it's always like the cool kid club who knows about Brave Fencer, and it's like one of those things where it's like, why aren't people talking about it so we can get another one of these fucking games? Why aren't they making these games?
It took me forever to realize all the food puns. Like, so you know how like the kingdom is called Alukanit?
Yeah, I didn't understand. I just thought they were like goofy names. I didn't. Like the game, that's the thing. It pulls wool over your eyes until you're older and you can really appreciate that kind of stuff.
But no, so would you always call it Alukanit, like the kingdom name?
Yeah, I used to call it all you can eat.
Because I looked at it and I was like, oh, that means all you can eat.
As a kid, you don't really think that because it's
Yeah.
spelt weird. It's like all you can eat, and you're like,
Yeah, it's like too clever. But I just love like the like everything's so happy about that game. And like
That
when the
game-
Vambies come in, I was like mortified.
it was also like a really clever like concept, like absorbing enemy moves and shit, and just also it really reminded me of like. In a way, it reminded me of like Crash Bandicoot mixed with like other platformers, because it was like at the time I wanted to play platformers, and you play Crash and everybody loves Crash, but then you play Brave Fencer Musashi. It's like, this is fucking like archaic, like stuff you'd play in arcade machines. Fun.
It's like golden age Squaresoft. That's what I like to refer to it as. That's when Squaresoft was pumping out fucking Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy, what is it, Legend of Dragoon, things like that.
Dude, like, that's another game.
They had this style. All the polygons were nice and sharp, but they also looked like nice and kind of glassy and transparent, like the legendary stones in Zelda.
Yeah.
Like, I have such a hard-on for that time of like design and everything.
It's funny you brought up Legend of Dragoon. I know I told you about that, but that was like, that game in particular was the first time I told you like I ever experienced loss. You know, everyone like talks about.
Yeah.
What's her name? Aerith,
yeah. It's Aerith, but then it used to be Aerith, but then we realized that we mistranslated it. It's actually Aerith. But
oh,
it's
really?
Weird.
I'm sorry, like fucking Final Fantasy VII Puritans. I honestly don't know what it because I never played Final Fantasy VII.
I don't even care for Final Fantasy VII that much. Like, I really love the music, and that's it.
But Legend of Dragoon, like that game, it has like one of the most basic plots, but I think it excels in its combat and like turn-based style. It's one of those turn-based styles where it's turn-based, but it's interactive in the same way Paper Mario is, where you're not. It's a lot like Legend of Dragoon, where you interact while you're coming in with combat. Like the better you are, oh no, oh no, oh no.
I look how he says "cute" when he gets hit with the thing. It's like there's such so. I've actually read a lot of interesting interviews about, from the Sonic Adventure voice actors and everything. And apparently they had a lot of Japanese people in the room who were like the casting director, voice director and everything. And in Japanese, they usually like the, kagatakai. Like they like that cool, like bold sounding shit. They don't really understand nuance when it comes to different languages and like transitioning between different cultures. So if you tell someone, if you're Japanese and you hear someone say something really decisive, like, I will end you now, that sounds cool to them because that sounds like something that like they would use the inflection
but when we say it, it sounds like super fake because he'd be like, oh, I will end you now.
It just sounds like cheesy B-movie Hollywood like bullshit.
I never realized that. It's like, honestly, now everything of like old school like Resident Evil makes sense, like with how Resident Evil sounded, like because there's a lot of that, like you said, like the way it sounds. There's a lot of parts where it's like, that's another series where I appreciate it, but yeah, like I don't think they were really like didn't know how to write for like the American audience or whatever.
Dude, I'm gonna at some point do like so we were talking earlier about how like Egoraptor Aaron like has some bias when it comes to games he doesn't like.
Oh yeah, like Sonic in particular, yeah.
And by that I mean Corey and I were talking about before the stream. You guys didn't know anything. Let's just clarify. And I think that one of the things that I really like about his series is he goes so in depth and he's clearly really passionate. And he really gives a shit. Like he made his video not out of money or anything else, but just because he's a really passionate fan and he wants to talk about it, whether it's criticism or praise. And I can respect that.
Yeah.
The one thing I don't care for with his series is that he makes massive generalizations and overlooks a lot of technicalities because of his like anecdotal experiences and everything.
Yeah, that's something to really take him. Like, for instance, like that. We're talking about sequelitis, right?
Yeah.
Like the way, and it's like something I don't think he really realizes is like the Legend of Zelda, when he was like, that kind of bothered me when he was talking about how like, and it's fine, Aaron can appreciate the games he wants to appreciate.
Yeah, totally.
But the things he said with like the Legend of Zelda, for instance, where he's like, oh, there's too much waiting, and it's like, you have to understand, but this was a time when they were just like introducing like cinematic. Like this was cinematic storytelling at its finest.
Too.
Yeah,
polygons in cinema.
They wanted everything to feel like, great and like fulfilling, and it's like, it wasn't just gonna be like, it wasn't just gonna be like Link to the Past, where you throw your hands in the air and you get an item and that's it. And it's like, I love Link to the Past, but I can also appreciate the cinematic thing that Ocarina introduced. Also, I cannot fucking believe I got an A rank on this. Also, this is easier than Death Chamber. Death Chamber is a fucking nightmare and a half.
Death Chamber.
But yeah, I agree.
I was actually wanting to talk to you about that song because my favorite part is when the fucking in Death Chamber, when the lyrics are. I mean, I love that the rhythm just like. Like it's so satisfying. Then I guess the part where he's like, Sonic, what are you doing in here? I don't know, Knuckles. Like, to me, that just, I feel like the rapper just had like a fucking, like a seizure, and he just suddenly believed that like he was both of those characters talking to
Yeah.
himself. Like, it just always cracks me up every
Pablock,
time I hear that part.
Pablock's 10, that feels like obvious bait, dude. You gotta be a little more subtle than that.
Wait, people give shit to Aaron all the time, give this shit except for a second. That's a brave new opinion, dude. I don't think I've ever heard a fucking blanket statement.
Yeah,
like
either
that.
you're doing like pretty obvious bait, or I mean,
yeah.
No, go ahead. What are you saying?
No, I was just saying in relation to obvious bait, I had a friend who, after the Death Note movie came out, I was like shit posting about it like crazy. You know, just here's why it's bad. Haha, he's a funny meme that proves my point, blah blah. And then he just was like, and he made this like really opinionated, definitive statement about like Death Note 2017 is arguably better than the actual anime. And if you disagree, then you clearly don't understand what makes a good movie. And it was like just really fucking like, you're just a simpleton and I know more than you. And I was ready to just like fly off the handle and cut all ties with this person because I got so fucking mad at how egregiously wrong everything they said was. And then I just ended up responding with the picture where it's like the angry looking fish in front of the hook and just says, you think this is fucking bait? Like, I'm a fish and I can see this is bait. And then they just said, yeah, I'm sorry, Zach gave me the idea. And all I thought to myself was, I almost this spurred board for a moment that like was so opinionated about a fucking anime that I almost let it like ruin a social link of mine.
Dude, that's something you learn as a kid. Like when someone goes to your videos when you're a kid and you're like, wow, you sound like a faggot, you probably are one. You're like, no, I like girls. Wait, no. And you have to like prove.
I am not a homo.
I have girlfriend. And it's like you can't really, you gotta just be like, yeah, I like dick. And then they're just gonna be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're stupid.
Dude, like when I was a kid, I had this like moment that I never forgot because it was just so impactful of the way that I understood criticism and ego and pride. I was with my friend, AJ, who is like this ginger, pasty, socially awkward, way too enthusiastic and hyper about everything. So I mean, like he was always uncouth and annoying to everyone that he talked to forever. He was just like, so he got bullied a lot. So he just had these great ways of dealing with it that just people did not know how to respond. So like for context, we were running, this is way back when we were in Florida. I went to this place called Felton Cove Elementary, and it was like this really big outside school with like a lot of kind of, what do you call it? Like the trailers made into the classrooms, bunkers or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
That's all kind of irrelevant, but just setting the scene.
That's fine.
We were walking along the sidewalk where it was just kind of dirt and grass, and he challenged me to like a race to get to the buses first, and I was like, okay. But I was on the pavement, he was on the grass, and at one point he got to a really muddy patch, and he just slipped and fucking face planted right in the mud, and which is like, shit, that's messy. And then, but then these people who didn't like him were like cracking. These people who didn't like him were cracking up at him, and I felt so heartbroken because he was my friend. I just wanted to be, fuck you guys, but you know, you're a kid. You're just like meanies.
Yeah.
And I ended up, and then I went over to like try to help him get up, but he just got up on his own and like saw all the dirt. He like looked down at his shirt, he was covered in dirt, and he just said, ha, I'm a fucking mess. And all the bullies were just like, Jesus Christ, dude, what a freak. Like they just immediately were like disgusted by him. Like they were just like, he's transcended beyond mere man. Like we can't, he's untouchable now. And ever since then, I've just been like, if you're not taking it seriously, if you're not invested in an argument, then you can't really lose.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I am. I'm pretty self-deprecating, but I think it's pretty easy for me to be. Although people tend to like try to win arguments by saying, whatever, why don't you just go draw more dog dicks, you furry? And I'm like, all right. Well, I mean, I would have liked to have a real discussion, but if you're gonna try and like beat me off that
you know what's funny? I noticed most of the people who were like, what are you, fucking faggot? Oh, you fucking play Minecraft, don't you? You fucking autist. Like, people that love slinging those words around. Like,
yeah, autist.
Back then when it like first came out, it was just kind of funny and like mean-spirited. But now there's people that like do it. They ruthlessly pick on people. They post like Shrek 420 no scope like meme videos. and they
worst.
post like Pepe and stuff like that. From what I've gathered, those people are genuinely like depressed or anxious, and they're just having a really fucking hard time. Like
I could
talking about it.
imagine. Like I couldn't. Those kinds of people, they couldn't be anything but fucking
Yeah.
just messed up.
Like, cause you know, you talk to those people. If you ever get in like a one-on-one conversation, they're normal people like you and me. They just commit really hardcore to this stupid fucking act that's not even funny to them.
That is something you just want to pull them aside and be like, listen, dude, like you're setting yourself up for failure when you do shit like this. You kind of gotta like break that mold pretty quickly. It's something everybody has to.
Big the cat into in this game.
Oh yeah, yeah. Also, something I appreciate with these games that you don't get with the games anymore. It's just like now Sonic's just like a speed powerhouse. Is the fucking bullets actually track you? So when you're like moving around in like a mech, they fucking follow you and shoot at you, and it's not simply like they're standing in one spot, like Forces is showing.
Yeah, like you have to be moving and thinking and.
Yeah, you can't just stay in a single spot. You have to approach each enemy like, oh fuck, I'm getting shot at. I'm actually getting shot at.
Every time I think of like Sonic Adventure, one of the things I really like about it is I think back to like Metal Gear Solid 3 or 5. I mean 5 obviously had a ton of issues, but I'm like a big Metal Gear fan as well.
That's fine. I'm actually not really familiar with Metal Gear. It's just an unfortunate, like, there's a lot of games I missed out on. Also, I got the key.
If you ever want to get into the series, I can give you like a perfect, like, start with this, try this.
My girlfriend told me to play Metal Gear Solid 3.
3 is the pinnacle. It's really good.
Metal Gear Solid 3, you said if I was to play a Metal Gear Solid game. Yeah.
Although that being said, it's aged kind of poorly compared to 5. Like 5, if you pick that up, you'd be like, this is dope. But 5 is very different from the series because.
Is that the one with what is it? The Cyborg Ninja.
Well, it depends because there's variations that make appearances all throughout. But originally, Cyborg Ninja was in Metal Gear Solid 1. Where it's like, oh, I used to be your friend back in Zanzibar, but we had a fight to the death. Thought I died.
What's the thing called? Metal Gear Rising? Is that what it is?
Metal Gear Rising is a different. So there's a character named Gray Fox that Snake was friends with in Metal Gear 1 or 2, which was on the MSX.
Yeah.
The Nintendo version of Metal Gear only ever came out to America in this shitty, inferior, poorly translated version. Where instead of someone like one of the guards would like pass out and he would just say, "Oh, I feel asleep."
I'm accidentally turning these chows evil. I need to leave.
Yeah, if you pet them with an evil character, they'll get darker. If you hurt them with an evil character, they'll get lighter, but they'll kind of be traumatized. So probably don't do that. Just goes without saying, you know.
Unfortunately, every time I get the fucking key, it's with Dr. Robotnik, so I think we're gonna have a very one-sided Chow Garden.
That's okay. That's okay. The Dark Garden's way cooler anyway.
I like the Dark Garden. I like the music in the Dark Garden.
Spooky.
So
like, there's a little like like bat wings like flapping in the background.
I like how the water's like blood and the trees are like falling apart. Aesthetically,
like, dude, when I was like 11 and I played this game, it like kind of changed my world.
It's like, we were talking about this, and it's really unfortunate that because I couldn't really appreciate the Chow Garden stuff like a lot of people, because I told you my experience and how it like kind of like traumatized me for like all Chow Gardens, that I was worried for the future of all the times I played. But like realistically, if they just made a fucking app similar to what they did with Sonic Runners, where you have like a million different outfits you can give to the Chow, and like a million and like you could actually, if they wanted to put in like microtransactions to like do certain things where not necessarily you have to buy fruit, but you could like, they made it fair. It's a free game. You could pretty much raise a Chow how you wanted, but if you wanted to buy like special fruit, it could speed up the process.
Like I really like what Nintendo and what Nintendo's been doing is they kind of have this philosophy where they're like, we can put in microtransactions, or you can just buy the whole game like a traditional game. And
maybe if like Sonic Team just spent the time, like after Forces, they really like sat back and they're like, okay, I want them to sit on Sonic. I don't want a Sonic every year. I want Sonic to take a break. I want them to worry about other IPs. So like maybe like
Yeah.
like a new Jet Set Radio, or
But I
like
mean,
just focus on stuff.
it's like if you do like an original video review, right? And like you're really proud of it, but then it doesn't get any views and no ad revenue, and but then you do like a fucking like League of Legends like character smut art, and then you get like a load of them, and you're just like, okay, why do I even bother? I feel like that's kind of how they feel with Sonic. Is like Sonic is their only profitable IP anymore.
It is really unfortunate, and it's true that like almost every single Sonic game cracks like 1 million sales usually in the first like bit, and then like there's like with Steam sales and stuff, they like go even higher and higher, and
Yeah.
it's like they really do have like a killer app with Sonic. It's just unfortunate that like they like with Mania, it's good. They could easily like. I'm not saying I want them to milk Mania for like all the teat of Mania, but I want them to focus on doing 2D while doing 3D. I could appreciate a 3D and 2D if it was a theme, as long as they focused on the 3D and let the 2D have do their own time, you know, like how Dimps was, where Dimps kind of made 2D games on the side while they worked on like the big 3D games. Like there were times when they were working on a 3D game, and there were like 2 2D games that were released by Dimps.
Yeah,
that's totally fine.
You know what I think is? You know what I honestly think is going to happen, just based on like how people on the internet are and how short-sighted they can be. Is Mania was so good, right? Like everyone was so happy with it.
Yeah, Mania was fantastic.
Now what's going to happen is people are going to buy Sonic Forces really close to the holiday, which lets you know that they're pushing it out. They're rushing it to make it in time for the holidays when they get all their sales.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's going to not be very good. And everyone's going to be hyperbolic and say Sonic's dead again, all because of this one game. But I think anyone who looked at it for even a moment of like actual gameplay knows that it's basically just Sonic Generations 2.0 with some added like caveats.
What it looks like. I think the only caveat.
So, I mean, if you like Generations, it might be a little different. So don't expect it to be like
that's what
polished. But
I'm excited. For like the prospect of possibly new music, and then like maybe like an interesting story, because it's not being written by the fucking dunderheads who have written the last few games. Just like boring, unfunny. Yeah, just like unfunny like dribble. I'm just so tired of it. Like the same like jokes that aren't funny. Like no Baldy McNose hair and all these like retarded unfunny references that just like Lost World was like another step in a proper direction, but the writing relied too much on one-note characters, and it just got really grating.
Characters got really cookie cutter really fast as the series progressed.
Yeah, and I don't want that. I want them to actually like have a fucking voice.
All you need for something to be funny apparently now is have Roger Craig Smith just say something lazy in his "Hey guys, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Everything I do sounds like I'm selling a car in a car commercial." Why does he do that growl?
I don't know.
Every voice actor.
It's so unfortunate.
If everything, Corey, that I said to you ended like this, you would think I'm a huge cunt. But it's so prominent in TV commercials now. They're just like, the only all-terrain vehicle that you need on the road. And it's just like, why are you trying to fuck me?
I do like, it's kind of like I'm in a weird state where I don't, Roger Craig, like I think his voice is like, I've just gotten used to it and I've accepted it. And I feel like he embraces the character more than like I've seen. I mean, Ryan Drummond embraced it too, but I always felt like Ryan Drummond, like as far as like Sonic
Ryan
voices
Drummond's a bit
go,
of a fucking goof, honestly.
Yeah, I always thought like every time he said Sonic's line, he was always doing like an action scream, like, okay, let's go, we're Sonic friends and all this stuff. It was always like the same, like, all right, like he had a bit of personality to it. I feel like I really only liked, I think one of the best Sonic voices easily was the OVA Sonic. I've always loved his voice. Like, his like famous line where he's like,
I just don't think I've seen that.
What's that line? It's like the most famous one where he's up
Is
against
that the
Metal
one where
Sonic.
Knuckles has a fucking cowboy hat?
Yeah.
I thought so.
You should watch it. I think the voice was great. It wasn't exactly like a voice, but it was just kind of like, he kind of talked like this. Like he had like a silly voice to it, but it wasn't really like nuanced. He was just sort of like, it was just really
kind of Jaleel White-esque.
Yeah, it was goofy. It like fit for Sonic because he sounded like he was like, I'm very cocky, but he had like a bit of a voice to
like
it.
He
like some personality, and
it's like you know, this is kind of a huge non sequitur, but I had a teacher at I went to college at St. Cloud State University in Minnesota, and it was just like a fine whatever. You just really want to come here and like do drugs, and avoid your responsibilities, kind of place.
Dude, I totally understand.
Better than a community college, but not by too much. And I had a professor there who was like really nuts, and she would just like do these characters. Baby, you know how Papa talks, right? like how he's like really really crazy and wacky and like does all these like little kid voices. Her grandpa is really similar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just like she's one of those people where she'll be looking for a file in her cabinet and she'll go, oh, let's see, and she'll just do like this weird fucking squirrel thing. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you, lady? and like I'll ask her a question and I'll be like, oh, is it possible that like I can have an extra day to complete this? And she'll just look at me and she'll go, like kind of Maria Bamford-esque, if you're familiar. She'll just go, that is unfortunately going to fall outside of the statute of limitations. No, I can't. No. Like she'd just be really goofy. And like, I think about that. That's the first thing I thought of when you mentioned like, the OVA Sonic voice.
Yeah, he was quirky. Like he would hang
having
out.
Fun with it.
Yeah, when he would like play a character or something, like when he's like Tails, he'd be like if I was to say a line, if I was to deliver, this isn't the exact line, he'd be like, Tails, you're my best friend. But I want you to go ahead of me because I've got things I've got to do.
Sounds like fucking Lupin the Third.
Yeah, it was goofy. Yeah, it totally did.
Fujiko, where you going, bitch? Like just fucking.
Yeah, he has this famous line where he's like, I know everything you're going to do, but you know everything I'm going to do. Strange, isn't it? That's a line he actually says to fucking Metal Sonic.
No, it sounds like Legendary Frog when you do that.
That's exactly how he does the fucking line with like Metal Sonic, but he like has this like really funny delivery, and I love it because it sounds like old, but it sounds new at the same time. And I would love to hear him sound like an old timey like fucking
that would be
announcer.
Cool. Yeah, just from your description, like that already sounds like something I could get down with. Like,
yeah, it really fits him too. And he kind of had that like kid voice to it, but I loved it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess like the only thing I feel that I support more for Roger Craig Smith is, like I said, he more embraces the Sonic culture.
Yeah.
And like it's kind of charming to see him be, because he did this stream once with Aaron Weber for like
really
charity.
Quickly, people in the chat are comparing that voice to Brown Bricks.
Yeah, no, you'll hear that. You got to hear the voice. It's pretty similar to fucking.
I feel like if any
Mike
voice
Matei's.
has some kind of silly Southern twang, people immediately just go with Brown Bricks.
It actually is kind of like Inspector Gadget, but a little higher. And if it's Inspector Gadget was a kid, it actually is kind of similar to it. And you want to think about what that is like, but that's pretty much what it is like. But
man.
what was I gonna say?
When I was a kid, I used to always have Inspector Gadget just in my head, like all hours of the day. For some
Yeah,
reason.
exactly. Just quote it all the time. Because the fucking chorus is so catchy. The go, gadget, go. Ba-dum, 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 bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
See, that's the one part like I barely remember. I just remember that.
Really?
Inspector Gadget.
You could play like this song as like a. Do-do-do-do-do.
It's just it's like wonderful. It's like here comes Speed Racer. He's a demon on wheels. Like it just is designed in a way so like you just get in your head and stay there. Like
Yeah.
I'll bet there's like this conspiracy, and I mean it's not really that much of a conspiracy because all the names and credits are there, but there's like one dude that's making like 75% of all of the best pop songs that are selling really well. Like he's just like selling all the same shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean it's like it's not everyone, but he's had a really big hand in like Justin Bieber's Baby, fucking Britney Spears' Hit Me Baby One More Time, Rihanna's Umbrella. Like I'm just completely talking out of my ass. So it's
Like,
like
he
I'm
just
sure
gets
it's
it.
none of those actual songs, but that caliber of like high ranking super crazy songs that like everyone knows is like a staple of American pop culture now. Like there's like one or two dudes behind like everything. But anyway.
I thought I could get the emerald. I'm sorry, I was listening. Like you said, the dude who does all the
It's
pop.
okay. You just spoiled it for me because I knew you'd die.
I didn't know what I thought I could touch the emerald during that. I have not played this game in a while, so the emerald.
No, it's
move.
cool. This is one of the fucking harder ones if you don't know exactly where to go. Like, I was talking earlier about how everyone's already heard the arguments against Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. I think the things no one wants to talk about is, like, yeah, of course they're not gonna please everyone, but you gotta understand it, like, as a game company, if you don't innovate at least a little bit, or show that you're, like, trying to make, like, a decent effort towards innovating, like, critics will just pan you. It's just, like, not innovating, it's the same game over and over.
Yeah,
so you gotta, like,
that's-
switch it up, but you can't drastically switch it up or you'll alienate your current player base, so it's
It's
like...
true, yeah. It's like an
Bomberman
unfortunate.
had a hard time with that.
Yeah, it's like an unfortunate situation. Like I feel like people can say like, oh, like Sonic survived with his image. I don't think that's very true. I think Sonic survived with his games, and like
Yeah.
Forces is a safe game. I've accepted the fact that Forces is going to be a safe game.
I'll probably get it, honestly.
I think it looks pretty. Like I think it looks beautiful. I'm really gonna look forward to see how campy.
I unironically want to make my Sonic OC. That sounds like fun. to
That's
me.
what I'm saying. I want to make like an OC. I'm gonna make like a slutty Sonic character. Well, what I can make slutty,
Yeah.
the best I can. But like, it's just
Sega sex negative.
at the same time, it's just like it bothers me because I see these things and I'm like, who like I see the level design. I'm just like Generations. Like they nailed the level design with fucking like the hallways mixing to 2D, mixing to 3D, and it never felt like you were just playing hallways. I mean, Green Hills was the only one that really
Yeah.
felt like a hallway, and then I don't know, like it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's I feel like Sonic has itself kind of transcended itself and become just a meme. So there are people who
It has.
they have no dog in the Sonic fight whatsoever. They just know that it's an easy target to get.
It
a
is
few
an easy
quick
target,
laughs.
yeah.
So I don't really take people seriously when they say Sonic was never good. It's like, oh, okay.
I'm
Sure,
the same way.
dude.
I'm the same fucking way. I like the way you delivered that line.
But yeah, it's just
Sure.
honestly how I feel. It's the same with people who post like fucking. It's seriously people that just post Shrek memes. It's like you're a degenerate. I
Yeah.
genuinely believe
I
you're not a
agree.
good person.
I agree. It's like you're falling
Just
into
because-
like the easiest line, like saying like Sonic was never good and citing Sonic 06 as your like background choice is like, okay, well,
Yeah,
maybe you
it's
should
just-
play
it's
some
just-
games before you start like regurgitating what everyone else says. Because Sonic 06 is a bad game because it was finished, and I mean, realistically, Sonic 06's level design too has a lot to be desired. After the
Yeah.
first level, I think the first level was honestly pretty solid, and then everything else after is just like a mess. There's too much.
Sonic Adventure, you said?
No, 06.
Oh, right. Yeah, the first stage was okay.
Wave
But
Ocean
unless you
or
played in a
whatever.
really particular way, exactly the way the programmers wanted you to play it, then you would quickly see those scenes unravel. You know.
Shadow save Roach save Shadow. White Jungle.
I just love Shadow's like giant. I love all the giant fucking eyelashes and eyelids in this
Yeah, what
game.
the
They're
fuck?
so jarring. like Shadow's entire fucking cranial structure shifts when he makes an expression. Have you
Yeah,
noticed
he has
that?
like a massive forehead. It's
He
like
has a massive forehead. It makes him look like pissed off.
he really
caveman
does
hedgehog.
look pissed off too.
Yeah.
It really is like one of the strangest looking fucking characters.
Like from the side, he looks good, but as soon as he emotes whatsoever and his forehead fucking changes shape, he just like.
I never even realized that. I'm really looking at it. It's kind of funny
Yeah,
to
like
look at
I
the
only
character
really
designs
noticed
now.
it now.
Like-
And I mean, fucking Dreamcast graphics only do so much, so I understand that. I give them credit for what
It's
they
still
had
pretty
available at the time.
impressive. Like
Yeah, no,
I
like-
think Sonic Adventures, like Sonic and Shadow's level design, are really fun. I know people are like, oh, it's linear. It's like I don't mind if it's linear as long as it has fun set pieces and just fun
Yeah.
level design. Like that's a thing too. Like Generations, and or just in general, like I feel like Sonic excels when it has like fun set pieces. Like, for instance, what do you remember from Green Forest? Well, you remember there's a countdown, and at the very end, the fucking place falls apart when you have to get to the goal ring. I remember that vividly because I was dying.
I like
the first
how
time.
I like how Shadow's variation of that. His is just, oh yeah, hurry through the unexplored land. I'm not scared at all, and I don't want to hear you. Like, did you know there's actually a lot of lyrics in this game that you
Yes,
will never know
yes.
about unless you look them up?
I
like-
love this. Like the soundtrack is great. Like Shadow's music is great. It's like music I
I'll
would.
never lose my confidence fighting
feel like-
Biohazard, dude.
It was very experimental too, and you were
Yeah,
kind of
it
getting
was.
that with the new composer, like I always forget his name, Tomoya Unta or something like that. It's Untaya.
I have no idea.
He's the guy who did the Unleashed soundtrack, where he introduced like strings with rock and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
He's kind of the guy who's kind of like changed up the Sonic soundtrack to be more like orchestra with like mix of like stuff. Like the way Forces sounds, like some songs in Forces kind of like I'm still waiting to hear how they come, but a lot of them are like, oh, this is interesting. I want to see how this plays off. And he's like a super nice guy. Like nobody, I mean, I don't know if anybody knows, but anyone who actually cares to follow these people on Twitter, they are not transparent. If you message them and talk to them, they'll talk back to you. It's so weird to think now, like the director of Sonic Forces will, if you say hi, he'll say hi to you.
Yeah, like that. Usually that does not go hand in hand with the typical, ego that comes with anyone in any kind of like
Yeah, and they're
highbrow.
super supportive of the fact that people like the stuff they're doing, and he's like, I hope you
Because
all
they know
enjoy
without
my
their fans,
game.
they have nothing.
Yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy the game. I worked very hard on it. You're just like, oh, I feel bad. I hope your game does good.
As soon as you did the light speed dash, that was the first time in a while that the game just like stopped.
Yeah, it froze for me.
Just skipped all
Fucking
the-
game just crashed.
But
Ah! You're gonna see it.
because like I'm still behind.
That was scary.
I love that Big was just in that tree.
Yeah, I just noticed for a second. Forces is coming out in November, which, and I guess the game's been in development for 4 years, and they're being pretty hush-hush about it. I don't know if there's more to the game. I'm just upset that they keep showing the same fucking Green Hills level over and over and over. I want to see.
They know it's safe.
Yeah, I want to see more. I want to see like what they've done. I want to see a really mechanical looking like fortress level or something, like some crazy design.
Yeah, like something really abstract. Like
I really liked how in colors they're just like fuck it, Candyland. Who cares?
Yeah,
Have it.
exactly. That's what Sonic like celebrates itself in being. Is like very diverse, unique levels.
Oh, what I was gonna say earlier to change the subject a little bit is, you know, what started my What Happened series with Sonic, where
Yeah.
for those who aren't aware, I did a series for a little while called Sonic, and I'll probably resume it, where I just like looked at each individual game and kind of critiqued them like fairly.
Yeah, I'm curious what you'd
possible.
say about Sonic 3 because that's a really
It's like a perfect game basically. It's pretty much the most perfect. A lot of people like credit Sonic CD as like being the best, but
I think Sonic CD's soundtrack is really good, but the level design has
It
a
is.
lot to be desired.
yeah, that's exactly how I feel. The
Sonic
music's
3's level
fucking
design is great, but I have a soft spot for Sonic 2 just because you know, like I grew up with Sonic 2. I knew the
Yes.
debug mode and level select by heart when I played Sonic 2, so I could just put it in when
That's
I get
awesome.
home and like choose a level I want and then do debug mode if I want to like test something. Because I used to test stuff all the time. Like,
Someone
just
said
to see-
debate blue arms or no. I think it looks kind of dumb, but I think it's like one of the least important like aspects of Sonic's everything.
Yeah, I like the peach. I think the peach is nice, but the blue arms is just whatever. I
Yeah,
think
like blue arms makes him look more like a furry, but like peach arms makes him look like you
yeah.
know, a kid who's wearing like a tank top and he's going skateboarding.
My problem is how lanky they made them, and I like how they're kind of like
Yeah.
chibi in this. They're not too lanky. They got lanky, but they're not super lanky. Like
Yeah.
Sonic Boom, he's too lanky. I like how they kind of went back to this kind of like chibi, but like longer leg style for forces. I feel it really
Yeah.
goes for like Sonic's design. I think Unleashed they hit a really good balance. He looked really good. He looked really clean. Looked really solid. In colors, they kind of gave him this fucking doofy smirk all the time that got really annoying. I was tired of seeing him smile like a fucking idiot constantly. That's
Yeah,
something that
sorry-
Sonic
sorry,
games.
Which character you said? The original, like classic Sonic?
No, Sonic Adventure. They kind of went with a more similar style to like Sonic Adventure, where he looks a little chibi and like cute with like his like
Yeah.
small torsos and stuff.
I love like the cover of Sonic Adventure where he's just like he looks like a fucking yin yang. He's just like he's doing this weird spiral thing where like he's got one hand underneath one of his legs like he's throwing something to you, but then the other one's like doing a peace sign. About like it's just so crazy. He's really iconic.
It is really crazy. It's like a really unique design
Did
too.
you ever read the comic for Sonic Adventure 2?
No. Is
Like
it
do you know what really happened with Maria for the most part?
I heard she got like space AIDS or something, and they tried to cure
Space
her.
AIDS.
I forget what it is. Like Sonic equivalents of AIDS or something.
She
Like-
was just like a sick girl. I don't think
Yeah.
they ever really fleshed it out, but like
I guess she had this thing called like, what's the term, you guys? There's like a made up term for like AIDS. It's like SARS or something like that. I don't want to get it wrong, but
I ain't no doctor.
it's a made up term for AIDS. Basically, she had AIDS and she was like very sick, and I guess like Shadow Story talks about how Black Doom lent some of his like evil energy to make Shadow, and Gerald like put him in like a comfy character, like a hedgehog.
Yeah,
or
I don't know.
something.
But there was like this whole thing in the comic where really original comments going on in the chat. They had like this whole thing where like Maria, they wanted to destroy Dr. Gerald or whatever his name is, and they wanted to destroy his creation because he was like
Yeah.
this crazy off the grid fucking like communist scientist guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they went and they found him and they like locked him up, and they went back to like find Shadow and kill him because they knew he was a threat. And then with like the last of her, she was like running with you and trying to save you, and she like got in the way of the gunshot and like took a bullet for you.
Oh, that's what it was. So she jumped in front of it.
She jumped in front of it. So that's why when you see her in that flashback, she's like holding her chest.
Wow, they made it seem like she didn't, and they made it seem like they just shot her cold blood in Shadow the Hedgehog.
It was just like the typical gun thugs, kind of governmental CIA whatever dude.
Yeah.
And then with the last of her strength, she like pressed a button and released him in like an escape pod. But yeah, it's people who take the Sonic Adventure story like really super seriously, and everything has to be canonical and everything has to be like laid out chronologically. It's like, dude, it's a fucking like speed running game. Like,
yeah, it's a fucking like anthropomorphic hedgehogs. It's like I actually
like,
think it's
not to like completely fucking cleanse Sonic Team of any wrongdoing, because it clearly isn't a well thought out story, but
no.
For what it is, it's fine. Like, no one's gonna care.
It's their own story. They can create their own plots, and for the most part, I think they did a good job. I'm glad, and this is something that I don't know.
At least it's not Superman on the Xbox 360 where the final boss is a tornado.
Yeah.
It's actually a thing that exists.
That's really lame.
Also, I'm kind of going to be eating a taco. I'm going to try to be quiet about it.
No, that's fine.
If I don't respond immediately, it's because I'm chewing.
That's fine. Forces is being directed by the guy who wrote and kind of focused on the story plot of Sonic 06, and I know people are like kind of shitting themselves over that, but he also helped with like the focus point of a lot of Sonic Adventure levels. You know, the levels that people remember, like the tornado one where the tornado sucks you up and stuff?
Windy Valley, yeah.
Yeah, he was the one who focused on that kind of stuff. He focused on the really cinematic things and like the really important things people remember, like the orca whale and shit. That was his kind of doing. He was the one who wanted to implement like really harrowing stuff. He wants a story plot that's harrowing and courageous.
And dark, yeah.
Like, yeah, and so that's kind of why I'm optimistic, sort of, for the story, because it's not being written by the Chuckleheads. That was kind of the Archie comics,
like, I think it was like the Archie comics kind of introduced the whole idea of like Sonic is this dark, twisted series full of betrayals and heartbreak, and there's like love, and it's like, it's not the best, but when I was a kid, I saw that. I saw these cute little furry creatures with these big like fucking Pixar eyes, like really animated and interesting, and I liked them, especially because a lot of the designs were really girly and really easy on the eyes. So I was just like, whenever I saw those comics, I'd just jump in out of nowhere and I'd be like, oh no, what happened? And I think I remember reading about Knuckles, who like his entire fucking like tribe got wiped out, just like genocide, all because of an Eggman.
Oh yeah. Did you know the trick about this level where you can like slide back and forth, and when you start skidding you can go in top speed?
The one you were doing yesterday where
yeah,
it's really just like you lose traction for a minute and then you start skidding, and then you can maintain top speed.
If you can do it, like, God, it's fucking hard.
No, just while you're accelerating, like turn, just kind of like mash the acceleration button and you'll do it. Like it's like if you turn and decelerate and then accelerate again.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a nightmare.
I saw you having trouble with that last night when I like stopped by stream recently, and I was just like, I'll show him later.
Thank you. It was a trick I learned as a kid. I felt so fucking accomplished. There's also a glitch in Sonic Adventure 2 that I figured out as a kid, and I like wrote it down because I was so proud of myself. In Green Forest at Sonic, I found a way to fall out of the hitbox and fall forever. And when you can, like, I forget what it's called, but it's basically just like a soft lock where you can fall for like all eternity until you like exit the level, and you can like see the level like fall below you. I figured out how to do that as a kid, and I was so proud of myself to get past like boxes that kill you and just fall forever. And I wrote it down, and I forget how to do it, but I kind of have a vague memory of how to do it.
Dude, like creepypastas and all that shit were born from people who were just like these kind of suburban kids who just like, our whole world was video games.
Yeah.
Our parents maybe wouldn't let us leave the house because they were afraid what would happen to us or something. So like the most exploration and adventure we got was through digital shit. So like creepypasta and all that stuff is like just a natural extension of that, of like, but what if it was haunted?
Yeah.
You
could say like what's happening where it's like cutting to black, and like there was a time where it cut to black and the audio died. I could write that down as a creepypasta. It really did fucking happen. Although I wouldn't, because the only fucking creepypasta anyone cares about Sonic related is Sonic EXE or whatever.
Yeah. Also, Poblox. I've been reading the chat, but it's mostly just been the chat talking to themselves. So
Yeah, what's up?
if anyone's been asking questions and I haven't been answering, it's because to me it just looks like.
That's fine. It's hard to look at the chat because I'm playing the game. So.
Yeah. Poblox said, "Do you stream too, Chase, or do you just do YouTube?" I stream like once in a blue moon. It's pretty rare. I have to be in a mood. I have to want to show off a game that I'm like really passionate about. Usually like an older game.
I just really wanted to do this because I wanted to talk about like Sonic Forces.
Yeah.
And there's always these things I've wanted for like, or just Sonic Forces, just Sonic in general, like talking about Sonic, like, because like I said, I can appreciate almost like every Sonic game, even the ones that are bad. There's always one aspect of them I like, and I told you, like even Sonic
like
Go.
Dark Chronicles or whatever.
Okay, that one's bad. I don't. I forget that piece of garbage fucking is something because of
the start of the fall of BioWare.
Because of fucking Ken Penders. He pretty much made it.
What if that Sonic game is like one of the reasons why BioWare started to like go to shit? What if that was the advent of it is Sonic?
They made that, and then they let the team work on fucking Andromeda. Focused too much on diversity and fitting a quota.
It's the same team that was on the DS version. Oh my god.
That's a story analysis. Oh
Yeah.
shit, I almost spun my whole car around. Why is this level so fucking long? I'm sorry,
It really is
scream.
excessive, this level. Once you start riding on that that empty strip where there's nothing happening.
I didn't mean to scream, I forgot.
You just slowly see the car approach on the distance, you're just like, this is awkward.
I feel like a fucking Neanderthal swinging back and forth. Go, I gotta get top speed.
Imagine seeing you driving like that in the rear view of their car.
Hey, what's up? Kurusurima-sama. I can't say your name. Kurusurima-sama. Kurusurima-sama. Oh, it's a Kurusurima-sama.
Sorry, what did you say?
This guy says Kurusurima-sama. That's his name.
Kurisumasama. It's Japanese it's like Japanese pronunciation of Christmas.
Oh, Kurusurima-sama.
Kurisumasama. Well, maybe an extra ma. I don't know.
Christmas.
It would just be Kurisumasu if it was like Christmas.
Well, we got the building blocks of sushi. Sushi meats, peaches, and guacamole. I love
guacamole.
I love guacamole. It's my favorite.
It's not that hard to just accept other cultures.
I love that line where he's like, wasabi, what's up? Wasabi. This is not that hard. You learn other cultures.
Holy guacamole. Dude, one of my favorites is I was showing I watched episode 1 of season 5 of Tim and Eric, and it wasn't good at all.
No, it's like Tim and Eric is only good like once in a while, and it's only like there's certain compilations Premium Prices is pretty fucking good.
That's so good. It's my favorite.
Yeah, Premium Prices
and
Eric.
He'll rape you. It's like the best joke. My competitor is a liar. Hello. It's the inflections that make it so good, though.
It's just like, it's got no meat on its butt, throw it in the water.
I'm not gonna serve you, my fan. I love the fucking, it's made with Donnie C. And it gets all deeper. We're referencing all these weird ass Tim and Eric jokes.
These are just
you guys
specific Tim and Eric quotes that are funny. Tim and Eric is funny once in a while. There's some skits that are really good, but for the most part, I think everything.
Did you watch the $1 Billion Movie?
No. Oh yeah, I did. It
was okay.
There were some things I liked in it. I know people don't like the Top Gun thing, but I thought it was really funny where the guy's just yeah, this is terrible, but do you want to watch Top Gun? And it's
yeah, that was dumb. And then he's like, oh, it's a great movie. And then Will Ferrell looks at him and goes, yeah. And he has this face where he's like, what are you, fucking dumb? It's just it's the little body language, facial expressions that really fucking sell.
That's what the thing is.
Someone will just be rude for no reason.
The movie, it doesn't work as a movie, but it works as these little skits thrown in here and there. It's because that's the thing. Tim and Eric is funny when it's
now you do, you shit. The little things now you do, you piece of shit. It's those little things. Oh yeah, I touch a clown. I touch a clown. I don't go to drill. That's another one. But I was showing Cammy the whole like Cinco fucking food tube. Where it's just like they always do the same thing. Where it's like first we gotta pull out your teeth. We don't want those pearly whites getting in the way. And then it's like didn't hurt a bit when they pulled them out. It's like the same line for every single skit. But a lot of it would deal with like actual genuine tragedy, where it's like, fucking, I miss my dad because he is never home, and he just looks kind of depressed for a minute, like just all these things that like one thing that I don't think anyone's really touched on. Yeah, Zombotic beat me to it, but the line I was gonna say that was my favorite in the whole movie was he's like, hey, come by my mall, and then like he just gets more desperate as the ad runs on. He goes, anyone can run a stupid fucking mall. Just like, I love the more he's like, why don't you hire me for your next special event? Huh? Jeez. Why don't you hire me? He like starts taking it personally because he's not getting enough calls, I guess.
I don't know, like, that's the thing, like, I love Tim and Eric, but it's like, I feel like I only love certain aspects of Tim and Eric, because like, Tim and Eric, they're funny. They have tons of skits that they've done really good job on, but then they've had tons of skits that are just like gross and not funny.
Yeah, some of their shit that isn't clever is just like awkward, gross out humor.
Their Christmas episode where they were like lactating, it was fucking obnoxious and gross. And they like eat each other's boogers. I was so done with that episode.
Yeah, and that's where Tim and Eric loses me, but like all their really funny like public access parody shit just kills me.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's so funny. Like I still love like Bowel and Booger and Candy Tails. Like I was a hardcore like Sonic, or I was
Wait, really?
mixing Sonic and Tim and Eric. I was a hardcore Tim and Eric like fan in college when I discovered marijuana.
Oh, really?
And, they went very well together, I found. Just like
they do. That's kind of like their thing.
Yeah.
Primarily, yeah.
And like for a while, everyone was like, "I wonder if they smoke weed. That'd be so cool." I doubt. They eventually started like lampooning people who would say that shit. They're like,
have you seen their interviews?
Marijuana.
Like they're like some of the most straight edge people, and they're just like, there's that one interview where they're like, we're really big fans of your skits, and then they like did this, like they like tried to be funny, and they probably deal with so many people who are like, I feel like I can do a Tim and Eric joke, and then they're just like, yeah, okay, like they're probably like super like defensive about the way like, oh, you think you can write like us, like you think you got the Tim and Eric style, because they have a very unique style that people try to emulate. I think one of the people who kind of got close to it back in the day was like $1 Million Extreme. I haven't listened to them like their new show, but back in the day they were funny as fuck. They had a lot of like super Tim and Eric style skits.
He's still $1 Million Extreme, I forget his name, but he's actually still doing pretty well. I saw this really funny, it was like meant to be edgy, but it was like they took a video of like Sam Hyde is his name.
Yeah, Sam Hyde.
They took a video of Sam Hyde like riding in his car late at night, just like thinking, and then they cut in like the Charlottesville footage.
Oh my
where,
god!
Like,
yeah,
that guy like ran his car in the truck.
He's primarily.
And then they cut back to Sam Hyde, and they just have him. They edit in. That's not good. I just completely zoned out.
That's like the fucking joke with him is they always like anytime there's like a big like right or left thing going on, they're like, did you see Sam Hyde? He was carrying like a weapon, and then they like Photoshop him in like looking over his shoulder. He's like clearly his head's too big for the model, but people are just like, here's the culprit. And then they try to like throw, because like a bunch of like really stupid left people will like pick it up and be like, see,
just fucking, like lap it up.
Here's the face of your right, haters.
So people,
I'm not trying to be one-sided, by the way. I'm talking about like Antifa, like obnoxious alt-writers, or alt-lefters and shit. Anyways, what were you saying?
Everyone's what is it? I think everyone's really dumb, but these days, like people on like the liberal side are just going a little too bonkers.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's getting really. It's also like getting obnoxious, like things I enjoy, because it's like changing it.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to.
It's really invading everything. Like games, I understand the need for political correctness in games, much like in any other like art form, but at the same time, it is still art. So it's like you should let art be art.
Yeah.
And not try to fucking impose your own like personal views on it.
Yeah.
I did want to ask, are you familiar with the Eric Andre show?
Yes, and I have my problems with the Eric Andre show, mainly because I feel like it follows a Tim and Eric formula where they're really funny watching them in skits, but watching a full show, it just gets like, I've seen it before sometimes, and it kind of like it doesn't keep my interest.
Season 1 was like really magical, and maybe they kind of have been floundering since then, because they will occasionally resort to like gross out humor.
Oh no, man.
Like there's just this at the end of one of their episodes, they call out all the fucking like behind the scenes like interns and stuff, and they just feed them out of like a fucking pig trough.
Yeah, they're really like, they've definitely like gotten, in my opinion, I've seen some stuff, and I think easily they hit more than they miss compared to Tim and Eric.
Yeah.
Eric Andre does.
Like,
I think he's because he's a comedian, and I think he's legitimately like really funny.
Yeah. But by the way, you were worried about interrupting me earlier. I'm probably interrupting you too much because I'm getting really like heated talking about Tim and Eric.
No, it's fine.
I just wanted to point that out. Yeah. My favorite joke that's ever been on Eric Andre is he just fucking, there's like a, they're doing like some skit, and then they cut out of that skit, try to transition back to in the like the room, and it's just a shot of like, it's like a 1 second shot of Eric Andre in a tuxedo holding a bouquet of flowers, running down the street, just going, ah! That's all it is. It's just that one shot. That's the funniest goddamn thing.
That's something they do really good. Is like they're really good at like editing stuff in, and just Eric Andre in general is like really funny. There's just something about the way that stuff is
he's gay,
edited.
by the way?
Is he?
Yeah, I learned on the Mark Maron podcast he's gay, which makes sense because
yeah.
Like other really creative people we were talking about, when you see someone that's kind of like a genius in their field, it never surprises me.
No, yeah, it usually is like,
there's something about being an artist, like being creative, and also just kind of having like that one thing that's kind of different about you.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also, like, is the button underneath this thing? Yeah, it is.
I honestly don't remember. This is my least favorite part. I love this stage. I hate this part of the stage.
I wish it was just like an exploration thing. This was really cool back in the day because this was before fucking Galaxy and shit. Like, this was awesome.
Yeah.
But then like you don't want to play looking for emeralds. Like, play the look for emeralds game.
See, for me, I was gonna say this earlier. One of my favorite things about before I get off the topic though, my other favorite bit with Eric Andre is he'll just hide in a. Did you see the one where he just hides in a public trash can? Someone walks by and like nonchalantly drops something in, and he just pops out and goes, "Congratulations!" Freaks him out. There was the one like woman that he really terrified, and I think you could tell he was gonna get like a big laugh out of it because when he came out of it, he said, barely like getting it through with the laughter, he just shouted, "Welcome to hell!" And then they're like, "Hey man, what the fuck you doing, man?" He's like, "You're the fucking 100th person." He just like he was having such a hard time not cracking up
because he's like put in a situation where he has to like keep his cool. I love when people who like comedians like try to keep their cool under like fucking pressure because that's just them being real. They're not faking it. They're like legitimately like, "Oh fuck, how do I get off this godforsaken fucking planet? Jiminy Christmas, I don't fucking know where to go." Wow, dude.
Those of you who don't know, I am much like you. I'm a bit of I followed Corey's work for like the past fucking 7 years or something. So to hear him like screaming on stream with me is kind of surreal. Because it's like, I'd always hear you freak out like that on Sleepy Cabin. And I was just like, here it goes.
Jiminy Christmas, dude. Now. Oh, I could fucking scream anyone's ear off if I wanted to. I had the dreaded Christmas debate in fucking Frozen.
I mentioned one of my podcasts actually, where I really liked how you would go, listen.
I needed to make sure people knew that they needed to listen to me. My opinion.
In your defense, every time I'd listen to the podcast, like it was like a much more aggressive version of like the dynamic we have going on here because you and I, like, we only recently got acquainted, but like we work really well in conversation.
Oh, I feel so too.
You and Zach and all those guys, you're so like buddy that you're super comfortable just like stomping all over each other. So it's like it's really hard to get a word in.
That is something I had to like I said, that's something I had to get really used to is like not interrupting people and being like, listen, my catchphrase, first of all, listen. Second of all,
First
listen.
of all, your catchphrase. I never even thought about it like that.
I said it so many fucking times. People had to point it out. You can make a listen. First of all, catchphrase. Oh yeah, when I said like when I was screaming at fucking Stamper about Frozen, and I was like, "Shut your fucking mouth!"
Would you guys ever be like salty about that afterwards, or were you all just like playing it up?
Actually, do you remember the Christmas and Halloween debate?
Refresh my memory.
It was on the episode where I talked about it was like the Rogue Fingerer.
I think I remember.
It was we were talking about Christmas and Stamper's like, fuck Christmas, Halloween's better, and we were just like we were playing it up like crazy, and then like Zach's like, what do you get, like, what do you have, like a full fucking gore, a hot ass fucking elf, what do you, like, he's just like playing it up with the fact that he's trying to make it sound attractive with like,
Yeah.
like, what are you gonna be, like a fucking skeleton or a hot ass elf? And we were just the whole time I was trying to make it sound as unpleasing as possible. I was like, you fucking. I don't even remember what I said, but I was trying to make it seem like Christmas is an awful choice.
Mm-hmm.
People like, you love that Jingle Bells music, it's stuck in your head. How can you hate it? And it was just like, I don't know, it was fun. It was fun to be stupid.
Dude, that was always such a didn't Mick do all the editing for that, or eventually he got other people?
He edited season 2. The reason why, honestly, the first few episodes were delayed is because Stamper was the one who wanted to take control of it, and he's like, no, I want to edit it, and he would edit it, and he'd get really pissed off because he kept like fucking up. And I'm not like saying like fuck Stamper, he's a fool. He did a really good job editing it, but he spent a lot of time editing it, and we missed a lot of deadlines. It wasn't until the second season where we tried to
it
be
really
like,
does come down to the balance of like nothing personal, but we need this by this.
yeah, we needed it by that
when
time.
it comes to creative shit, like that's very real.
Yeah, so we missed a lot of deadlines, so it was like a running joke where we wouldn't have it ready by Friday, but we had to try to have it out by every Friday, and it became like what we would really do, the start of a Sleepy Con, we'd have a bunch of ideas, and then we'd just start doing a cold opening, and then we'd start recording, and then we'd just start talking, and then Zach would throw out hypotheticals, and then eventually a hypothetical
Zach is like seriously such a blessing on any kind of podcast.
Yeah, he's really quick. He's really witty.
Like, yeah, like I love. There was like that fucking thing he was doing when you guys had John on, and Zach was just like, "Oh, you know, what do you think of when you remember grabbing on that little girl's neck and choking her, and you're saying this is real, man? You're gonna die. You fucking die here." And John just goes, "I don't like to think about it, or they'll find me."
That's the thing with Zach too, is he'd piss me off because he'd do like hypotheticals, but we were trying to like be careful with what we said. And then suddenly, like Zach would just like start being like, he'd just start firing off like super racist and
yeah,
like,
I remember
horrible
he
shit.
like he was just like, I raped a girl, and you're like, stop.
When we'd edit
I
it,
know exactly what you mean.
he did that a lot, and we had to be careful. Like Zach was a perpetrator, but eventually we got to a point where we didn't care anymore, and because we stopped doing lost episodes and just my fucking voice. Oh, I'm still going to puberty perpetually.
Oh. Yag Fu said somebody should dub Corey's voice on Navi saying listen.
Hey, listen! Yeah, like screaming it. Like, first of all, listen. Like a really awful sound.
It's really great to have a good yell, because like my acoustics aren't like, I don't have all my Auralex foam set up yet in this new office that I moved into recently, but whenever I do, like I just like to scream, and it's just always the funniest. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Like, I think from when I was younger, I took inspiration from Aaron, just in terms of, he'd be like, hey, fuck you. Like, and really charge it up. Like, that's always been really funny to me.
Yeah, Aaron's really good at that. I like doing Aaron's retard noise. Like,
yeah.
This is fun to do.
Oh, one of the things I was going to tell you is that I got one comment that said, I think I started to say this and I switched subjects, but at one point someone was like, this reminds me a lot of Egoraptor's work, but Egoraptor's dead, so you're okay.
Oh, whoa, dude.
Like, oh shit, all right. Like, I can see what they meant, because they're like, he doesn't upload things that I knew him for anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron is like focusing on like, and it's like I said, like with like Game Grumps, it's like, if I don't know why people like, I'm sorry. I'm like I had like a stroke, but basically,
Okay.
it's kind of hard for people to like now like make stuff because of how the YouTube system is. So they're like they have to do what they have to do, and Game Grumps is really just a viable way of doing things. Like
Oh yeah.
for
No,
me,
absolutely. I'm not knocking him for that.
yeah. For me, I'm doing game design. I don't have to worry about like fucking doing YouTube videos and shit. So I can like freely do what I want, but.
Yeah.
I understand, but at the same time, it's like I do miss when Aaron did like stuff, but I understand his reasoning. He needs to like
Yeah.
stay in the.
I was
fucking,
talking to
like,
Pro Jared about it, and he was like, "Yeah, creatively, it's kind of bankrupt, but
Yeah.
financially, it's genius."
What the fuck, dude? Where is Knuckles?
Yeah, you just gotta fucking climb high and kind of wait around for him and look for his shadow.
He's taking all the rings. I can hear him. He's taking all the rings. He's stealing that little fucking shifty
He's
boy,
gotten away
stealing all
with
the
it.
rings. Oh, there he is. Little
I
shifty
just
boy
like
is
that
stealing all the rings.
you turn that into like a mom. Knuckles is being a fucking dickhead.
He's taking the fucking rings. Ass. Give me that emerald. Listen, when Rouge was introduced, I had strange feelings when I was a kid. I was like,
I think everyone
like
did.
this?
They made her so intentionally. Her music's so.
And then
effeminate.
like future games, like they like made her, and then they made Sonic Heroes, and they gave her like that really like tight purple outfit, and I was just like, oh wow. And then they did like Sonic Riders, and I'm like, yeah, this is my favorite Sonic character.
Sir Woofish said, Corey and Chase, are you guys thinking of going on Oni Plays as guests? I would love that, but
I would too.
They'd never justify having me on. Like,
They
I'm not
could.
even-
They could.
I mean, I'd love that. if they
Totally
ever
chill
fucking-
to talk to.
Yeah. I'd have trouble keeping up because a lot of their in-jokes are just kind of memes at other cringy people's expense that they've like, they're so subtle you don't even know what they're referencing.
Yeah.
Just you think it's just them
You
doing
gotta
silly
find a
voice.
fine balance, like especially.
Like this whole voice being inspired by Christian. that always kills me. Oh god.
Wonder
Like, it's
Chosen.
just-
Wonder Chosen was an amazing show.
I haven't seen it, but I've seen videos on it, and I know it's like really dark and avant-garde.
It is like a kid show, like with puppets, but it's like super adult. It feels like it's for kids.
It was kind of like the "Don't hug me, I'm scared" before. Don't Hug
Exactly.
Me.
That's exactly what it was. Like verbatim, except they had like skits with kids going around saying like really fucked up stuff.
Dude, back on the topic one, fuck Rouge. Let's talk about the important thing. So like, she's got these big tits that jiggle. She's got these fluttering eyelashes, like Marilyn Monroe, kind of.
And like in
Form.
all reincarnations of her, she's got like tight butt to boot, like her outfit and shit.
Yeah. Though they made her sound a little more like a bull dyke in later games, in
Yeah,
Heroes.
I like her.
Got like a way deeper voice.
Yeah, I like when she had like her Sonic X voice was like super like seductive and like very deep. And
Yeah,
like,
I vaguely remember, but like, what I was gonna say is, Marilyn Monroe is like a social, like experimental psychologist's wet dream, because she did all the things right. She showed that like making herself look small, tilting her head down and looking up at you like a small little girl, that's really appealing to guys. Showing her neck, like kind of this vulnerable side of her, and the neck obviously being an aphrodisiac for women. And just, you know, fluttering eyelashes and eyelids and everything kind of gives this subliminal impression of like the female orgasm. Like
Yeah.
that's that kind of face in general. By the way, this was in a textbook, all this that I'm saying. So fucking,
I mean, I could understand it.
yeah, it's I find all that shit super fascinating.
Have I seen source filmmaker porn of Sonic? No, I usually.
Seen a lot of source filmmaker porn of everything else though.
Yeah, I've seen like the copious amounts of Overwatch filmmaker
Oh yeah.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
Just
The
endless.
funniest thing to realize is that people that do SFM, they basically say you can't like render liquids. So whenever it's like the money shot, it's just, it looks like a fucking really goopy wet towel being thrown at someone. You know, like it
It's true.
doesn't have any kind of like consistency.
It's true. It's like a melted flan smacking someone. in the
Like when
face.
they do their absolute fucking best, it still looks like shit.
Speaking of which, dude, have you ever had flan before?
Like flan the pudding.
Yeah, like the weirdly
Yeah, I love
ritzy.
flan.
Yeah, I've had it for the first time because it was my birthday yesterday, and I
Oh,
went to
yeah.
this place called Brazilian Steakhouse, and
Yeah.
what it is essentially, I don't know if you've ever been there, but they
Isn't
just
this a really expensive place?
It was honestly like for essentially what I ate was 2 steaks for under like it was like $34 for 2 steaks, which in my
Oh,
opinion
that's
is
dope.
like a really good deal. I guess it seems
Oh,
intimidating.
I was thinking of like Boca de Beppo. It's like an expensive Brazilian place my parents love to go to because I actually lived in Brazil when I was younger, growing up.
Really?
Yeah, like
Also,
I-
what people say about this stage, I don't mean to interrupt you, but like how
That's cool.
good it feels to play it, it really does feel amazing. I love how
yeah,
this
it's
stage
just it's
feels.
great, and the music's like this floaty, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it's
boom,
like
boom,
if the
boom,
mech
boom, boom.
controlled like this, it would be so good. I would never complain. I'd be like, yeah, Sonic Adventure 2. I regard
Yeah,
as
zero
really
gravity is just fun. Like I've been playing Destiny 2, I was saying earlier, and I have a triple jump, so I can just jump off of something really high up. I'm about to make a hard impact with the ground, and I just double jump to like slow myself down, and then double jump again to like
Yeah, that's
stabilize.
really cool.
And it's just really like because you're in space and everyone jumps really high. It's just really fun to jump everywhere.
Yeah.
That's why they eventually brought it to Borderlands. More so than before, I think, because like in Borderlands, that shitty Canadian like side game or whatever.
Thank
that had all
you.
the social justice jokes.
Thank you, Pretty Odd Queen. I would have announced that it was my birthday like
That's
yesterday.
my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend who typed that from 2 feet behind me.
Oh, thank you. I would have announced that it was my birthday on Twitter like yesterday, but I always feel like self-conscious being like, hey.
I know what you mean. I'm that guy who'd rather kind of just.
I would
let it
rather
pass.
just, if people discover and just be like, oh, okay. Someone, the only tweet I got though, that was my birthday on Twitter, was this like thing that's like famous people thing. It's like, hey, famous person, it's your birthday. And I'm like, I don't want to retweet this or I'll look like a sad person. But at the same time, I was just like, yeah, I'll just let it go. Because I had a really good birthday. I ate a bunch of steak, like went into a food coma, and then I woke up and drank a bunch of alcohol.
Yeah, like I'm
Perfect.
kind of like that. I'm one of those people that
I like to post to social media, but I also like to distinguish like where the overlap is. Like I like to keep my real life and my online life kind of different
Yeah.
in terms of just how I act. Because I'm a very serious, very analytical, kind of angry person sometimes. But online, you know, you gotta be all lighthearted and fun. But it's like I have a lot of darkness in me. So it's like I usually don't want to talk to people or have them like watch me doing anything. I really like my solitude.
Every time I think of darkness, I just think of all hail shadow, heroes rise again, little ray.
Wait.
That song.
Oh, you like the like his song? You mean?
Yeah, I fucking love all hail shadow.
It was. I don't think I remember All Hail Shadow.
All hail shadow.
Which game was that in?
Shadow the Hedgehog.
That's why. Because I never beat that game completely.
The fucking game stinks. Nobody gives a heck. You know why it
I had a-
stinks?
Dude, I had a friend in high school who was so excited for it. He pre-ordered it. He went to the midnight release and everything.
Wow.
And then, like it came out, and he was like,
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's got its flaws. It's not, you know, it's not perfect, but it's like, okay, it sucks. He was so defeated.
I feel so bad because I wanted to like it because it was like
Yeah, me
it was
too.
basically like Sonic Hero. I was really into like the Sonic Heroes at the time. I was like, man, this is dope. It plays like Sonic Heroes. No, the acceleration is turned up to like fucking 30, and
you slide all around.
yeah, you slide all around and you have to shoot to fucking kill anything.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I mean, the shooting works good, but I don't like the fact that I actually have to shoot. That sucks.
I've tried multiple times in the first level to go dark, and there's always one fucking soldier I can't find.
Yeah, I didn't like
Why?
that either. Like, oh, to be dark, you have to kill all the soldiers. Oh, to be dark, you have to kill all the soldiers. Oh, what do you have to do to be dark? Oh, kill all the soldiers? All right, got you. Shoot down the ship. Doesn't work. It glitches. Kill all the soldiers. Okay, this is fun. Let's do it 10 times.
Yeah. Like, I really like how the cutscenes looked in that game. They were cool. But
Fucking God, I'm like sucking wiener and a half.
is that a homophobic comment, Corey? Dude, I was.
Yeah, it's true. I think it was.
So like I was you know how dumb the argument is that like white people are keeping other people out of games. It's like no one's stopping you. You can buy a game and be part of that community, you know?
Yeah, no one's. That's dumb. Yeah.
Like I get the idea of like the inference of like if you know you're kind of hostile to someone and even like a passive way it might discourage them. Like I get that, but fucking get over it. No, I was gonna say that the thing that really irritates me is when people act like white people are actively trying to like stop people of color or women or whatever from playing games. It's like we don't give a shit.
Yeah, nobody
Sometimes I'll
fucking
just-
absolutely nobody cares. Like the thing is like with
Yeah.
it, like the whole thing with the debate of like the tropes of women, and it's like okay, your arguments are Grand Theft Auto and like easy things to cherry pick. It's like realistically, nobody gives a fuck that like
Yeah.
about this stuff. It's like I would honestly prefer to see more women in like games, like playing like as characters and like making, because like there's a lot of women have made good fucking music and they've
Yeah.
designed good games. It's not impervious to it. Like I know for one fact a lead person of the Uncharted series is a chick, and Uncharted is a great set of games. I mean, I didn't play the last one, but I really enjoyed 2 and some aspects of the ending of 3.
I just think it's like, you know, if a fucking guy is a good programmer and he's like, oh yeah, no, I program games, whatever, but he's really good and he did Last of Us or something, it's like, holy shit.
Yeah,
But then if you get
respect.
like a guy, even if it's still a guy, who makes a game, he's like, yes, I am the first Arabic American. I'm the first Arab American that's made a game of this caliber. If you don't like me or agree with my work, then you're racist. It's just, it's like, even if a guy did that, that'd be fucking obnoxious. So I don't know why
It
like
would
a
be
lot of
really
women have,
annoying,
like,
yeah.
call too much attention to themselves. Life in general is all about like being honest and humble and just not calling a lot of attention to yourself.
That's kind of the philosophy I try to follow. It's why I don't always show off my stuff. I expect people to find it on their own, but if they don't, I understand.
Yeah. And like, like honestly, you could have approached me like acting like you're, you know, head cheese of the internet.
But hey,
and I
who are
would've-
you?
I would have gone with it.
face chase?
But you just approached me like,
Oh.
hey man, like really respectful and nice.
Well, because I
And was-
respect you. I'm after hearing your Mania thing, I'm like, well, this dude's real. I like that. I mean, I liked your Sonic thing, but then when I heard you, 2 ways. I heard your Death Note thing. Like, I heard how you, like, work with, like, YMS. Not saying, like, I'm judging you based on how you interact with people, but I saw that you were easy to talk to, and I was like, I want to talk to him.
Yeah, like I guess I'm just like, if I'm not agreeable, I'm at least diplomatic.
Yeah.
If I disagree with someone, I don't usually like hold them to it and like, no, you need to defend that point you just made. It's just
I would
like,
hate
yeah,
that.
I can see why. Yeah.
Because everyone I know is just
But-
not like that I'm around.
There's some things that
24/7.
get really fucking heated about.
How's
but,
the
like,
game? I like it. I'm having fun. It's fun talking, because this is the thing I didn't want to play with myself. I wanted to talk with people who like Sonic so we can like converse. It's funny.
Just like a silly arcade game too, so it's like
It is.
you know.
I like Sonic Adventure too. I like.
it's a nice
I do.
background game.
I couldn't beat Sonic Adventure 1 because I still gotta do the Chow Garden, but I got every single emblem
No,
in Sonic
you
Adventure
don't
1.
have to do the Chow Garden in one. Or are you talking about like 100% achievements? Or
I was
something?
trying to get all the Steam achievements because I haven't done
Oh,
that
okay,
yet.
yeah. Dude, it's the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure 1 just fucking sucks ass. Because everything, like that guy yesterday was talking about it, everything is mapped to the act and jump or punch if your knuckles are all the same fucking button. So
No,
you're
Pablo.
going to inevitably abuse the shit out of your Chow without meaning to.
Pablo was talking about Nightmare Cops. It's fine. I'm working on bosses right now, so I can't like show it off on stream. But I might start working on something on stream soon, so you guys can see what I work on. But every time I work, I'm just super quiet, and nobody can even hear me, because I'm just keep to myself.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see it because just the way you pitched it, like how much have you told people? You only told me like one line, but
There's like some moderate gameplay, but there's just like more or less. The concept of the game is essentially like it's like Castle Crashers in a sense where, but it's
Yeah.
more like 2.5D, and it's more like more focused on combos, and like
Yeah.
instead of like in the old way, like you could just consistently juggle enemies over and over and over. In this one, you kind of have to deliberately chain them into a combo in order to juggle them, and there's like ways to do.
That
So
sounds
it's like
cool. Yeah, because I
deliberate
remember
combo
in
chaining.
Castle Crashes, you could just jump and do like the back and forth swiping, like.
Yeah,
normal
in this one
attack.
you have to like knock them into the air, which leads into like a combo chain, which if you knock them away, you can pull them back in for another combo. If you bounce them off the screen, you can also continue the combo chain. It's just like giving people the freedom to just have fun. Also, because I'm not someone who likes... I'm not... this maybe becomes like my Sonic side, is I don't like games that are slow. The characters have so much fucking mobility. Like they can dash, they can run super fast, they can do double jumps, they can do like dash jumps, they can do tons of shit.
You
'Cause
you want fluidity, and you want things that like work well, that can kind of be like, chained together quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, I
You-
want the speed.
You like speed and fluidity, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like Sonic. That's why, honestly, that's why I love Sonic, is because when it's
Yeah,
done
like a
right,
rush,
it's
you know?
fucking great.
Marble
Yeah.
Madness even.
Yeah,
Marble
like
Madness.
I hate that level, but if you get in a groove and like you're actually like speedrunning it, it's like really harrowing but fun.
Yeah.
Or were you talking about Marble
Yeah.
1 or Marble Garden?
I was talking about the one on 360. Like Marble Madness. I think it's called Marble Madness on 360, right?
Marble Madness? I thought
Am
you were
I
talking about
thinking of-
Marble
No, wait.
Garden in Sonic 1.
Super Marble. Whatever.
Oh, Monkey Ball!
No. I do fucking adore Monkey Ball.
I was about to say, I was like, yeah, Monkey Ball's dope. I didn't know what you were talking
You know,
about.
fuck
though.
Marble Blast. Let's talk about Monkey Ball.
I haven't played Monkey
just-
Ball in like, I want a new Monkey Ball game. Like the last one I played was on the Wii, and I didn't care.
It wasn't that good. Yeah, it was-
The only ones I even
it was
have
like a
any
phone
affinity
game
for.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to make a new one. That's Sega though. They get on that shit. We can take a break from Sonic. Just make a new Jet Set and Monkey Ball.
Dude, seriously, like fucking.
They're making a
Sega-
new IP, and from what I saw, the character design actually kind of reminds me of. The silhouettes look like something out of Jet Set.
Really? What's it
Yeah.
called? First time I've heard of it.
There's no name. It's just Sega_X. That's the name of it right now. It's a project name. They've only have
I'm gonna
silhouettes out.
aggressively fucking Google this.
There's a Sega Japanese tweet where it's like this account on Twitter that translates Japanese tweets. It's what I follow to like find out about Forces and also find out people. I also follow this dude who's working on Forces, I think, like translating it from Russian. And he gets like super insight information before we do, like 4 or 5 days before we get it. So I get like, I retweeted levels recently that were showed off, and what the fuck, Tails? Show you roll, dude. Hold on.
Someone said Gone was my name. Like it matters. Who you played in Monkey Ball.
I always liked I. You know, he's just.
I like
fun little
I.
monkey.
I also like the girl. What's her name? Pink one.
Mimi.
Mimi.
Yeah, Mimi, Bon Baby, and I.
The baby was like.
And then later they have Yan and just like the girl. It's kind of. Yeah, I like Yan the most. And then there's like a doctor one, Professor.
Oh, I haven't done the pirate. I haven't done the pirate DLC for. I've needed to do that, but I wanted to play a Sonic game.
Is Shantae actually like a pretty good game, or is it mostly just because she's?
It's a bit of column A and column B. She's
Yeah,
hot, but the games are very like basic, and it's the only time you want to actually experience the game. I recommend if you want to play the new one, Shantae's Half Genie Hero. Play it on hard mode, because I think that's where the game should have been, because it's too fucking easy on normal. But when you play it on
it's
hard
like-
mode,
like-
it's an
it's
actual
like Kirby,
challenge.
It's like Kirby's epic yarn level of like so easy it makes me fall asleep.
Yeah, it's too easy. And there's a point where you can just get upgrades where it's almost like you're yawning at that point. It's just too
Yeah.
easy.
Like I can play 2 levels of Kirby's epic yarn before I have to fucking pass out.
The only thing I really like about Kirby's Epic Yarn is it's adorable. Oh, there's 2 things, and the soundtrack is pretty fucking good.
Oh yeah, the music's great, the aesthetic's really good. I like
But
all the
it's
sound
really,
effects. Like,
really
I'm-
dull as far as like
I'm a
gameplay goes.
yeah, absolutely. I'm a sucker when it comes to UI sound effects. Like I love all the old PlayStation 1, like where everything sounded kind of like an electric bird chirping when you choose something.
That's why I like Sonic has like the sounds of like grabbing rings in like the old games, and just like how can you make a sound that's not obnoxious when you have to collect
Does it
all the
ever
time?
fuck with you when you go to like a quick stop and they ring your credit card and you hear the
It's like,
Sonic ring
"Ching!"
sound?
You're just like,
Yeah, and I always look at them and I go, oh, it's, I don't always, like the first few times I went, oh, it's the fucking Sonic ring. And they just look at me like, dude, it's probably some stock sound effect from the fucking website from the 90s.
probably they've just been like using the same sound effect over and over.
Yeah,
and
it's
over.
known as the Sonic thing now, but Shadow has so many great expressions in this scene.
He does. He's
Sometimes
got-
he looks so stupid. Like,
I'm really like I like Shadow. I know it's like he's
Yeah.
an edgelord, but I did
love
like
Shadow,
Shadow. Yeah, he was great. I just think
everyone
like
likes to shit on him now, but
I just think he
when I
was-
was a kid, I unironically thought he was really cool.
I thought his just story was really convoluted as I got older. I wanted to like him, but they kept fucking it up with every game, and I'm like, what is his story? Like I don't even know his story. I get like ideas, I kind of know, but it's just like
I
you
think
told
they
me what it was.
intentionally left a lot of it blank like that, just so that you could kind of fill in the blanks. And his whole thing was just he's cool and he's like sad about shit.
Yeah,
They knew that
he
that
was like the
like,
only
marketable.
character that showed emotion besides fucking like what like where all the characters are one note. I always thought Shadow had a lot to him. I know it's funny to call him edgy because that's funny, but realistically, I think Shadow's a good character. I just hate how he's one note now. Like, Forces doesn't really impress me much. It just looks like he's going back to like, and I hate his voice actor now. I already talked about that, but I like his Sonic Adventure voice actor. I thought he was fucking perfect, and I think
Yeah, no.
Jason Griffith, I think, did the Shadow one for like later things, and I think he was okay, but I think his adventure was perfect because he didn't sound like.
Have you seen that interview?
I'm
with
Shadow.
someone- Yeah.
No.
Also, have you seen the interview with the guy who voiced Sonic in Adventure? And it was
Ryan Drummond.
Yeah, Ryan Drummond.
Is it Drummond or Drummond? Is it Drummond? Like drum or Drummond? Like the Drew and Carey show. Chase. Oh, I think Chase might have like dropped. 1 second.
You can just tell I'm coming. Oh wait, I'm back now.
All right, yeah. Did something happen?
Yeah, my fucking Wi-Fi little USB thing started glitching up, so I just plugged it back in, unplugged it, plugged it back in. It was fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
What were we talking
But,
about?
sorry about that.
Is it Drummond or Drummond?
I always called it Drummond.
That's
I think
probably
that's
what
I
it
said
is. If it's like
If you look at his website, like where he has a website where he like sells himself and he does like it's like a circus setting and you talk to people. It's like, mommy, I want popcorn. This guy's just like, kid, you want some popcorn? It's just like a kind of subtle way of him like trying to show off his range.
Oh, really?
Like an interactive demo reel, but it's like an old fucking. It's like Newgrounds, like Flash animation kind of quality. You can tell he probably paid someone a lot for it. Yeah. And it's really, really dated. Like I tried to email him, asking if he wanted to do an interview and get back to me.
I'm still really like really upset with what happened with like I forget what game it was, but I think it was Generations where like they were looking for a voice actor, or maybe it was before, maybe it was Lost World, I forget, but Ryan Drummond said he would do the Sonic voice. I think this was before Retro Critics Mix, so it was probably Colors. And he was like, he would do the Sonic voice, and they like said okay, and they were like just disrespectfully saying like, oh well, we can't pay you, you can do it for free. It's just like, how could you say that to someone who is like so like enjoyed by the community? You're just gonna be like assholes. I know there's probably like, I don't think it was like they really understood because like maybe they just don't understand. Like I understand Sonic is like a American icon a lot of the time.
Honestly,
like
it's
Japanese
the same
people
reason,
like Sonic.
one of the reasons why it kind of stopped with voiceover is because you realize that people are higher up. Also people in the chat are saying that the video's been skipping for them again, and I've been seeing it's been skipping a little bit too. So maybe if you wanted to finish up this stage and then like,
exit and then like do it again, yeah, good idea.
Yeah. Because you
Sorry,
fixed
guys.
it before, so.
Yeah, I think it's because they closed the window. I had 2 windows open at one point and it fucked everything up. But yeah, I'll beat this level and then I'll do it. That's fine.
But yeah, everyone else is saying sound looks good, so it's fine. One of the things that really got me out of the voiceover world was, you see like an anime that you really like, and you get a feel for the characters and how they sound and what they're like. And then it comes to be dubbed, and you're like, all right, they should sound like this. You have it in your mind. You're like, this character has this range, and they sound like this.
Yeah, you know what that... go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like you can imagine generally what it would sound like in English if you could make like a perfect fucking copy. Like just make that voice actor learn English or something. But then you'll see the dub and you're like, how the fuck was this even a good decision? Like you'll have not Jennifer Hale, but Jennifer Hale, the one that does FemShep and Mass Effect.
Oh yeah.
And she they have her voice like Kanata from Lucky Star, like the blue-haired main character.
Yeah.
But you're like almost a grandma now, so it's like, why is that a good call? And then you realize they don't really care about. I mean, of course they care to some degree about making it like a faithful adaptation.
Yeah.
But at the other point, they just want to work with people that they trust, that they're friends with, that they know are like a reliable worker. And like, it's not a bad thing in and of itself, but it's one of those things where you're like, oh, that's right, nepotism. That's why
it exists.
Everything's fucking shitty.
It's very true. Sorry.
It's really common.
I was gonna say like okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close and then I'll just keep this because I have this in my mind. The fact that you brought up the anime dubs, I was gonna ask you like, what do you feel like? What do you like more, like dubs or subs? And I'm pretty sure I know your answer, but I wanted to pick your mind.
I'm always a subs guy.
Yeah, I wanted to pick your mind over it.
There are some exceptions where the dub is really good. Like I will not watch Fooly Cooly subtitled. I have to watch it dubbed because the dub's really good.
Yeah, like hold on. Let me like exit and then like.
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, what I wanted to talk to you. Oh God, I gotta watch this cutscene. I might have to fight this boss with like this lag. I'm sorry, you guys.
It's pretty watchable, honestly. It just kind of drops frames here and there.
I don't know why. I don't understand like why stream does this sometimes. But basically, have you first of all, what do you think of One Punch Man?
Kind of genius.
Yeah. Okay. So we're on the same page.
I love that every episode hinges on, oh no, Saitama isn't here. We have to stall until he gets here, and then it's like all these other characters having trouble, and he shows up and just over. Like it's fucking hysterical.
It's an anime that's about like the secondary characters, and like you already know what's gonna happen. So it's kind of like the humor of the fact is like what happens when somebody pretty much has nothing to do. It's just like a guy who's bored.
Should have called it One Trick Pony. Like,
see, that's the thing. Like people get so mad over like One Punch Man, but it's like, do you really not get the joke? Like you don't understand that it's the fact that like you already know what's gonna happen. You get the humor from like that's the humor, that's the joke. It's like you get it from the other characters. You understand like but what I was gonna say is the dub for One Punch Man is fucking abysmal. I don't care what anybody says. It is horrendous. It literally, it's some of the worst casting people. Like the guy who voices God, fucking, oh my god, I just jumped off the cliff. The robot. I forget his name. I haven't watched One Punch Man in a while. I need to like watch it because I need to get ready for season 2 because it's just like getting started.
Fucking Genis.
Yeah, Genis. Yeah. It's terrible. It's a lot like like people defend it. I don't really like it, but it's a lot like the I don't like the English dub of Panty and Stocking because there's this thing that I respect with like Japanese people is I find it really cute and charming when Japanese girls try to be inappropriate and like say like really dirty things.
Yeah, but then when American women do it, it's just kind of gross.
It just comes off as bratty and slutty. And you're just like, yeah, it's not cute. Used to it.
But then again, like when I look at the art style, and I know it's by Gainax and everything.
Yeah, no, it was built on the concept of like American cartoons, and I get that. But
yeah.
But we're used to the Japanese sound of them. Like when I want to hear like fucking bratty girls and bad pornos, that's what it sounds like. Like bad hentais. Fucking Bible Black character.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Stocking's really the best. Then again, I like goth girls, so I have a mild bias. But
yeah, that's my opinion. Like for the most part, I like subs.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's
more
weird.
Faithful, and you get it faster, and you feel there's less fucking tampering with all the American dubbing companies that are censoring things and shit too. You know.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0, perchance?
Seen what?
Were you ever a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! Growing up?
No, I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh!
So, what happened was the creator, Kazuki Takahashi, he was just a manga artist, right? And he just had a series called Yu-Gi-Oh!, which, you know, King of Games. Mm-hmm. And it's about this kid who has this, like, demon that's possessed him when he solved the Millennium Puzzle. So the anime got that right. What they don't really touch on too much is that in the fucking actual show, like Yami Yugi, like his dark side will come out. And
yeah, I know that. I know he has like two like he has like an alter ego.
In the anime, he pretty much just comes out and defeats them, and they're like, "Oh, I'm evil and I'm in the error of my ways. Fuck me, sucks." But in the manga, he literally traps them in their own like a nightmare inside of their own mind, and they go insane, and they need to be like fucking put into like one of those big like padded rooms. Like he literally fucking ruins them, and it's really dark because there's this scene that they allude to in the anime where it's like, oh, remember way back in our past this thing happened? They just kind of animated it and like put it in there like whatever. But there's this scene it's called Season 0 because it was never brought to America.
That's 375 Sneak just said I like Season 0.
Oh wait a minute. Oh okay. I thought I was like scrolled up. Yeah, Season 0 is really great. Like one of the things that really makes me respect it is there's this scene where like there's this whole thing with Burger World where Taya in the English version The only girl in the fucking show.
Yeah.
She gets a job working at this burger place, and she tells everyone like, "Hey, don't fucking tell anyone because I could get expelled." Like the school she goes to, it's like not allowed to have a job and work and go to school at the same time for some reason, whatever.
Very
So
progressive.
she's like, yeah, and so. Like, actually, did you know that in Japan, like, it's entirely expected of women in, like, office, like, corporate environments to, like, hold the door for men and give them coffee and all this other shit? Like, it's totally backwards to hear.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, like, everyone here has been, like, fed with silver spoons, and they have nothing to worry about because they didn't grow up with any hardships. There,
That's
like,
why whenever
there's
people talk
hardships
about, like,
every other fucking day.
That's why whenever people talk about oppression or whatever, I just laugh. It's like, oh yeah, what, you couldn't get your fucking MacBook charger in time? But anyway, it's like get off the fucking cross, dude. But so season 0, there was this scene where like, this guy like ends up robbing the burger world that Taya's working at, and right at that same time, like Joey and Tristan and Yugi, like the main 3 guys, were like just hanging out getting burgers, and she's like comes up and she's like, "Oh, hello sir, welcome to Burger World. Would you like to try some of our signature ketchup?" And she fucking just like shits it all over the burger, and she spells out, "Tell and you die. Like, I'll fucking kill you. You better keep this to yourself." And then this like dude comes in and robs the place by gunpoint. For anyone who's new, because I know we got a lot of people, I'm talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0, and why it was like, why no one talks about it or knows about it. But like, he comes in, he has gunpoint, he has a fucking handgun, and he's like, he escaped from prison for like fucking murdering a bunch of people. So he's like genuinely a threat, and he just like has Taya, like he blindfolds her, and he's just like, yeah, they say that if you blindfold your victim, then they'll be too terrified to act or move, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, like you get really like twisted with it.
Jesus.
And then like he and Yugi play this like shadow game where they can only use one finger to do something, and the guy's like, well, I'll just use my index finger to shoot you with this gun, and then Yugi's just like, oh, well, I'll go ahead and use my thumb, and the guy's like, whatever, I don't give a shit. He starts pouring vodka, and Yugi just pulls out a lighter and flicks it with his thumb and just places it on the guy's palm, and like it goes against the rules. It goes against the rules if he like moves any of his limbs or whatever. It worked in the show. And then he's like, oh, fucking, what are you gonna do? Whatever, lighter. And he looks down, he realizes that the vodka he's been pouring, he can't move his hand because the lighter's on top of his palm, on the back of his wrist. And then he looks and he realizes that there's vodka fucking coated the whole table. And then like he tries to like fucking reach for his gun and shoot him, but like the lighter falls and lights the whole thing on fire. And he's like, ah! And he's like literally on fire. But then it cuts to show that he's actually just gone insane, and that's just in his own mind.
Oh my god.
But like that's still really dark.
That's cool.
And
what if that
moreover,
was Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah. Moreover, there's this scene where like, word got out that Taya worked at Burger World. This guy's like left a message in her locker, and he's like, hey, you better come to this warehouse after school, or else I'm gonna tell everyone that you have a job and that you're gonna get expelled. And then she goes to the warehouse and finds the guy. He like fucking rushes her, starts like wrestling with her, and then like slams her to the ground up against like a locker, and she goes unconscious. And he just walks over her like, he's got a camera, and he starts focusing on her panties, like on her skirt. And it's like, Jesus, like you didn't expect that shit. Yeah, like it's
That's
not.
awesome.
When they brought it to America, Yu-Gi-Oh was like really tame.
Yeah, I didn't know this at all.
There's all this shit where like they had scenes in the show where guards came into Kaiba's office and pointed guns in. They're like, you're gonna have to come with us. And in the 4Kids version, they come in and they're pointing their fingers at him like, you come with us. Like,
Yeah,
it
4Kids.
so bad.
4Kids is fucking ruthless with their censorship. They eventually got their comeuppance where like they tried to like embezzle the Yu-Gi-Oh cartoon and like the Pokemon cartoon and like off the fucking like cuff like sell the rights, and then like what is it, the people who owned it were like, hey, what the fuck are you doing, and like sued them, and they lost all rights to like dubs and shit. And then they
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then they tried to like sell their shitty like hats at like football games. They tried to sell these bullshit hat warmer things at like baseball games for like $40, and nobody bought them. So now they're nothing anymore. They're like bankrupt.
Wait,
That's why you
4Kids
don't
is like done?
Yeah, that's why
It's
it's
so
gone.
funny. I didn't know that.
They tried to embezzle Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh to other fucking places for money. They tried to like launder it basically, so they keep making, because it was like the most profitable thing, like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon especially.
Yeah. By the way, still more or less the same amount of frame drops, but it's going for a pretty long time without dropping much.
Okay. Because I haven't
think
stopped
it's
it. I
more than
realized
it's
it.
more than tolerable. So I don't think you're.
All right.
should be-
Because I can like see like how it looks. Also, I'm trying to like fucking get like the minimum like 70 rings or 50 rings.
Yeah. And also, I'm still looking at chat. Akinator said Corey/Chase. What did you guys think of Sonic X? If you watched it, terrible.
Huh?
He said, "What do you guys think of Sonic X if you watched it?" And I just immediately fired back with terrible.
Oh yeah, Sonic X was abysmal. Fucking
Mostly
hated
just
it.
because of what's his name, Chris.
Yeah, Chris Faggot Thorndike.
Chris
Fucking
Turner or whatever.
Sora, Beta Sora, whatever his
Beta
fucking
Sora.
name is. That's what he fucking
Basically
is.
what he is.
Just like a total
He really
bitch.
did just look like Sora. He like had the same kind of face or hair.
Yeah,
or
and he
whatever.
was just like a fucking loser. Like, why do I care about an 8-year-old kid? Like, Sonic is the focus.
Dude.
I don't give a shit.
Have you seen Ghost Stories, the anime at all?
Yes, I did. I watched with my friend. It's the
So
funniest
good.
fucking dub.
Because
I
you
know
the
you've
backstory,
probably
right? They're
seen
just
like,
they're like, we know this is terrible, just sell it. Do whatever you can to make sure this show will sell.
and they're like,
And
are
so
you
they just-
sure?
they're like, all right.
I've always wanted to do
They're
that.
talking really fast, and they
If I,
just speed up the lines.
if I made a bunch of money, I want to buy the rights to an anime and then do that. Like, I want to buy.
Yeah.
If I made a ton of money, this is my wish. Like everyone, Chris wants to build a space mansion. I want to buy the rights to an anime and dub it horribly. Like they did with, like, not really horribly, but like bastardize it.
Dude, do you want to like collaborate on like a Ghost Story review or something?
Ghost Story? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd have
Ghost
to watch
Story
it
is like
again. It's
the-
been a while.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Golden Boy?
I've heard of it. Isn't it like a classic kind of like perverted?
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. You gotta watch Golden Boy. I'd reckon that's another one of those things that's like the English dubbers just had fun with it. It was like a pervy anime to begin with. They're just like, let's just turn the perv to 11 and have like the goofiest main character's voice. Just like
Yeah.
really silly. That's what you want. Also, I don't know how you feel about this. This is always something I have a debate with people about because they're always just like, ooh, really? Back in the day, I was a really big fan of Inuyasha. Because
I watched it all the
loved
time.
the demonology. Like, I thought the demons were the coolest fucking thing ever. Everyone was always complaining about the love triangle, and I'm like, there's like cool demons in every single
I
episode.
like the
Why-
music. The music was really fucking good, especially like
Yeah.
the opening and ending. Bokutachi wa ikinu
Yeah, they have
tori.
really good fucking music.
Like, I memorized that shit when I was 11. Like, that was so. And like, yeah, now it's like all cringy, but back in the day, it's like you couldn't deny someone like this nostalgic fucking,
No, yeah.
you know, bunch of these old cartoons, and it's like even if it was shit, you're just like, I really like the art. I like when Inuyasha becomes human and he has the black hair. He's so handsome, you know.
Inuyasha, like, it does have like a gay love triangle to it. I understand that.
With like Miroku or Naraku or whatever.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna exit game and then close this because there is some crazy lag going on now. What the fuck?
That's weird.
Give me
Even if
one
it was
second,
just a
you
black
guys.
screen.
Fucking-
Fluffykin says Chris tells Sonic to turn himself into the police in one episode of Sonic X.
God, what a faggot! And then like when they finally get into space with like what's her name, the fucking Cosmo or whatever, with the what are they called? The fucking I used to remember the term for like the enemies of the Cosmians or whatever the fuck they're called. The Metarex. Oh my god, I remember it. The fucking Metarex.
Metarex?
Yeah, that's
Is
what
that
they.
just from X?
That was from Sonic X. They're called the Metarex. That's what the Cosmo was after. They were like trying to destroy their shitty plant world, and the Sonic was So, I actually did watch Sonic X. I hated it. I watched it all the way to the
I
end.
just saw it like on Saturday morning sometimes, and I was like, "This is fucking gay."
You want to know something funny though? I was making a porn comic with Rouge and Topaz. Something I haven't finished. I need to do it. It gets super raunchy and taboo, but like in general though, like there's some really strange like Topaz, you can tell she's totally a dyke and she's like in love with Rouge at some points, and I was like, I totally ran with that in the
But
comic.
is Topaz the little fairy from Shuffle?
No, she's the blonde policewoman from Sonic X who always hung out with Rouge.
Right. Yeah.
She was like really good friends with Rouge. Really
By the
good
way,
friends with Rouge.
Do you know someone with the Twitter handle Fungasm? Their name's David.
Yes, I do.
Is he cool?
Yeah, he's cool. I've known
Okay,
him for
'cause
a while.
He followed me, and I was like, oh, he's an animator. And I feel like Corey probably.
He's
knows him.
another guy that I'm gonna talk Sonic with, like on like with this thing and shit. But though, like realistically, like I'd like to talk to you more and shit because this is fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Like fucking, It's definitely really fun, like having these talks.
Because
I'll definitely.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but
No, that's cool.
I
But
do like anime. Like I really do. I just don't remember what I see, and I don't remember
It's
what
kind
I
of hard
watch.
to like get back into it now, but I can always make like recommendations and I can ask my friends what they think. Because I'm kind of in that like normie group where I'm like, I used to be kind of elitist about anime, but then I stopped watching all relevant anime for about 10 years, and I just didn't care about anything that wasn't a video game. So,
Oh shit! Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
what's up?
I'm so sorry, Big Boogie. I had it on fucking black screen. Ooh. I was playing the game. Everyone was just like, "Hey, can we get some game going?" I'm like, "Oh shit, sorry. I usually mute my screen in case there's like porn that pops up on the screen."
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'll have like one of my porn folders just suddenly decide to pop up.
Yeah, that's what I have to be worried
and
about.
I'm like, don't fucking do that.
And then there
This
was,
is the title of what it is right on it. It's like, oh, that's good. Now we're gonna immediately tell at a glance. There's like this one like guy. He's like one of those Guidos, like, oh, what you fucking gay, you little fucking pussy, like one of those guys. He went on stream and he started to type something into the fucking search and immediately popped up fucking like shemale porn.
oh my god.
It was only on screen for about like a fucking like 20% of a second, and he just looked up at the camera like, I don't think anyone saw that. Like, immediately at that moment, I was like, I think I'm safe. I think I cleared that one.
But you remember.
Oh yeah.
The funny thing is, like, I collect porn, like, when I'm doing, like, porn art. I have, like, a huge folder. I actually do have a Shemale
There's
folder.
a lot of really great references out there. Like,
That's what I'm
artist.
saying. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, and it seems weird to say, but I have a huge folder that I gathered from ImageFap, which is just, like, real people showing off their bodies, essentially. So you don't get, like, fake porn garbage. You get, like, real people.
Pooh Man's asked, you name the folder what it is? Why? Well, because sometimes I'm in a mood for lesbians. Sometimes I'm in a mood for threesomes, you know.
Oh, yeah.
All depends.
Well, for
Sometimes
me,
you
it's
just,
like,
looking
I
for
call it,
thing.
like, if I have my Shemale folder, I have Shemale, I have cock, I have butt, I have both. Those are my titles for my fucking thing, because I need to use it for, like, foreshortening poses. Regardless, one time I was streaming, and a big Shemale picture popped up, because I was using it to do a porn commission. And I was just like, oh, oops. But I didn't really be like, oh, you didn't see that, because everyone was just kind of like, oh.
You know what I just
get it.
realized that's kind of fucked now that I think of it?
What?
I've jacked off to your work before, and now I'm talking to you.
Oh, really?
Like, I'm totally fucking,
That's flattering. 'Cause I see everything
Like, I
wrong
only
with
just
mine.
made the connection. Where I was like, oh, fuck, I like the one he did of Shantae or whatever.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, like,
more
you
of
make
it.
some really good shit, dude. I'll probably commission you for something at some point because I really like your work.
Thank you.
Whenever you open commissions up.
I don't do it enough. I want to get back into porn. I've kind of gotten that weird state where I've just been, dude, this has been the year of games. I've really gotten into video games this year. I've gotten so many games this year.
Yeah, they've been really good this year. This is like the opposite of 2006, which was like the fucking gaming crash of
it fucking
2000.
was horrible. It's a giant waste of time. But like this year, I've just been on it. I've wasted so much fucking money on games, and now it's like,
you know what though? Sometimes you need that cleanse. Sometimes you just need to get to this point where you hate yourself for not working, just so that you'll fucking jump out of bed. You know what
exactly. And I'm gonna
I mean?
get to that
It's
point.
good to just fucking get to that point sometimes where you really need to like get some kind of push. For me, it's like the existentialist dread starts to creep in, and I'm like, oh god, I need to do something. I need to earn a living. I'm gonna be fucking homeless if I don't do something.
Well, it's like when I'm working on the game, like people think like, oh, you're playing games. What'd you do today? I'm like, oh, I animated, and I passed out, and then I woke up, and now I'm talking to you.
Fluffykins pointed out, it's like having sex with you. Like, I think the idea of like jacking off to any of your porn. I think.
I've jerked off to tons of Shadman's art, so it's fine. Totally get it.
He makes actually really good stuff. I like how Shad does expressions more than anything. The way he does like eyebrows and shit is kind of tantalizing.
Yeah, he's very good at making things look seductive. But I need to get back into it because I've been meaning to. I have like a huge folder of sketches, and I used to do this thing where I would practice a porn sketch every day. And realistically, like if people want to learn how to draw, I always say this, but do porn. It really helps with like foreshortening and just learning poses in general.
Yeah, anatomy and everything.
Yeah, because you're forced to do a somewhat good job.
There's this one person, and they do art. Their name is like Sexy Streams or something on Pixiv. Sexy Sketches. And they do a lot of Yuri. It's usually pretty good. usually kind of taboo Yuri, which is alright too.
Yeah, I like.
But,
I don't like the touchy kissy stuff. I like the super hardcore stuff, personally.
Yeah, pretty much. Really, for me, it's just if a woman is a criminal, if a
Yes.
woman's just like doing something really bad,
Same.
either something really taboo, or if she's just like straight up like raping a dude, I'm just like, oh Jesus. Like, that, like for me, it's always been like whatever makes me look down my pants and go, dude, why? That's usually like, it's usually like the more shocking something is. I'm just like, I have a strange reaction to this.
I've been totally desensitized. I need hardcore
Oh,
shit. I can't help it. I'm totally at that point where I'm just like, yeah, I mean, fucking missionary, yawn. And everyone's just like,
Yeah.
Someone can ask me, they'd be like,
Oh, hold on just 1 second.
yeah, that's fine. Sorry guys, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sing. This is a good song. You probably never heard it before.
All right, sorry about that. What was I saying? Yeah, like for me, I usually just like when I was younger, I used to think that like an older woman or like a teacher with her student like
Yes.
making. I used to think that was hot because that was taboo, but now my taboos have gone so fucking like south. Like it's not even about what I'm morally okay with anymore. It's just about what is the most like unexpected. I mean, like I'm not scat or anything like that. Like,
Oh no, I understand. I'm kind of the same way, but I have a laundry list of things that I could totally get off to. Like my list.
like
just
I
goes
can make
on
an
and on and on.
exception. I can make an exception for dick girls depending on how it looks. Like if it's basically just a girl with a dick and there's no other traces of masculinity,
Mhm.
then like I can appreciate it, but it's definitely not my go-to. You know what I mean?
No, I totally get you. Excuse me, I didn't mean to belch.
That's cool.
But, like,
dude, you can burp whenever you want. I literally don't give a shit. Like I'm not gonna judge you.
I am very apologetic if I make any kind of like gassy noises, just because I was
I mean,
raised
that's
way.
that's a good trait to have, but I'm just letting you know that I don't give a shit.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking about dick girls right now. My my moral barometer is pretty low, but
But you said we were at a Christian stream not long ago. I think. I think you did, unless I'm like confused.
I had a what stream?
Christian?
Christian stream?
Yes.
Wait, I did?
Wait. No, never. I forget what I'm talking about.
Wait, do you mean
Corey-
Chris Chan?
Christian, like the beliefs of God. Corey, do you think the Sonic franchise is getting progressively worse or better? The franchise, I think it's a mix. I think, like, realistically, I think Sonic Team is being worked into a corner, and that kind
Yeah,
of
they're
pisses me
getting
off.
a lot of mixed messages.
Because, like I said, I follow the directors of, like, fucking Sonic Forces, and they think everyone loves the fucking game because all the comments in the comment section of the YouTube videos are like, "This is the best game ever," with like a million exclamation points. And they're like, "Oh, everyone loves our game," smiley face, and it's like,
Dude, you gotta like actively seek out criticism in those situations because it doesn't help your game ever if everyone's just supporting you.
that's what I'm saying, and that's like
Yeah.
that's the problem with them is like they're getting mixed messages, and the critics are gonna be pretty mean. But I think people will buy the game. I don't know. I don't know who I told this, but did you know that the Sega actually did an agreement with China to sell the game in China?
No.
Yeah, that's a first. To sell a fucking game in China, you know how Japan and China are.
Yeah, don't they fucking hate each other?
Yeah, they're doing a group thing to sell Sonic Forces in China.
They
So
they both feel like culturally the other is inferior and like a watered down version of the Asian culture or something.
exactly.
That's
But-
what one of my friends from Hong Kong told me anyway. I could be totally wrong.
well, it's essentially what it is, and then they're like, they're gonna sell Sonic to Chinese kids.
Dude, have you heard of the race Hmong? HMONG?
No, what's that?
So apparently there's this, and I got like a really biased angle from it. So if I'm talking out of my ass, I apologize. But my only reference was someone who's already very biased. But apparently there's like this group of like people called the Hmong, and my friend basically just said that like there was like this group of people back when China was like still being like structured and founded and everything, who just they like got driven out of China. And then they just started like living in trees or some shit.
Yeah.
And like, I'm sure that's very incomplete. I'm sure they have a rich cultural history or whatever. But like,
I was in an Asian studies class. I was one of 2 white people in that class. There were like 30 other people. Everyone else was like Asian in some
Oh,
way.
Japan hates Korea more than China.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. But Japan is like really fucking xenophobic, like hardcore.
Dude, super xenophobic.
Yeah. Like, but the thing is disarming. They're very polite. You'll never hear them.
incredibly
You'll
polite.
never hear them be honest with you about it.
Well, that's what I'm
They'll never
saying.
tell
Like
you.
with the people, the directors of forces. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell, but they're like super nicest.
Please keep yelling. It's hilarious.
They're the nicest sounding people, and I feel so bad when people are just like, "This looks like shit." And they're just like, "I'm glad everybody likes it." I'm just like, God.
Dude, when you see like a naive old like a Japanese person who's just doing their job and just wants to make people happy, you feel like protecting them like they're your adoptive grandfather or something.
That's what
It's
I
like,
feel like.
He's a fucking saint.
It's like, stop being mean to Sean Nakamura. Like, you fucking assholes. He's trying to do a good job on his game. It's not his fault
Yeah.
that, like,
And it's
you know,
like,
misguided.
yeah, I get why people rail so hard on games journalists, but I also get why games journalists hate their fucking audience
Mm-hmm.
because it's lucrative, but it's not easy. You know what I mean?
No,
like
it's not.
gamers, like especially
Oh my
self-proclaimed.
God! It just went through the
hard.
fucking floor. What the fuck? Okay.
I gotta wait to catch up with this now.
If I was DSP, I'd be like, fucking glitchy ass game.
Oh, fucking whatever, I'm pressing buttons.
Yo, I was dodging. That's my DSP laugh. Fucking screwed
I
it
think
up.
that's something like his laugh.
Yeah,
I was
he's
actually
like-
listening to like,
that's
this, like,
exactly
Don't
what
Play
he's
Dead
like.
Rising.
He's like, wow. Like his
Wow.
fucking Joker
Fucking-
laugh.
He's just the saltiest person on the fucking earth.
I was watching him play ARMS today, and I was just so disappointed in how fucking deluded he is, and how like he's just like, wow, this game's cheating. It's like, yeah, I'm sure the game is cheating. A game made for kids and adults is cheating.
Actually, from what I've heard, he's kind of on the point in the sense that the single player AI is like really unfair because they don't have to use motion controls. They can just input directly, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's true, but at the same
a
time,
little
it's
rigged.
like
It's not impossible. It's just a little rigged.
he could like just stop complaining for a second and pay attention instead of always complaining. Like he's saying stuff like, I do an input and they counter. It's like, well, then counter their input. It's like, that's the point of these games. It's like, you know, you kind of got to work with what you're built with. You can't just complain the
Yeah.
whole time. You'd be like, if he was like, okay, all right, I counter his input and then he does this. Now I know how to counter that. And he actually pay attention. He's just too much of an airhead who doesn't pay attention to rules or anything. He just freaks out. He gets
See,
too
I was actually
angry.
describing it because Cammy was watching me watch him, and she was like, "How can you fucking stand this guy?" And I just said, for me,
It's fascinating.
it's just like a really fascinating psychological sort of foray.
Have you seen him play
into
this fucking level?
No, but I started watching him play Sonic Adventure.
You should watch him play Sonic Adventure 2.
It's like I was telling her to watch Darkside Phil play anything and not do well. When he
Oh.
doesn't do well, the game is broken. The game didn't make its rules clear. The game
Oh,
glitched
yeah.
or bugged out or cheated. But when he wins, it's because it's easy or because he cheesed the mechanics or
That's
something.
always his fucking. You're right. That's all he ever fucking
And it's-
says.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. Like, you get the feeling that he's a very fragile person. Like, he's such a volatile person that there's like nothing. There's nothing that happens that's ever his fault. Ever. It's never his fault.
No, it's
And
the
that's
game's
that. I
fault.
think is the most telling thing about him is he will never be wrong by his own standards. Like,
Yeah.
he's-
I think the
it's-
only
it's
game.
surreal.
The only game he was apologetic towards, and I'm not even joking, was Duke Nukem Forever. He thought Duke Nukem Forever was rough, but it was a good game. Duke Nukem Forever. He thought that was like a game that.
Was that the one that Gearbox did?
Yeah, that was the one that everybody
Jesus.
fucking universally panned, and he thought it was great.
Dude, the moment I saw Duke Nukem gameplay, knowing it was by the dudes that made Borderlands, I just immediately said, "This has no charm.
Oh
this
my
has
God,
nothing
yeah.
to it."
I
I
mean,
need to play it.
dude, like those guys are fucking a lost cause. Wait, how the fuck do I get to the secret path for where the thing is? You know, like the it's up here. Doi.
This level
No!
is a bit of a clusterfuck.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
I don't
scream.
know. I'm behind. Cammy just went, "Did he die?" And I said, "I don't know. I'm behind on the."
I died, yeah.
Whenever you get really fucking mad, it's really funny to me, though.
It's okay. You know from experience of what real. It's real.
Yeah. Let's see where you died here.
I just fucked up. I overshot it. That was my fault though. See, I accept it. That was my fault.
Oh, I see now. That wasn't your fault. That was just because the fucking the collision detection in Sonic Adventure is so botched. Like it's really not perfect at all. It's one of those things where if you
Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, they're playable games. They're perfectly playable. But there are certain rules that you don't fuck with if you want to have a seamless experience. For example, in Sonic Adventure 1, don't stand on any floors at a slight angle, like with a tilt.
Oh,
that's asking to bug out. You know what I mean? Unless you want to get speed, in which case, like spin dash off of it, it'll give you air.
Wait, but if I exit, will I have the move? Or do I have to beat the level?
I think you have to beat the level. I wouldn't risk it.
Okay, I'll just beat the level.
But dude, I was talking to my buddy who was streaming. Cliff. I was talking to Cliff who was streaming Sonic Adventure 2 at some point, and I told him I would fucking love to have like a Sonic Adventure 2 mod where I can like battle race against my friends online.
That would be sick.
I'd love that.
It may exist. I don't know.
I should probably be looking at the chat.
Why?
Said, I love saying this when people bring up Duke Nukem Forever.
Oh, thank you, Nautica Boy. I appreciate it. Corey, hey Corey, another thing. What game do you enjoy despite bad recipient? What did I say?
Critical reception, yeah.
Critical reception. And what genre? Like, give me a... Because I play, again, like I know a lot about Sonic. So it's like, for me, Sonic is probably the game where it gets a lot of bad rap. Oh, Lost World. Easily Lost World. And you know why? Do you know why Lost World? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but...
No, that's cool.
There's a trick you can do in Lost World where you can retain your spin dash and go full speed through a level if you don't break doing a double jump, and it makes it 100 times more fun because at that point it feels like you're doing an actual fast Sonic game. And you can do like special jump tricks doing like the spin dash thing, and since you're already spin dashing, it's like you're always running in full speed. And
are you familiar with Gregzilla?
Yes, I am.
He's a fucking really good friend. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great animator too.
Yeah, he's super cool too. He's like if a hippie decided to like pick up a tablet. Like he's just so like lovable. But anyway, did you see his review of Sonic Lost Worlds?
No, I didn't.
He does a series called Kinda Reviews where he just kind of reviews something, but like not entirely seriously. Like he'll still kind of like meme around.
Yeah.
And you might see that really weird picture of like a fat Knuckles.
Oh yeah, where he sings like "I don't want to set the world on fire."
Yeah. Originally, he did that animation just for one line, which was just Knuckles saying in Adventure, "Oh no."
I love that line.
Visual to it, and it was funny.
That line's
but then
funny.
people, he was posting on Twitter like, "I really wish people would fucking like my other videos as much as they like that one." And they told him like.
That's unfortunate. Like the dumb fucking meme videos always get more.
Everyone's
attention.
just retarded nowadays. Like everything has to be like boiled down to a meme for people to digest it and have it travel across the internet.
Or be like something out that's popular or like a theme.
I want to do like a video on the anatomy of a meme where I just break down like the psychological implications of memes and like how they got to the point that they did. Like I think that'd be really ambitious, but I hope I do it justice.
You would, I think.
Oh. It's such a glowing endorsement. Thank you.
I think you would. Did I say it like bad? I don't know. I said it. Like,
no, you just
like a little baby face. Like... I said it like fucking what's his name? The guy from The Room.
Tommy Wiseau.
Yeah, I say like Tommy Wiseau. Like, oh, you do good. You're fine.
I think you do a good job of it.
Oh, the baby
no,
face.
It was just you were so sincere about it. Like it made me melt a little bit.
No, I really do. I think because you're funny and your delivery is great. Like perfect. If anyone doesn't know, you should check out Chaseface's like he does Animus and he did his Sonic series, which really like caught him like he got popular.
I'm doing more Animus lately, and I kind of switched off of the Sonic What Happened series to focus on Pokemon because Sonic fans are really really rabid, pushy people.
They're also vapid. Like they're also like very one-sided. Like if a game's hated, you can't defend it, or people would just get mad.
Here's a great example of that. I was gonna say I'm not really doing Sonic these days. I'm kind of trying to focus on finishing up my Pokemon series because I feel like that's something that'll be a lot more relevant, more like beyond just Mania. Because Mania is probably the highest this game's gonna be in the next 10 years.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry, but it's true.
All the other games are gonna like
this. Until Mania 2 comes out, and then it fucking trumps Mania 1.
I don't know, maybe, but I'm sure a lot of people will be talking about
Gaijin Gamer? Oh shit, dude.
my fucking my friends Gecko Ninja and Alachi Ocarina. They're with Gaijin Goomba. They're
Yeah.
kind of like his Let's Play channel, and they do streams. It's kind of like a community thing. And I guess they must have said, "Hey, everyone, go raid this stream." So now you have 118 people here.
Thank you guys.
Pretty good. Yeah.
I
easy
just like I'm
people.
having fun, just like talking about shit.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
really
I got
talk.
distracted when I saw Alachi and Gex emoticons in the thing. That was funny. But yeah, my friend Gek actually really likes your work. He does. He did 5 Fucks at Freddy's or something like that. If you've heard about that, it was like a viral comic where it was just about like the security guy fucking all the FNAF.
Oh yeah, no, I did see it. It was on X Hentai once.
Yeah. He
Also,
that was like his big thing. But he's pretty good with porn, and he follows you and Shad like pretty crazily.
I
He's
apologize.
really
I've
good work.
been so lacking in like porn. I feel like that was kind of like where people followed me. For I used to just rant and then post porn. Like I'd be like fuck coffee and it's fucking cut like lids from fucking Dunkin', or I'd be like I cannot fucking stand when I go to a restaurant and get one napkin and I'll just post porn.
It's just like totally unrelated. By the way, here's some nice tits.
Yeah, usually. It's like stupid bullshit.
Yeah. It's just, like fucking whenever I see like hentai, it fills me full of this sense of happiness that I get if I were to play like what's the name of that one puzzle game that every other puzzle game was based off of? Puyo.
Puyo Puyo.
Like when you play Puyo Puyo and they're like Fureru and you get a combo, like there's all this like high energy crazy shit going on. And like whenever I see porn and the girls have these really happy expressions and doing the peace sign while they're getting fucked or whatever, I'm just like, this is magical.
Doing like a Hago?
What'd you say?
Doing like a Hago expressions?
Yeah, Ahegao, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Ahegao.
I don't know how to say the fucking word.
No, it's okay.
Like
It just
Lego
took me
my
back to when
Ahegao.
It just took me back to when I had a friend in like middle school, and there was a series called Hikaru no Go, like Hikaru the Go player or whatever, of Go as it would be translated. But he would call it Hikaru, and I was like, what a dumb fucking name.
Hikaru.
Like that. Hikaru. My name is Hikaru, so
Hello.
I'm here to help you with the
Hikaru. That's funny. So
Oh my god. How long have we been talking? This conversation's been awesome.
it's been like about I don't know, like maybe I think it's
A little over
probably
2
been
hours.
Well, we've also been talking like an hour and a half prior.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's
So you've
true. No,
probably
we've
been
been talking for about almost exactly 4 hours now.
Yeah, I'm not really tired either. I don't know if you are.
Yeah.
If you are, just tell me.
Not really. I might leave in like an hour, but
Yeah, that's fine. You
it's
need
going
to.
well, and like I'm really having fun just fleshing out these ideas with you, talking with the chat.
Oh my.
And I'm always happy to help with your chat too, because you're fucking playing.
It's fine. I'm mindlessly getting A ranks now. It's easy for me to talk when I'm just getting fucking A ranks.
Yeah. Power
Stomach.
slash Momiji said the last thing I've seen of yours was the Breakson thing.
Yeah, that's the last thing I did. I've been working on that Rouge and Topaz comic for like ever. I've been meaning to get back into just doing art and sketches. Because I have this, I basically made a folder full of, I have this thing, I'll tell you, I'll give you an idea of it. I have this big list of like 750 different fetishes, which range from like the really taboo ones. Because I'm willing to draw anything, even like scat, I don't really give a fuck. I'm not,
Yeah.
you know the kind of
hey,
person
man,
I am, I do
there's
not
so much
care.
money to be made. There's
So-
so much money to be made. Like there was this dude named like SFM Screwdriver or whatever, and he does like really like mind blowing fucking hentai, and I mean it deals with lolly, but
Yeah.
like it's so good. Like it literally looks like real people with the way that he like animates their limbs moving and the expressions on their face. It's literally the closest thing to art I've seen.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing. And he had a Patreon, and I saw that he was getting over like $1,000 a month, and I was just like, yeah, that sounds about right. People will pay you if you make like.
Oh, absolutely. You're gonna be set for life.
Especially if it's like furry shit, things that you can't do in the real world because they're literally not physically possible. Like people really like dish it out there. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the fact that Bad Dragon is still like doing so well is a really good indicator.
Primarily, like I do draw more furry stuff than I do human stuff, but I try to like mix it up.
You know, like I get why people have like averse reactions to like furry people.
Yeah, it's totally
a lot of them are
understandable.
kind of odd.
Because every time you see them, they're like walking around in fucking diapers and murring publicly, and you're just like, is this the image of the people? It's like
What
it's
is
like when you.
murring?
It's like as a.
Oh, like yeah, like trilling or whatever.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it's dragon's example. It's a dragon purr. I don't know why I know that.
That's
Don't ask
fucking
why I
gay.
know that. I'm a faggot. That's my reasoning.
No, like, yeah, you just see those people. There were those kids at my fucking high school, dude, that would wear the Naruto headbands and the little Renaissance Festival cattail belt things,
Good.
like foxtails. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I just did a DSP noise.
They were like the OG cringe. But like, yeah, like, so I don't really give a shit if someone's a furry. Like,
Yeah.
furries, I've noticed they're one of two things. They're either extremely perverted or extremely smart, or both.
Yeah, or they're
they're-
just doing it like because they enjoy doing furry art, but they're really not a part of the fandom. Or if they are, they're just like, yeah, I
Yeah.
do it, but I also enjoy it, and I'm.
Because like the thing that fucks with me about furry porn, sometimes they just have like this giant, like gelatinous Jabba the Hutt looking motherfucker getting fucked, and it's just like rippling everywhere, and there's like fucking like saliva like flinging across the screen.
Yeah, it's always
just
the
like
fucking,
way
like,
too
weird
much
fat
going
porn
on.
and like too much details.
Like
and-
prolapsed anuses and shit just everywhere. It's like I'm a little overexerted now just looking at this.
You're talking about artists in particular. I know what you're talking about.
You probably know what I'm talking about, but I don't even know the name. I just saw it and I haven't been able to sleep soundly since.
I know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna say, but I'm sure people might know. Listen, I know about this stuff. I'm totally open about the fact that I'm a porn artist, so it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, no, exactly. I just have to be a little more careful since I'm
Oh
very,
no,
like,
it's
my
fine.
social media is like so clean cut. If people knew that I was actually like a really big pervert, it might kind of sour my image for them.
Oh, you're totally fucked now.
Because it's like fucking, you know.
Well, you did a stream with me. They gotta know something's going on.
Yeah, exactly. They figure that there's something there. I mean, even if it wasn't for like the porn thing and the fact that we're both perverts, like you and I just have really similar interests in games.
Yeah, and we're
And
just
we're both
we
really like passionate about it.
yeah. We also have similar in a lot of things too.
Yeah.
Have I seen Aerokiss work? I don't know. Played the video game. Beat the video game. I don't know who's Aerokiss.
It might be like Eriki or something. Like you'd say that with like, or like I don't know, like the Marquis, or like some royal title. Erikis. And yeah,
Look how it
Gek
sounds.
and Aquafox said Chase says while he's in a live stream. Yeah, I mean like the general population of people that consume my work. They know that I'm just like the game anime reviewer. I was telling Corey that it might be interesting if because for a while I've wanted to like maybe make a separate channel. Like Fungasm was saying. Also, thanks for the follow, Fungasm. You seem like a real chill dude. Corey and I were kind of like throwing on the idea because I had this idea for a while of like, what if I just like intellectually, like psychologically analyzed fetishes
That would be
and
cool.
like did
I could help
a
you.
series where I talk about like what the appeal is for some people and why it doesn't appeal to others and like maybe if there's some
I
kind
can,
of like
dude. I can
cause
totally
for it.
I can totally help you. Like, there's a fetish that I really don't like. It's a fetish that is very popular fetish, vor, which I understand why it's popular. But the
You
thing
say
about
vor?
fetishes, the thing about fetishes is it's not something I don't like vor, but I understand why people like it. There's a thing.
I've seen some where it's like a giant like lamier woman like
Yeah,
eating another girl. And
there's
it's just
a-
kind of the idea of like, oh my god, they're fucking dead. That's weird. Why am I reacting? What is going on?
There's a lot of factors that have to do with like, just in general. Oh shit, I lost all my rings. There's a lot of factors that have to do with vor, and it's not simply just they like the fact that they're eating them. There's like the smell of the inside of someone's mouth. I know it sounds fucking gross.
Or like the dominating aspect
Yeah,
of
or
it,
the
like,
gooey
making
liquids
people
inside
feel-
somebody's body. Just the idea of being helpless while you're being swallowed. There's just
like for me when
tons
I
and
was like
tons.
younger and I played Resident Evil 2 and I saw that scene where like the gun shop owner gets like mauled by a bunch of zombies. Like after that, I remember like the idea of someone eating someone else like shocked me so much because I was like, that's the ultimate form of domination. Not only are you killing them against their will, but then you're consuming them. It just like fucked with me on a really deep
Oh, that's
level.
like that exists. I'm not a fan of that at all. Hardcore.
Right.
Not a fan. It's like straight up
Like
cannibalism.
Guro and everything is usually like a gigantic turnoff for me.
Yeah, me too. I'm
Even
not
if
a
it's
fan
like
of blood.
someone who's just like got a fucking meat hook through their shoulders.
Not a
Even
fan.
that's just like, I'm gonna pass on that.
I'm just not too excited to get into that shit. But let people do what they do. I'm not a judgmental person when it comes to porn. There's things I
No,
don't like.
I know
and
what you
there's
mean.
things I will be totally fine with. And that's
I was
what it is.
talking to one of my trans friends, and she's like, "Oh, look, Discord has webcam now." And then she like was topless, and she had a bunch of other like girls walking around in the house, and they were all trans, and they were just walking by topless. And I was like, "Oh, okay, hi, ladies." Like, could have been like, "Y'all are fucking abominations," but no, I was just, like, "Oh, hey, how's it going, guys?"
I've totally like now I know so many like trans chicks, and like it's totally a part of my culture now, and I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't bother me, and when
It's
it
one of
does
those
bother
things
people,
where it's really
like,
easy
why
to
do
let the it's really easy to let the crazy social justice people ruin the whole movement. for you,
It
but
is
you-
unfortunate because
you
there are
talk
ones
to
who
actual
ruin it.
trans people, and you're just like, "Oh, you're cool."
Real trans people, not the ones who are just like
Transgenders,
ruining the
you mean?
experience. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's the term I've heard, transgenders.
Transgenders. That's funny.
But yeah, it's just these days, it's really tough to have any kind of free thought. You were telling me about that one fiasco you had where that one guy criticized that one thing, and then his employer got mad at him, right?
Yeah.
Like that should be a protected thing. You should be able to say, "Hey, this game doesn't look good," and you should be protected for that. You shouldn't be punished
Exactly. It's
giving your
stupid.
thoughts. Like if I had a company and I made a game and someone genuinely thought it like was intellectually bankrupt or morally dishonest or whatever you want to throw at it, I wouldn't be happy with them. I'd probably be really bitchy at them, but I wouldn't fucking fire them.
No. It's just
Like
really
not outright
stupid.
anyway. Maybe if they did something stupid later, I had reason to. But it
You
just
have
seems like
reason
shitty
then.
leadership.
It is. I agree.
It's a lot of feels before reals or whatever the term is, where people are just really focusing on the wrong things. 'Cause it's like legit kind of scary now to like be in any creative position and be on the internet, because it's like you do one thing and you don't say another thing, and people just go, "Oh, this character's white. Do you have a thing against black people?" And then if you don't answer, they'll just hound you for months.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even really be impartial or centrist about anything.
If I'm in that situation, I'd be like, yes, infidels, that sort of thing. What can I say?
The non-believers. Oh fuck! I love I think it was the way you delivered that for some reason reminded me of when John Tron was talking about like how elusive Tim and Eric are, like how it's really hard to get a genuine interaction with Tim Heidecker.
Yes, absolutely. They're
And
so
how he's just like, people are like, "Oh, people really like your show. Like, what goes into your shows?" And he's like, "Yes, hello. Sometimes I like to pee in glass jars and collect them around the house. Thank you." And he just like walks away. Like, he's a fucking insane person. It's just
Your delivery was perfect.
I don't know what it is. Like ever since I was young, I've been exposed to so many different voices and
It's
shit.
just funny.
But it's like
The afflictions is what really makes things funny. You wish more, like the more humor inside of things is like. There's another Sonic person who says he has like a funny, another Sonic individual I watch. Have you ever seen a guy named or I don't know if it's like trans or if she's trans? I think it's just a joke, but Radical Soda. Have you ever seen that guy's stuff?
Radical
Guy,
Soda
girl?
does a lot of Sonic stuff, and it's a guy that uses a female avatar, right?
Yeah, and then I think he plays the concept that he actually is a guy, but he grows his hair out to look like a girl to really throw people off because he thinks it's funny.
A lot of people basically just said, because I was kind of curious about that, because it really honestly isn't a big deal. Like it's
I
not
think it's just like a
important
joke
whatsoever.
because like
It's
looking
just,
more into
it's
it.
just thought-provoking.
Yeah, he's just like, you people really want to know the answer, and you're never gonna. That's like his delivery on like the stuff in general. It's just kind of.
I mean,
I think he has some funny afflictions in his voice.
he just kind of reminds me of like sort of a Icarus-y kind of.
He is, yeah. Fucking what is like fast talking British English people? It's like what the hell, Kid Icarus.
It's lost on me. Like he's doing really well for himself, and I don't disparage him if he
Dude,
ever like hears
fucking
this.
Kid Icarus is like I watch all these people, right? Like I watch Ant Dude.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, my favorite. I don't want to like throw anybody under the bus, but my favorite person to watch is Some Call Me Johnny. Like I love his reviews and I love his like,
Yeah,
milky
it's
demeanor.
like Chris said in one of his videos. He just talked about how much he loves how Johnny talks. He
Yeah.
kind of has this he has this almost like Dr. Steve Rule kind of like dopey mumble quality to his voice.
Yeah.
Then you hear him talk, and he clearly has shit to say.
Yeah,
you know?
he's smart too. He knows his
Yeah,
shit.
no, he is. He is smart. He's just kind of got that like very dry, deadpan, like sort of everyman kind of voice.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was I gonna say before? Yeah, I think with Radical Soda, like I've gotten to know everyone in these game review circles, and like I talked about a bit in my Mania pod, like you get to know these people who are so buddy, happy-go-lucky, friendly, whatever, and then you get to know them, and they're all like the most reclusive, like introverted, shy.
Yeah, that's what I'm really like. It's something. It's like that's why I was really glad that you did the Mania thing and that you also did the thing with YMS because I didn't know how you were outside of your reviews. You seemed cool. I just wasn't sure like.
You never know.
It sounds like I'm
you never
judging
know.
you. Like I'm like, oh, I had to make sure.
No, you're absolutely fucking right. Because here's the thing. So, and I don't care about name dropping because his girlfriend hates me and he doesn't like to acknowledge my existence.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
But Space Hamster, he does all the editing for Peanut Butter Gamer stuff, and like I really legit like. What do you say?
He does.
He does most of the editing for Peanut Butter Gamers like gameplay channel.
Well, can I say something that may be controversial?
Sure.
Well, he just seems like a peanut butter clone.
Oh yeah, no, he absolutely is. I don't think that's controversial at all. I just don't think it's appreciated. But the reality is, if you steal, even if it's not stealing, if you borrow the same exact inflections for jokes, the same setup and context, like John had that Pokemon knockoff. We got the Drill, Porygon, Monkey, Abomination. He did something like that. It's like he did like a Sonic. He did like a Mario knockoff video where it was just a bunch of like unrelated, monsters that wouldn't belong in the Sonic universe because it's knockoff. And he did the we got the ban, and it's like yeah, I get it. I saw someone do this not that long ago. He does that kind of like, hey everyone. I'm really weird and awkward. I love you. Like just that kind of shit that, and I like Peanut Butter Gamer. Like he makes pretty good videos.
Yeah, but when I see like Space Hamster, I see like the same thing, and it's like, it's like all these people. It's like, please.
And you get one dude that goes through all of his comments and says, "But that's because he's friends with them." It's like I have plenty of friends. I also don't plagiarize their content. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not here to judge Jeff. What I was gonna say was I met him in person at MagFest or SGC or something, and I was just talking about like editing programs, and he's like, "Oh, I do everything in Vegas," and I was like, "Really?" Because I see like an ease in expression here and there, like when it kind of decelerates to a stop. It doesn't just start stop, it kind of eases in, and you're fucking anime. You probably already know. Like what that terminology was. What is it? Tweening? Can you start over? Like, I don't. And I was asking him about it, and he was just like very like, yeah, Las Vegas. Yeah, it may not be the industry standard, but it's really good. And he just looked like a puppy dog that got beaten like violently moments before. He just had this look of like, if he closed his eyes, I would see like "Please help" written on his eyelids.
Oh my
like
God.
he was really quiet, and it was like concerning. I don't know if maybe I missed something and I caught him at a bad time, but you know how like if you tell someone a joke and you start kind of laughing to convey, hey, I'm just fucking around, not being serious, usually they'll smile as if to say, yeah, I also acknowledge that you're not being serious, continue with your point. You know what I mean?
Yes, I like how you said that. You said the delivery like, yeah, I get it, this is the nuance of joke telling, now please continue.
Yeah, basically. But like, you'll have that sort of interaction with someone where you'll be like, oh, fucking just don't, you get any more handsome, might have to ask you out on a date. And then whatever. Like if you've ever done that to someone and then they don't smile and they just stare at you like dead in the face. That's all Space Hamster did to me the whole time I talked to him, was he just stared at me like I was sexually assaulting him or something.
I would at least try to laugh and be nice.
Yeah, just to be polite, but he didn't do that, so I was really confused like what I did to deserve that.
Here's the thing, like, and I do feel like this is really important. I was gonna say a word weird.
And for the record, I don't think it was just to me. I don't think it was anything with me personally.
Yeah, he might have just been like he could honestly be like a socially awkward like kind of person. There are people who just don't know how to talk in like new situations, and I'm kind of like that. I need to like wait to know the person in order until I eventually break. And I'll eventually like warm up to someone. I just need to know them.
Yeah.
But I feel like first impressions are everything. Definitely now. It's definitely a philosophy
Absolutely,
I follow
yeah.
now. So it's like when your first impression with somebody is like you hit it off pretty well, you know that you would never have a problem with them at any other point. Like I know I never have a problem with you at any point. But if I meet someone and they're just
Yeah.
like my first impression is they just don't know how to talk, I'm like, all right, well I guess you're a social retard. Bye. I don't really
Dude, there was
think
this
much of
one
it.
guy. It was one of the situations where I got a really bad impression,
Mhm.
and it like I was completely correct for like assuming that. But there's this guy named Gilly the Kid, and we're like kind of amicable. Like we hate each other, but we respect each other, and we give each other space.
Mhm.
But like, he thinks I'm a degenerate, and I think he's insane. Where like he came up to me like this is kind of what I was alluding to in the Mania podcast video thing we did.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like he came up to me on Facebook right after Pro Jerry had like plugged my channel in front of like John Tron and PBG and stuff. And he was like, check out Chasefaceshow, he's really good, blah, blah, blah. And like, so I had a few people, one of whom is now one of my editors,
Oh, cool.
approached me and were like, oh, you know, I really like your work, blah, 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 and just flattering me and trying to get to know me. One of those guys was Gilly. But then the more I got to know him, the more I realized he was just like this really hot-headed, really sensitive person who like, he would fucking cut ties with you if you disagree with him over Twitter. And like, he just goes around and like really aggressively like sexually harasses women over Snapchat and like tries to ease his way into their DMs and just all this weird
Ooh.
shit. And then I like dated a girl that he had a crush on and he got like really pissed off about it. You know, who's one of my exes now. And then
Yeah.
he ended up like trying to date her after the fact and it didn't even last a week because she was crazy. She was
Oh my god.
gross. But like, you know, just all this shit. He tried to like make an example out of me by like, I was with my friend, my girlfriend at the time was like laying on the bed in our hotel room. We'd all been drinking and she just naps like, she would just nap regularly, like just out of nowhere be able to fall asleep. So she was just napping. And I was with my editor, my audio editor friend, and I just was, we were like 7 drinks in. This is the night I met Oni.
Yeah.
And so we were all really jovial and silly. And I'm sure you can understand when I get like drunk, I get like chaotically like obnoxious and ridiculous. And so I told my editor friend, I was like, dude, you should like touch her butt, like my girlfriend. And he just like put his hand limply on the outside of her pants near her butt. He just said, okay, now what? And then I just was like, ha, all right, whatever. Dumb joke. But then Gilly was there and he said, seriously, dude? That's fucking messed up, dude. And then he went outside and corralled everyone with him to like disband, like ban me from the community or like whatever, and like try to out me as like a sexual predator. Oh, just literally over just that.
But it's your girlfriend.
It was my girlfriend, yeah. Which I mean,
How's that
for the
work?
record, it's still possible, you know. Otherwise, people are gonna say it. It's still possible to like rape your spouse.
I guess, yeah, technically, but it seemed like if she wasn't like being like, hey, no, it's fine. If she was like really pissed off, maybe it would have been bad, but I don't think she was.
A lot of the community talked to her about it and like got her to get upset. Like they convinced her, no,
Oh,
this is a
that's
big
the
deal.
kind
You
of
need to take
shit.
this seriously. Yeah, and then it's just one of those things where ever since then I've been like, it's really funny to remember that you used to be like on your knees trying to get my approval. And he was one of those dudes where like I saw how he was acting, how like abrasive and rude he was being.
Yeah.
But I knew that I needed to just stay friends with him on Twitter and everything, just because he's in the community, and the community lets in all sorts of like weird rejects that
yeah.
that are just like, if you're a groupie, you can probably get into the fucking YouTube Gamer View community
Oh, no.
because they try to accept everyone, which is really bad. If you've seen how furry people work out like that.
Yeah.
They know how like
It's
white
not-
supremacist furries and shit. But so that's kind of the shit I didn't want to put in my video. But on a stream, obviously this could still be archived and people can still see it. But at that point, it's like, you know, good job, you did your homework. Here's a little behind the scenes thing, you know.
Oh yeah, the Sonic Mania drunk stream. That wasn't a very good stream I did. I got very drunk and I didn't.
I've never
even-
done any kind of stream because I would just run my mouth and probably ruin my.
I left when somebody was playing. I'm like, I'm gonna go sleep, and then I let them run my fucking stream. Was like, I don't give a shit.
Dude, you'll never fuck up as bad as DSP or jerked off.
But yeah, what a fucking imbecile. Like preparation. I make sure all that shit is cleared off.
Yeah,
I love
like
that word.
that almost seems like a PR stunt. Which is
I
how,
love
like,
fucking nuanced
know.
words like that. Like, I love that word too. I like saying nuance.
Yeah.
I love just saying.
I love how
like,
Ding Dong always says, "What are you doing, you fool?"
Yeah, just
no one says fool
idiot,
anymore.
imbecile, fucking Nimrod, dork, idiot. I like saying fucking idiot all the time because it just has so much more gravitas than saying like you fucking retard and just calling someone a fucking
One second.
imbecile.
I just gotta say,
like,
dumb dickies. I noticed you've been making the joke about me being a silly Billy all stream. It's really not that funny. You should move on to another joke. You've said it like 14 times. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying there's only so much I can do with that joke.
Who was saying that?
No, I think they were just made a meme out of calling me a silly Billy. I think probably one of my friends that were streaming. They were like, "Oh, go check out Chase. He's a silly Billy." And
Oh no.
I just want to call that out and say, yes, I see you. I get it.
Guys, don't parrot. I hate parroting. It's annoying.
No, it's cool. I just wanted to let
it's
them
fine.
know.
I get people who come in, they're like, we're water people, and I'm like, yep. Did say that 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's it's the thing I said. Did you have anything else you wanted to add to that, or were you
Usually it ends right there, or they just try to perpetuate the water people thing. I get it. It's goofy, but it's like I've already explained the term. It's just It's a fucking it's basically just hicks on crack, like heroin. That's it.
I think what happens with shtick like yours, where you're just kind of ridiculous and silly and like no holds barred.
I did, yeah. I made it sound like it was a Resident Evil level. I was doing it on purpose.
What, like water people?
Yeah, I was saying because I did go into these people's house. I knew them, but they were like water people when I walked in because they weren't there.
I think of like swamp, like frog people from Resident Evil games. Yeah,
basically. I don't drink the water. No, fuck no. There was times in order to.
That was the first time I had heard of that though, but it sounded completely plausible.
It's
I lived
horrifying.
in St. Cloud. I lived in St. Cloud, Minnesota for like 4 or 5 years to complete like my college degree, and like St. Cloud is the meth capital of Minnesota. So I worked at GameStop for a little while, for like a little less than 2 years there when I was going to college, and you'd get some people coming in. You'd know they've been shooting up because they have this ghostly, like, rapid, accelerated aging kind of look. You can see the physical toll it's taking on their body. So when you mentioned water people, I was like, oh, fucking exactly like what he's talking about.
That's pretty much what it is. It's just these people who like look like, you know, the picture of like the old man who looks like he's eating his mouth. He looks like a turtle human. He's like commonly people use them when they look up. That's what they look like, and they can't talk because
like the old lady who's kind of just people just have her saying like what, like W-A-T.
Exactly, exactly. That's exactly what it is, and it's fucking annoying because it's like I grew up around it, and I never really thought that it wasn't something people experience, but then people remind me. I mean, it's fine if you were. I'm glad you guys thought it was funny, but I do hear it a lot, and I've heard it for like 2 years now, and it gets a
people
little
still think that just saying the phrase Sonic, what happened to me, or just the phrase what happened in general is the funniest thing. And I think what happens is you get people who are so terrified to be original and have like a real human connection or ask a genuine thought that they just resort to jokes, but not just jokes, recycled tired jokes that have already been done so they know that it's safe because it's been pre-approved by other people.
I agree totally. It's kind of my philosophy. That's why I avoid things like
I feel like a lot of those people are like 12, so it's not entirely their fault. But
yeah, I totally understand.
You're on the internet, you're gonna get treated like an equal.
Yeah, I don't want to be mean because I know these people are just trying to have fun, but it's like I've heard it for like 2 years now. It's annoying, but at the same time, I understand
like
why people say it.
It's like those people at cons who, if they're your fans, they just stalk you the whole con. So you don't want to be mean, but it's like, dude, get some situational awareness. Like, learn some social skills. It's not necessarily mean so much as it's just like
the water shit though. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's cool. I was kind of done with that thought anyway. I was just making noise.
The water shit though is real. Like, in order to like wash dishes or do anything, we had to let the water run for about a minute, and it would just pour out piss water, and then finally it would turn clear, and then we could use it. And we did that for a while, but we never drank the water. We always got like big things of Aquafina and just drank that instead.
Yeah.
And everyone else around us is drinking the water, and we're just like, don't drink the water, just drink the Aquafina.
That literally sounds like a fucking horror movie premise. Don't drink. Like, I imagine
it really is.
I imagine it like having that like where like the violins are like rising, and then there's a little girl voice. Don't drink the water.
That's pretty much what it was. You could make a horror movie out of that. Like, someone goes to like moves to a new town, and everyone's like, don't drink the water because they're all like fucking zombies.
Yeah. I still need to beat Resident Evil 7, by the way. People are making comparisons to the antagonists from that game being like water people.
It's true. They really are fucking weird redneck hicks in the fucking like swamps. It's basically water people. Everyone knows what. Like, it's funny because I said water people, but yet people come to me legitimately not trying to be funny. They're like, I'm surrounded by water people. I live in fucking Kansas. I'm like, oh yeah, I believe that. Fucking Kansas, Farmville, of course.
Also, I'm tagging you in another tweet. I just basically said I'm still streaming with Chad.
That's fine.
Not Chad. I definitely tagged Spaz Kid. I don't know why Chad came out.
We do like porn, right?
Dude, it'd be kind of crazy to meet Chad, man, because
he's a nice guy. I mean, you guys would
he's
probably hit it
busy
off.
as fuck.
He's really not. He kind of just streams and like does his own thing. It's hard for me to talk to Chad anymore, not because I can't talk to him, but literally because he, you know, he fucking.
Everything's gotten really complicated on his end.
Yeah, because he lives in California.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he moved to California, and that's where he is now. I'm sorry I keep restarting, guys. The thing about old Sonic games is you got to be good the first time. Like, you have to do the level perfectly, or you're fucked.
Yeah, basically. If you make a single mistake, especially because you're on like the hard mode, right?
No, this is just normal. I just keep fucking up the part where
this is a glitchy stage though. Like a lot of these, like this pole on my side that you're about to jump off of, or you just skipped it. But if you had jumped off of it,
you could do a trick.
Yeah, you do the little flip thing.
I can never do it.
But you never land. You never land on the platform. You always whiff right past it, right under it, like consistently.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's just, there are just some constants in these Sonic games where you know, hey, this isn't gonna work.
Yeah, but you still do it anyways because the game expects you to. You're just like, well, I tried.
I think my least favorite level ever is the first one, or the second one you play as with Tails, where it's like that.
Oh yeah, I fucking love the song.
I love the music,
but I hate that stage. Mission Street. That's what it is.
Mission Street. If you try to do that with like 100 rings, you're fucked. It's just so impossible.
It is. Just bombs falling on you constantly
from everywhere. It sucks dick.
It's fucking annoying.
And every now and then, just to taunt you, they throw in a okay. Do something to get points.
Oh god.
Yeah, Sonic. Whenever he fucking dies because he can't speak for himself.
I love in Sonic Adventure 1 whenever you pass by Sonic and he goes, you made it, Tails. And he's like,
hey.
Yeah, you pass by him, hey.
Like, dude, you better get behind me. I don't know what you're doing. That's what the hey sounds like.
I was actually gonna mention earlier when we were talking about like the guy who did Sonic and Adventure and everything.
Mm-hmm.
He had my friend Mardiculous, who kind of does like a Sonic news channel now. He should just kind of do like silly dubs and whatever else. Want to be a voice actor.
Yeah.
But that industry fucking shoot us all up and spit us out. All of us amateurs. He basically made a point. Ryan Drummond. He said that Ryan Drummond, if you look at his page, if you listen to his other voices, he's not really a great voice actor. He's not a marketable voice actor. He doesn't have great range. He's just kind of a straightforward dude. But he did like Sonic with such this enthusiasm, this genuine this genuine delight that, you know, even if you look past the fact that he's just kind of a mediocre actor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for any of you, do you allow links in your chat? Or no?
Yeah, go ahead. I used to not, but I finally switched it off like for the first time in like forever. Also, I'm sorry I'm not looking at the chat and I'm missing all the hosts and stuff.
That's cool. Yeah, Ryan
Drummond.
He's got like a fucking goatee now. He looks like a gay magician. Cool.
Sick, dude.
I typed in RyanDrummond.com in Google and it filled in Ryan coming back. I'm like, Jesus, that's a little intense. Okay.
If you typed in that and pressed enter, you just got to this like gay cowboys, like fucking.
Oh my god, you guys! It's a tiny little pop-up. It's a tiny little pop-up website. So here, I'm gonna link this in the chat. Once you click on that, there's a little thing that says "click to enter" at the very top of the text, and you click there, and it's a little pop-up, and it takes you a little circus. And this shitty fucking music starts playing. And there's like these shitty, like looping, like forward reverse rotoscoped images of people like on a trapeze or juggling. And like, if you click on them, different things happen that just don't make any sense. And like, you go to resume, like, he has this one thing where you can listen to a bunch of his voice in, and it's just like, hey, this is me doing a deep voice guy. Like, he has about as much range as me.
Really?
Yeah, like it's old. It's really weird. But like that kind of conveys the fact that like he was never an amazing voice actor just because a lot of people liked him in Sonic Adventure, but that's what made him really like impressionable. Is he just had this distinct sound, and I think his voice personally is kind of perfect for Sonic.
It is. Sonic is like he's like, all right, here we go. He's like, really,
it's like he's
fun.
confident, but he's like silly and he's likable and he's lighthearted, you know. So it's like,
yeah,
there's a lot about him that fits well, and yeah, like the dub was not great, but that was mostly the director's fault.
Yeah, that was ultimately because you never really. I guess you kind of did in Sonic Heroes. That's when he kind of was able to actually do some fucking voices for once.
Yeah.
But he's still like in the old Sonic Adventure. He's just like they kind of like you said they gave him the line just like here do it.
Yeah. Oh, Tails, what am I gonna do with you? All those like takes he did.
Tails.
Oh no, the Chaos Emerald! Like those lines.
Yeah.
It charges up the screen and then is out of sync when he actually like rams into Knuckles.
I like when his mouth is like wide open. He's just like ah.
His fucking teeth and everything.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
No, the weirdest thing was in Sonic Shuffle. Whenever they open their mouth, they have.
Oh yeah, Shadow. He's like I'm the coolest.
I'm the coolest. Yeah.
He knows he's.
I love that. Yeah, he wins. He goes, I'm the coolest. Or if he loses, I forget. But
I guess I didn't just try hard enough or something like. It almost sounds like Shadow. Not Shadow. It almost sounds like Vegeta at some points when like his delivery.
yeah, you know, it's funny because I actually did like a dub for a little while back when I was on Voice Acting Alliance forums. That shit heap of a place.
Voice
fucking
Acting
awful.
Alliance. I know what you're talking about.
It was just everyone would be like, "Hey, I'm making this fucking, dubbing this whole series." And auditions get over, and they announce the cast, and they're like, "All right, cool. We'll get back in contact with you guys soon." To do one episode, never heard from again. They realized, "Oh fuck, this takes actual work. Never mind, lol."
I used to do fucking Sonic dubs back in the day. Embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, like dubs are fun. They're like genuinely fun.
They are fun,
They're
yeah.
cringy in the past, like you know. in
Oh!
hindsight, but-
Oh, I missed the ring. No.
Oh, they make you go all the way back.
Yeah. fucking
Isn't that
idiot.
wonderful when they do that? I just like how it just says like, go back, right?
Sorry, I missed the
Just-
ring.
Like, no, try it again. May as well be a giant finger wagging at you. No.
I said this before, but I'm glad Forces is removing the life like thing. I know people are complaining like, oh, it's gonna make Forces easier. It's like, the Force thing was always a really obnoxious thing when you wanted to try a level, and every time you restarted, you lost a life, and you would have to manually kill yourself at some point. That drove me fucking bananas when I was playing these games
We
because I
said
wanted
like,
to.
like the lives system.
Yeah, like the lives, like every time you restart, they take a life away from you. They've been doing that since fucking like, literally generations. Like they've done it nonstop ever since, like Adventure introduced lives. Or the live system in 3D games. They've been taking a life away from you every time you restart. And sometimes you want to learn a level, like you know, old Sonic games, learn a level. You want to play them over and over, and you have to constantly reset. It's just annoying. As a kid,
also,
nowadays, yeah.
Dumb Dickies said, "Chase, who's the strongest Sonic character?" Broly. Go on, sorry.
Broly?
Just established. They said, Chase, who's the strongest Sonic character? I said, Broly.
He is Broly the Hedgehog. He's in the Project M.
What do you think he'd be a hedgehog, or do you think
He was. He was Broly the Hedgehog from Project M. Legit.
Project M? And for a second, I thought you said other M. Like, just mix everything into it. He's a fucking Metroid Easter egg character.
Here we go. Ultimate victory.
Here we go. Yeah, I forgot about that.
What do you
He
think
just,
of the character?
He slides in all cool. Like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
What do you think of the Chaotix? I know you've like never really seen them.
Oh yeah, everyone's right. Broly be a kid now.
Is that
I
what
think
he
Broly
is?
would make a a better echidna. Yeah,
He would. I think he is a hedgehog though. He's just like a skin of Sonic in Project M.
he's hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. He'll break them down whether they're solid or frail, frankly. So.
That was like the biggest pity laugh ever. Like,
No, I was rolling my, like, if you just heard, I was like leaning back to belch, and I was like in the middle of belching. That's why it like cut off. I was like,
but you gotta react now so you don't look rude.
I swear that's what I was doing.
But,
Listen, I laugh. I know jokes.
Hey guys, I've got it. I'm on this comedy thing. I got it together.
I got the humor pat.
No, but like, you know what's weird is like, so I do know like a number of artists, and some of them like will do X-rated stuff, and I'll be like, oh, you should do this thing for me, and then like I'll pay you for it, but a lot of the time I'd be worried that if I like wanted something else done to it, that it might like freak them out.
No, really? I don't care.
It's just if I'm just like, make that part a little more wet. Go ahead and open up your legs a little bit. Like,
Dude, I would
I'd be
not.
afraid that like they'd see how much of a degenerate I am.
Dude, it's fine. Like, if you commission me to do a porn thing, I could be as detailed as you wanted. I could even give you a little POV shot if you needed that.
Yeah, dude, totally. I'll definitely want to pay you for something.
I haven't done any commit. I mean, I'd probably just do it for free. I'm not really someone who's like too worried about that stuff. Like I said, like I work on a game. I'm not too worried about money. I also don't want people in this chat giving me money because I don't know. I never check.
That's noble of you. I would take any donations people want to give me because I have like no financial stability right now. So it's one of those like, well, I'm terrified of my future.
No, yeah. Well, for your case, I hope and people who see the links down, I know it's like super ghetto, but you guys should check out Chase's stuff. He's really funny and he does some good shit. I'd recommend
You're
it
a sweetheart.
wholeheartedly. I mean, I know YouTube is a dying trend at this point, but for sure you should check out his stuff and support him if you can. Because like I know it's like tough and it sucks. It's like I haven't uploaded to YouTube in like forever. If honestly, like I said that weird.
Yeah, it's really like an odd struggle, especially the animator. Like Rubber Ross made a really good point about all that in his video.
There's just no point.
Also, I see you, Kingdom Clannad and Jextoy, two of my friends. Jextoy's a huge sweetie. He does animations and stuff like, or he does art. He's kind of still trying to like get into it, but like his art is really promising. I might have to show you. Yeah. He just does kind of like cute doodles and like funny cartoony stuff. He's really good though.
I'm looking for that in general. Like I always like seeing people's art. Like I like when people send me when you non-specific skin-colored people can send me art, sexual or not.
People go, hold on. What do you mean, you people? I literally mean you as a group, with no pejoratives thrown in.
I mean, like your entire color subgenre into a single thing. What is it? Hockey? Is that what you call them?
It's so funny that like some people focus so heavily on like race and identity politics, but then the moment that someone points out something about them that they clearly like prided themselves on, it's like they're using it as like an insult. It's just like it's such a moving goalpost.
Yeah, I don't understand.
It's
That's a really good analogy.
There's never any clear-cut rules. And you can always tell that there's like corporate dudes getting in on it. Like, no, this is what's fucking making money. This is what people are responding well to. So, and then they do it as like a marketing like shill kind of thing.
Well,
like,
that's what happened with what's his name, the guy who directed Buffy.
I don't know. Actually, never heard of it.
This guy who directed Buffy pretty much did something just like that, where he pretty much used, and then he tried like when he got caught one day cheating on his wife, he called it on like he pulled some nonsensical bullshit, where he said, "Oh, it's because of like." Male toxicity. It's like, shut up. You just wanted to cheat on your wife. You can't use feminism anymore. You lose that battle.
Like,
Sorry,
I
dude.
think it's really funny that a lot of like kind of hardcore feminists are looking at guys and saying, "Hey, everyone, we need to stop accepting male feminists into our ranks because a lot of them are clearly sexual predators."
Yeah, Joss Whedon. That's his name.
Joss
Whedon.
I don't even know about that. I just know that like there's a lot of like I watched like some video that someone made where they were talking about it, and like the one thing that's really kind of sketchy about it is that these people who are really like aggressively on the side of women and social justice and stuff, they tend to have been raised in a very conservative upbringing, or they usually have like done some unfortunate things themselves in the past,
Where
They,
it's like
yeah,
either
they use it as like escape.
they've treated a woman poorly, or they've raped someone or whatever, and so now they're like making up for that by like projecting hardcore and like trying to go after the invisible enemy.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is
The
just
invisible
kind of them.
enemy.
It's like that quest in Skyrim where there's that dude who's like, "Yeah, there are vampires all over this village. We need to root them out and kill them." And then you like fucking like break into his place and read his journal, and he's like a fucking vampire with his own little like sex dungeon. He's like, "You'll never know I'll kill you." And it's like that kind of thing. It's actually a psychological term for it. Like
Yeah.
that senator or whatever who was against gay marriage, and then they found him like fucking gay hooker.
Oh
and
god,
no
yeah,
problem.
that shit is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
It's like, again, I feel like every time I hear like someone who like actively goes after something that's gay is usually like super gay themselves. Because anyone who insistently fights like gay culture with no business is probably just like their search term on their fucking computers is gay 90% of the time.
Yeah, it's just, you know, like human psychology is a really weird thing. Like people that like maybe I'm one of the only people that looks at pedophilia and like I genuinely feel scorn and sympathy. Like I look at this person, I'm just like, I don't think they thought in 30 years, hey, I'd want to do shit with kids. Like I'm pretty sure that's like a harrowing thing.
That's
for most
something
people.
that you internalize as you're young. You probably get fingered yourself by your dad or something, and you
Yeah, and then, like, you
internalize the
become an
pedophilia
abuser
behavior.
or something.
Unfortunately, like, I'm not saying I'm defending it because, you know, it's fucking pedophilia. You can't really be
let us
like,
make the claim right now. Pedophilia is reprehensible.
yeah.
Just so we can get that out of the way and then talk about this.
It's like, it's just like, I know they were trying to work it into the LGBT. It's like, it's not going to happen. Welcome to the eternal gray area where
Yeah,
nobody gives a
there
fuck.
was-
Or sorry,
there was actually,
not
like,
the gray area, the eternal black and white area where you're black and they're white, and they're in a. That sounds like I'm trying to rope black people into pedophilia, but
Make
you
it
get,
into a race
I'm
thing.
using like a
No,
colorist
no,
term,
just-
but yeah, there's no gray. There's only black and white, and you're either black or you're white. So don't try
Don't
and defend
misconstrue
it
my
because you're
words.
not gonna fucking be able to. It's an unfortunate thing if you. But it's like, this isn't like fucking animals. This is fucking kids. It's like,
Yeah,
sorry.
like there's actually I looked up because I was interested after people were starting to make the argument of like, no, it's a sexual preference, and I looked it up, and there's all these like there's all these disqualifiers that make that not the case. One of them is like it has to what is it? I think one of the defining factors of like being a pedophile is like you have to have a great amount of distress, like regarding what you're into. One of the other things is that you can't like it's not categorized as sexuality because it's impossible to do it consensually.
Of
Like,
course, absolutely. It's like it doesn't matter if said person who was 13 and knew exactly where your dick was. It's like who cares? It's still like bad. I'm sorry.
Like, there are a lot of people that like they'll see like young girls like teenagers or whatever, like 13, 14, and they'll be like, oh yeah, you seem cute. Oh, she's really into me. They don't realize that like girls at that age are just really like eager to
Yeah, they don't
gain
understand.
male approval, like older male approval. That's like a really
because they
important
see
thing
it.
for
They see the
girls.
whole concept of it just in general. Like I know it's like this is a weird topic, but I think we can all be adults about it. But yeah, realistically,
But yeah,
that's the
like
thing.
some of the people in the chat, there's like one, I don't know if they're being serious, but sometimes you just mention that, the fact that it exists, and that's a problem, and that we should like acknowledge it and be constructive about it. Like either come up with like an actual real solution rather than just fucking curb stomp those fags or whatever. You know, like if you
pedophiles.
mention it as in a neutral way, some people are just like, pedophiles are fucking sick in the fucking head. They just get like so mad.
Yeah, it's like, dude, calm
They
down.
think about
Yeah,
it, they
we know
just
it's bad. We're not defending it, but it's like,
Yeah.
again, it's
There's
like when you
something
talk
pretty-
about you know, people who go out of their way to go after gay people. It's like, what?
Or
You're
like
trying to
other
cover
people,
something
people that
here?
like torture animals. It just like it just brings up this emotional side of people.
I hate that shit. That shit makes me want, like, I mean, I don't.
Oh
mean
yeah,
to-
absolutely.
When I see a helpless animal, like getting like, because someone sent me a video once of, I'll never forget it, of a dog.
Was it the one with the shoes?
No, oh god, I've seen that, but no, it was
That
one
one
where
fucked.
this like white dog. It was in Russia or something. Someone caught the dog on fire, and I was so the person who sent me a video, I'm like, does it be put out? And he's like, just keep watching, and it doesn't. They just laugh, and it just dies in a corner. And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go to bed because this destroyed me mentally and physically.
Yeah. I've had that kind of situation too before, where it's just like
And then I promptly
you see
blocked
something
said
and you
person.
immediately realize, like you guys were talking about on Sleepy Cabin, that like what's the worst thing you've ever seen. and you guys were talking about that one video where it was like the war criminals or whatever.
Wait,
You know what I'm talking about?
Faces of Death.
No, I don't think it was that one. You guys were talking about like there was like some video where a bunch of people were like executed, and it was just like really fucked up because while one of the guys was being tortured, while one of the people was like being tortured. I'm not gonna go into detail because I don't want to mess with anyone, but like while one of the dudes was like basically being killed, like they zoomed right in on his face, and you just saw the agony. And it was like, well, it was the first time I ever understood, like, you know, in movies when someone like kills someone out of self-defense and then they turn around, they like walk through an alleyway and they start puking.
Yeah.
That was the first time I ever like understood that feeling. It's just like this, like, existentially harrowing sensation of like I just stared into the abyss of death. It's really uncomfortable.
It is really fucking creepy. It's
terrible,
like seeing like getting actual footage of somebody dying in real life, even if it's like something where like they were paragliding and they fall out and it's like he died. It's like, oh, so that's the last shot anyone ever saw of him, and it's like, Jesus Christ.
For me, it's strangely comforting because I see a lot of people die in those videos. You know, I've gone on Live Leak. I've looked around all morbidly when I'm bored.
Oh man,
Stay up until fucking 7 in the morning.
I remember when I was at Aaron's house, him and Chris were looking at fucking dogs mutually attacking people, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching this. I don't like hearing it either. And I like left the room because I'm a fucking pussy.
I remember Zach and John were talking about watching like those fucking two like ISIS members getting bombed, and one of them was praying.
Yeah.
Like they were both praying, and then when one got bombed, the dude just stopped praying and ran. Like, fuck this isn't worth it.
He realized.
Yeah.
He's just like, okay, that's it. I'm gonna throw my religion in the fucking
One of the
gutter.
things that, and I took a psychology course called Death, Dying, and Bereavement. The psychology of death, dying, and bereavement. And it was really eye-opening. It was crazy. We like went to a morgue. And there was just this brown box in the corner with holes poked in it, and everyone was staring at it, and we're like, and then a girl said, "Excuse me, is there a corpse in there?" And the guy kind of like leaned way forward to look around someone and looked at it, and he just kind of returned back to upright position and just said, "Yes." And we were all just like chilled for a minute, like we didn't know what to say. What dumb fucking girls in that class. There was like that group of 3 girls, and you gotta say this before every joke because no one knows how to take a fucking joke. There were other girls in that class. They were totally fine. But
No, there were
fucking
only
bitches. They were like disrespectful. They'd leave early and lie to the teacher. Oh, I have a doctor's appointment. They just want to get out early. They were just assholes. We went into this morgue and they were talking about like how they like dressed the bodies for like funerals, like open casket funerals. And the girls were like, "What kind of makeup do you use?" Just like, fuck off! Like, shut up! You're so dumb. You're not adding anything to this conversation. But like one of the most interesting things that I've learned that's really kind of comforting for me, because I'm really fanatophobic, like I'm crazy anxious, and like I always worry like, oh no, there's like some tightness in my chest, I can't feel my left arm that well, am I having a heart attack? Call someone, you know, just that string of anxiety. I have like I always have this like worry that I'm just gonna have a heart attack and it's inevitable, and so I'm just waiting until the day that it happens. And
and it sucks whenever like things like that can happen. Like the fact that cancer can just show up on you.
It's one of those things where it's like this old philosopher basically says there's mild pain that goes on chronically, and there's intense pain that goes on briefly, but there's rarely ever intense pain that's also chronic. And that kind of gave me a little bit of comfort to know, like, well, when you die, it's probably only going to hurt for a little bit, and then you're going to be dead. It's not going to be like this huge, like, years and years of my life.
Yeah, no, totally. If anyone's familiar with the Encyclopedia Germanica, they'd recall the offended page.
The offended page is a really good start.
If you want to get started. Okay, here we go. Metal Harbor. You want to know something funny about Metal Harbor? I guess because it's funny, we're playing Sonic. I want to talk about Sonic, and we're talking about fucking beheading videos. It's just
talking about this really fucked up shit.
Dude, this is what I mean.
The Sonic fan base is weird, man.
Dude, this is why I could totally talk to you in like a fucking podcast, because we gel so well on fucking any topic. The fact that we can dilute a conversation, or not dilute it, but we can go from fucking Sonic to like fetishes to like fucking pedophilia to like fucking.
That's like the benefit of being friends with someone with ADHD is like we keep every conversation super lively. We never finish our points, but we keep moving forward, you know.
Exactly.
You know, all my podcasts, I just want to like look back and just make annotations like what I was going to say here.
Yeah, that is.
That's
Why I can't listen to Sleepy Cabin a lot of time, because there's things I wanted to say and I'm just like, I sound like.
I do hate that moment where you're like, I was really interested to hear where that went. Too many times they just dropped it.
But then it's like a hypothetical, like, what if you were pulled over to the side and then you fucking saw a swamp thing or some dumb shit? And it's just like, then we dilute into like Jimmy Neutron. And it's just like, okay, now we're lost. We're not coming back. Also, this part right here, when I played this level, I was like, there's like a fucking math to this level on getting an A rank. I didn't understand it. And then there's like a set of robots over here that you're supposed to hit to ensure an A rank. As a kid, I never understood that. I always passed that area until one day I was exploring, like, how the fuck do you get an A rank?
This was way before wikis, you know? So, like, wikis now, you can understand every little damage point, every, like, line of code. Everyone cracks it. It's all just so easy now. But back in the day, it's like, if you didn't have a fucking official Prima strategy guide, you were fucked, boy. Like,
I didn't have it, nothing. Yeah. I had to use my own fucking, like, makeshift guide I made.
But I think that's kind of why, like, I think that's why our generation is so different from, like, new generations of gamers, where we're not spoiled. Like, we, for example, if I play a game, I was playing Sonic Mania, right? And I got that new power-up where it's like the blue ring, where your rings will bounce back, like, really big, and you'll get, like, 10 rings back for each or something. Yeah. I didn't know what the fuck that did, but I just, like, got hit, and then I collected it, and I noticed that I had more rings from getting one of them than I did before. And then that's when I inferred from that context, oh, this must just be like a kind of like a handicap, like get your ring back sort of ability. And I figured it out with my brain because I'm a smarty pants. And, you know, like, people are capable of just, like, observing things and learning from them themselves.
Dude, I can go even farther than that. You know where the blue rings come from?
Wait. Hold on. Sonic 3D Blast?
Knuckles Chaotix.
Oh, okay.
You were close.
I was close.
Oh, you got me. It was kind of close. It's a Sonic game.
Assume every weird fucking thing is from 3D Blast. Because the only thing I like about that game is when you start up and it's got that, and then it's all like warped, like.
Dude, that 3D was amazing on the Sega Genesis as a kid.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the controls sucked dick, but like it was crazy.
I don't understand the excitement of putting flickies into a ring. Like, I like 3D Blast, don't get me wrong, but there are mods you can play on Steam that let you just play the level by jumping into the ring. You don't have to pick up the birds, and guess what? It plays like a fucking Sonic game. You don't have to pick up the rings, so you can just play the fucking game.
It's not collectathon. Yeah, that would takes away the whole fucking purpose of the whole game.
You're not. It's not flicky adventure or whatever. It's just like.
I tried Knuckles Chaotix, and I was like, this is the worst game I think I've ever played.
It's terrible. What an awful idea. Carry a ring that throws you in the opposite direction when you go too fast. Genius. Good thinking. That's what people want, to be confused when they're fucking running forward, to be thrown backwards because of inertia and fucking whatever. An object in motion stays in motion. An object being pulled by a fucking rubber band gets thrown even faster in motion. In the opposite direction. Stupid.
I just like. Oh, but to get back to porn.
Okay, good.
Talk about that. Like, so let's say I had you commission porn for me.
Yes.
If you drew it and you made this really attractive looking female video game character that I like, let's say you drew Tron Bon or something. She's kind of my weakness for some reason. And I'm not like setting up the commission right now. I'm just giving an example. If you drew Tron Bon getting railed or something, I'd be like, oh fuck, boys want to see this. This is kind of hot. It doesn't even occur to you that the other person could be a girl or a guy. It's literally you just see something pleasant and you're like, oh, that's kind of hot. And like the fact that, you know, it was drawn by the hand of a man, like might make you think, oh, there's kind of something kind of gay about that. But it's like when you really think about it, it has more to do with. Hold on, I'm watching what you're doing at this point in the thing.
I suck.
Oh, you were so close. I only just saw
I suck.
You did really fucking well there. That part's really hard.
It is.
People are working against you at every
There's
moment.
a trick where, you know, you can like super jump off it. I don't know it. I used to remember because, like I said, I played this game like the Sonic and Shadow levels religiously. Even the Knuckles and Rouge stages I wanted to learn.
Yeah.
Because I actually like the hard mode of fucking Knuckles and Rouge's stage. Because guess what? The things were in one place, so it was easy to figure out.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
No, that's cool. I was just gonna say, like, I'm sure there have been times where, like, a really rich, aristocratic guy has, like, commissioned a really, really fine replica of the Mona Lisa or, like, some other really piece of high art, and then they, like, have over all of their, like, you know, swinger friends, and they all have sex and they appreciate the art. But just because that painting was made by a guy doesn't mean that you may as well be fucking a guy. You know what I mean? Like, it's all art, even if you think it's like raunchy and not categorized as that.
Yeah, no, totally.
But it's like there's some like hentai that people have made where it's like like a girl's pressing on another girl's thigh, and it's just like the weight. You can see the fucking pressure, the way that they animated or they drew the skin like kind of flexing in a little bit.
That's
and, like,
something.
That shit goes noticed.
That's something I try to do. Like when there's like I was doing in the like Rouge comic where she like kind of like spreads her butt, pushes it, and like spreads it and then pushes it in. I was trying to make like the butt like spreading with like the cheeks and like inflating and shit. That's what I was working on doing, but I'm just so bad at line work. It takes me forever to even do shit. I need to do it though because I am a butt person, so I need to do that for the comics.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, what's the appeal of butts specifically? Because I was associate them with, you know, fucking number 2.
Well,
but like I know they're nice and jiggly and round and stuff. But like,
I guess it's technically like it could essentially be that, just the idea of like this like fat meat where it's like, I know, dirty or whatever. Okay, the game just fucked up.
Yeah, because like I see people who like, you know, like Shad is.
I think it
someone just
makes
digs their face into someone's butt and inhales.
Yeah, I think
like,
it makes like a nice package.
Yeah, like Shad makes such good art, and then he gets to the butt stuff, and I'm just like, never mind, it's done. Like, just fucking, you know, he's like makes me click out. Oh, Jack Soy was saying, dude, your line art is great. Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, you must be like, every time I meet someone who's an animator, what's up?
Is it?
That's what I said about Chad and the butt stuff.
Yes.
Like, I'm just one of those people where it's like,
I'm out, dude. I'm done. I give up. You fucking throw it in the towel. This is funny. The delivery of it. This is why it'd be funny if this is like a thing that we talked. Like you did like a review of it.
Yeah, where it's just like, fuck it, I'm out. There's no way that would be.
Realistically, though, I do like super taboo stuff. But I think the problem I have with, like, I'm not going to throw Shad under the bus. Shad has a specific thing he likes. Shad likes really, like, skinny and, like, tight and, like, muscular. And I kind of like, you know, thick and, like, I like a little bit of chub. And I don't mind muscular, but I like a mix, you know?
Yeah, my friend Gecko Ninja, who's still in the chat, he's very similar. He really likes girls, as he would put it in his voice, girls with a little meat on them.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I am. That's what I like to do.
Yeah.
Preferably, I know Shad, because Shad's into skinny girls. He even says like, I don't like fat girls, and it's just like
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I have a thing. Like, I can appreciate the taboo of like jailbait, and they're like, ooh, you know, you're gonna go to jail. Like all that stuff is like.
So well, that's like kind of the fucking
tempting,
point
you know?
of it. Jailbait, like that's
yeah,
where the term
it's supposed to
came
be. The whole idea is like the forbidden fruit.
from.
And like I understand,
it's taboo.
I understand like because here's the thing. I remember when I was a teenager and I had my girlfriend and like we were both still developing, and that was like my first like experience with a girl ever. And so like when I think back to that, I'm just kind of like, I remember when girls were like that. You know, it's kind of like a, what do you call it? It's like a novelty, but obviously if you're a grown man still doing that with younger girls, you need help.
Yeah.
But it's you know, it's one of those things where we need to be able to talk about it because it's not comfortable for everyone. Like the whole daddy thing, the idea of people acknowledging, oh, you know, some girls have always wanted to fuck their dads, and some dads kind of want to fuck their daughter because it's taboo. Like that's something that's like really popular now for some reason. I was kind of shocked when I saw that. Like
yeah, incest.
The whole daddy. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's more about like the whole daddy little thing than it is actual incest, but it's clearly got like really strong knots with that. You know?
Oh, definitely. Incest is weird. Like in art, I don't mind, but in real life, I do.
In real life, it's gross. Yeah, it's really uncomfortable.
Like, it's just to me like the idea of my family. Like, no, I'm good. But in art, it's like
yeah, Sweet
it's
Spike.
okay.
The whole daddy thing is popular, where girls will wear chokers and they'll call their boyfriend daddy. Like it's kind of made a resurgence.
Yeah, I don't like that. I
In
don't like
culture
daddy.
recently. I don't know. I think people are just being like more open about it. Or something.
I mean, it's fine. Fuck, damn it. I'm sorry I keep
Yeah, like-
restarting. I'm the kind of person when I play a Sonic game and they don't allow me to like, I have no wait. I'm gonna reset because I need a perfect run. Welcome to Sonic.
I'm honestly enjoying watching it over just because like I would take almost very similar routes, but like you're doing it perfectly. So
Yeah, I get into that. Like I said, I've always wanted to be a speedrunner, but I don't have the knowledge of like how the nuances of like these games. There's the word again. I can't stop fucking saying it, but I mean, I guess
nuance is a good word. It's like a catch-all.
Yeah, I like. I don't know. I love. That's why I'm a huge fan of Sonic. I know it's like it's probably like. I mean, everybody in here is probably enjoying, but it's like just in general, I love speedrunning. Like the idea of going really fast, doing the optimal route.
I like that in like short burst games. I don't like that in full campaigns. Like
Yeah,
I think people
no, that
that
sucks.
speedrun like full games,
20-hour
I admire
fucking
them.
things. Like Jesus, dude.
Yeah, like I admire people that do that, but I also like pity them
Yeah, that
because
was a
like
nightmare.
that's like I was gonna say earlier, like really good animations. I respect them, but I also worry about them because like the
Fuck
amount
off,
of time
Omochow,
and
you
effort-
bitch! They put him there right. They put him there to fuck with you every time, dude.
Dude, I noticed you threw him off.
Fucking little piece of garbage. No. Not
Does
okay.
anyone really like Omochow? Let's be honest.
No, he's such a fucking wiener. He's just like,
He's
here,
a
let me tell you the rules. And it's like, dude, you suck, okay? You're the worst.
There's no way to turn him off. He's just permanently part of the level structure.
Him and fucking Charmy B should make their own fucking Sonic Heroes team, and Big can join them. And I don't resonate in the big fucking like meme cesspool. To me, it's just like Waluigi jokes. It's like, yeah, he sucks. I get it. No, please stop.
Yeah, it's really fucking dumb. Hey guys, you know what's the newest return to the Waluigi meme? Let's draw him like a sassy trans black woman dressing in a girl's outfit. Oh, we changed it up. You gotta like it again now.
Waluigi's just like a fucking idiot, useless. I like Wario because at least Wario has games to boot. Waluigi's he just sounds like a
Waluigi
moron.
was just created. He was just like the demand was that he just needed the antithesis to Luigi. There was
Literally
supposed to be
evil
evil
Luigi. It's
person.
literally what it is. Waz
Yeah, it-
evil. It's funny. Wario actually sounds like it could be a name. It's just no, you're just Waluigi. You're not Waluigi. You're Waluigi. You suck so bad. You're evil Luigi.
He's just fucking like he's just been there. He's about as important as Daisy, but Daisy actually had storyline significance in fucking Super Mario Land on the Game Boy.
Yeah, and Daisy's tan. She's got good like porn to boot. Waluigi's gross. He didn't get good porn.
Yeah, Waluigi.
It's not like
Anyone.
fucking like Wario.
Yeah. Like Wario, if you're into bears, there's at least like a market there. Waluigi, like what the fuck is that?
He's like a skinny witch slash genie.
Yeah. He's like a skinny. He said it perfectly. If I add anything more, it'll sound kind of racist. I'll leave it there. As soon as you said genie, I just thought, hello, my friend. Abracadabra. From fucking Diddy Kong Racing.
Oh yeah, extreme. Got it.
Oh, did you get it?
Yeah, boy. I
I'm
didn't
still
hit
so
the
playing.
robots though, so hopefully it doesn't fuck me over.
Alright, we'll see.
Anyways,
Um,
if you like Waluigi, that's fine. I always just thought he became an obnoxious meme, and that's what I feel
Yeah,
like
there's
Big
like
Fan
really
is.
nothing that special about him, to be completely frank. Like he's not a terrible character, but if you think he's a good character, like
He's not. His only call to fame is a dancing game. I love that
his only Hall of
song.
Fame is what?
I love that song when you're like riding down on the thing. It's like it's over in 2 seconds. You're just like, yeah, I want to play this level again just so I can hear it.
Yeah, it makes me think of like the Offspring.
Oh, I
Every
did
time
really
Every
good.
time I hear the music, yeah, you know the Offspring.
Yeah, Offspring. That's
Like,
what-
I mean, granted, my knowledge of that genre is like really.
dude,
but
that's the
every
shit.
time
I
think
grew
of-
up like Offspring. Like,
Yeah. Every time I think of just that kind of like, yeah, fucking this party, middle guitar, woo, hell yeah. Like, I just think of like the Offspring.
yeah, dude, fucking extreme. Hang 10. I got that shit. Nailed it.
Scream.
I remember. Oh, are you
Like,
getting tired?
I think that every time I see like a you know, an adult artist, you assume it's a guy because of course it is.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I'm kind of the same way, even if it's a girl. Sometimes I figure out who is a girl and who isn't, but usually.
Like if I ever find out that there's like back then when I thought Shadman was a girl because that was like the meme hit going on, I was like, it's kind of hot that this girl's drawing porn.
Little did you know,
he's
he's
a
a
lot of them
fucking,
fake on that.
he's a brown-skinned skeleton. You're wondering.
That's what he looks like.
Yeah,
Face reveal, he's a little skeleton.
yeah, he's literally, yeah. That's what Shad means. It means skull. That's
Oh,
why,
does it?
yeah, that's why when people are like, "Why are you a Nazi skeleton?" He's like, "Well, that's my name, Skull Man."
That's pretty cool. And you know, frankly, not empathizing with the Nazis or anything, but if you took away the Swatch outfit, that's some slick fucking military uniform. I've always really, because I believe Hugo Boss helped the Nazis like make all their shit. And again, I'm condoning Nazis if anyone wants to take this out of context.
Oh, that's
I
fine.
I just
really love Nazis and white supremacy. I'm just.
I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that all non-white races need to be eradicated. I'm just saying, I think it's a very centrist view. Take care, Jexo. Have a good night.
See you later.
And yeah, Fungasm. He said, I can't not think of Crazy Taxi with the Offspring. Abso-fucking-lutely, which sucks because when they remade it, they brought it to PC and everywhere else. They re-licensed all the music, so it's just bullshit now. There's like this song where it's just like, hey, she said, get out of my car. She said, it's just, I was like, this isn't like driving music. This is like going snail's pace on the highway during rush hour traffic. And then you go to the Dreamcast version, it's like, day after day, your home life's a wreck. It's like, yeah, my home life is a wreck. Fucking system. It's like, but someone said, okay, another fetish. Why are Nazis a fetish? I couldn't tell you. I'm assuming it just has to do with like this crazy sort of power structure taboo.
Yeah, it's just the idea of something so bad because Nazis are bad, and then it's the idea of like a sexy Nazi girl. It's like super taboo, I guess. It's just, again, fetishes fall into like the taboo category.
And like, the interesting thing is that fetishes are like usually not. Usually it's just like, I think this is hot. And I like this thing. It usually has to do with like some weird developmental thing. But like for example, almost like 90% of the time, if someone's into like scat and stuff like that, it's because they grew up in like an ultra sterile household and they just want to like fucking stick it to their parents and like, fucking ruin everything or whatever.
Oh my god,
and,
that's interesting.
Yeah, like there's a lot of psychology to it. Like I took this one course.
That's the thing where I always think like people. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's cool.
Like people who are into like age play, like being like a baby and stuff, like they probably had like a really shitty upbringing. Like
Yeah,
they didn't
I'm
actually
like
get to
really lit or
experience. Like maybe they were orphans and they were like.
And like I
picked
still
up
think
late in
that
their
shit's
life.
weird, but like I understand.
I understand it. That's
sure it
why I'm
makes
not
sense.
ever gonna judge anybody who's into like that stuff, but I understand why it's weird. And again, like even if you don't understand it, you have to understand why people think it's weird. You just have to accept the fact that like, yeah, there's some things that people will just find weird. Not everybody's gonna accept your fucking grody fetish, you fucking weirdo. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
But yeah, this kind of sucks for like a lot of people who are into like really bizarre things. They can't say anything. They just kind of laugh like, huh, yeah, it's gross. They don't want to like.
Just no one. Sincerity is a really scarce commodity on the internet these days.
Oh yeah.
Sincerity is like almost a fucking like a unicorn now.
Because you can't. Because then you'll lose your job if you're sincere.
Yeah, you'll lose your job, or people view you as like a weak target or something like that, And the moment you show that you're sincere about something, you open yourself to, like being made fun of. But if you were never sincere in the first place, then you're protected.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
It's just fucking really weird stuff.
Dude, I've been knocking these fucking A-rings out. Jesus.
I respect the fact that you're like so diligent about this. Like Ding Dong did that with Mischief Makers, where for 4 hours he was trying to speed run that stage. Are you familiar with Mischief Makers?
Yes. I just never played it, but I know it's one of Ding Dong's favorite games.
There's one level where you have to walk on a missile, and if you walk on the left side, it puts the tail down because it's going right. Puts the
Yeah.
tail down, the head up, and it goes up. But if you walk to the right, then it moves the nose down.
Well, that's genius. I never considered.
And Ding Dong did this thing where he tries to get the trajectory just right, and then he fucking just boosts over the rest of the stage and tries to fly over it. And he tries to do it within a certain time, because after a certain time, the bomb explodes somewhere, and it causes him to restart. And he did that shit for 4 hours.
Jesus.
One level. And that's when I realized Ding Dong is an insane person. I respect him. I respect him for how crazy he is.
Well, I'm kind of the same way. Like, if a challenge presents itself to me, I will do my damnedest to try and beat it, because I don't like leaving something unfinished unless it just literally breaks me. And there were times where
You're
games
in the
break
right
me.
fucking line of work then, huh?
Yeah. Well, there were times where I'm just like, just completely drained and I can't go on anymore. And that's like,
Yeah.
at that point, it's just like, I can't do it. I'm too tired. I'm exhausted. I think God, what was the last game that did that? I'm trying to think. I was like super drained. I don't know, but I was drained. I swear. I promise. I drained my cock. I swear.
I skied it everywhere. The game was so good. But what is it? Yeah, I think that I don't know. The thing that attracted me to the psychology major in general was the fact that you got to talk about all this dark shit that isn't appropriate for any other major. Maybe philosophy, but
Yeah.
what the fuck are you gonna do with a philosophy major? Get real.
It's like sociology. It's like gives a shit.
Yeah, basically.
Sorry, sociology majors.
I'm sorry you chose a shitty major.
I took
I
fucking
genuinely
sociology and I hated it.
You deserve better. Yeah, sociology is just it's just a depressing, dismal fucking lifetime. I know people that went into actual sociology and just they see all this shit with kids from broken homes and they're just like, all right, well, I'll never be happy again.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah. But what am I gonna say?
Are you getting tired, Chase?
A little bit actually. I'll probably go in a half hour.
Okay. Because I don't want to keep you. I
I
might
I would love to fucking talk with you for another 5 hours, but my girlfriend's grandma is visiting tomorrow really early in the morning, and I've been going to bed at 6 a.m. lately, so I'm gonna be hurting. Really
Oh yeah.
badly.
I mean it's the weekend
Oh,
for me,
okay.
so I'm usually pretty just my schedule is whatever. So
You need
but,
to fucking teach me how you get into your sleep schedule, because I have ADHD really hardcore, and I cannot for the life of me wake up at 9 a.m. consistently every day.
Oh really?
I'm just a heroin. I'm like a heroin addict first thing in the morning.
I'm usually awake at fucking no joke. I go to bed at I pass out around 11 and sleep in a really
So you can just
uncomfortable-
get to bed really fast.
Yeah, I pass out pretty quickly, and then I wake
don't.
up.
I lay there
around-
for minimum 1 hour.
Yeah,
before I
see,
can sleep, calm down.
what I typically do is I have stuff distracting me, so I'll put on DSP screaming, and then his dulcet tones put me to sleep. And usually I'll wake up to my iPad falling on the ground, and I'm like, oh, it's dead. Okay, time to wake up. It's 7. Okay.
I just always wake up I think the only time I really real talk, when you messaged me and you followed me and you were like, hey man, I really like your work, blah blah blah, I want to talk with you and do something with you sometime. I woke up prematurely with the intent of going back to bed, but then I read on my phone that you sent me that, and I was really pumped, so I just woke up at noon that day, even though I got to bed at 9 a.m.
Oh, cool.
I was just oh fucking yeah. Awesome,
I was
Shadman.
worried because I messaged you.
Shadman, Spazcast.
It's okay. Okay, I know it's
I know the difference.
I retweet a lot of, well, actually Shad uses my Twitter to retweet his stuff a lot of the time, so a lot of people
Yeah.
message me and they're like, why do you draw lolly stuff? And I'm like, I don't, what? Oh, Shad, oh yeah. I don't know, dude.
I
Ask
get
him.
why people are so opposed to lolly. It's kind of the moral implication of it, normalizing, sexualizing children. But for a lot of people, that's something that's already existed that just hasn't really had a mainstream acknowledgement.
Yeah. No.
I feel like it was just kind of the small sort of niche.
Like the people
that
who,
grew once people realized.
got off to Lisa Simpson and then they didn't understand and now people get it.
They're just I'm the only one and the freak.
But
It's
realistically,
so funny.
Lisa Simpson
funny to
is
see
voiced by
Simpsons porn
a
pop up.
40-year-old, so it's to them, they're like, oh, it's a fake character with a fake voice.
Yeah, exactly. It's I get it if it was a real person, but if it's just a cartoon character, you can be opposed to the thought, that's fine. But
Honestly, I think the whole argument of like if we give actual pedophiles like an outlet, like a safe outlet where they're not going to hurt anyone, like why would you want to take that away? Like, doesn't that sound like a terrible idea? There's a lot of people, I'm confident, because like I've read interviews, because that's just one of those like dark, like I said, those dark things that I find a lot of interest in because no one ever talks about it and everyone likes to avoid it. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But it's like there are people out there who legit like they have a partner and they have kids and they like very begrudgingly like identify as pedophiles, but they know better and they're not monsters, so they just don't act on it at all.
Yeah.
And they just like, and they're just like, yeah, I mean, you know, I just don't touch it.
You can't.
Ever.
Well, you can. It's like, okay, what it really comes down to is it's a moral thing that like you know it's bad. You can't do anything about it. But it's like, I understand how these people are created. Not saying like they're created in labs, but I understand like how it happens. For me, I don't like. I completely hate it just because I just don't like. I know it's such a great thing to talk about, but it's like it sucks. And you know, it's like if you really wanted to fuck animals and you just like your parents are just like, you know, Christian majors. They who was fucking, what was Mary? She was like born in a major or something. I don't know. Sheep herders.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Sheep herders. What are they? People who love
shepherds?
animals. Yeah, shepherds. People who are like love their animals, and you just all you want to do is just fuck them. It's immoral, but
I've
sorry.
actually never heard of that. I just meant like the literal animals, but that's yeah. I think like didn't H3H3 do that video on like the people that love their horses?
Yeah, but it's like it would be the equivalence if they were just like didn't act upon it, but they just wanted to fuck the horses so bad. Essentially, that's what it is.
I've heard this really great joke about bestiality. That's how you know it's a winner. I heard this really great joke about like bestiality. This comic was basically saying like, you know, he said, let's be honest. Let's assume that you know you decide to fuck your dog. You know that afterwards he's gonna look at you and say, "What do you want to do now?"
I mean, it's true.
He's gonna move right on and not even remember.
It's true. The dog's not even gonna understand. You're gonna be like, walk, and then the dog's gonna be really excited.
Yeah.
You could essentially lie to your dog.
Like, I mean, dogs already fucking hump everything. I'm not advocating for bestiality. I'm just saying everyone likes to equate it morally to like fucking a child.
The funny part is,
no, but like they have a sex drive. They hump everything.
yeah, no, totally.
There's a difference.
The funny part is like we Sleepy Cabin has brought in out of the worst in me and like all of us. Like we've said way worse shit than this. Like we were just talking about holding
and
kids
I mean,
down
that's
and fucking
why it
them.
was such a timeless fucking podcast. Because I knew every time because dude, I've been on I drove to MagFest from fucking Atlanta.
Oh,
all the
yeah?
way to like all the way to like Washington or wherever it is, yeah. And that was like an 11-hour drive. So like at least half of that drive was spent listening to Sleepy Cabin. So like you guys kind of saved me with that.
Good.
But
That's why it was there.
I just love that I could just listen to you guys give hypotheticals, but it was always like kind of moral choices. It was always really dark and morbid. It was always like
super, yeah.
like really like horrifically realistic things. And that's one of those things that's so disarming that you're like, oh my god, I love this. I've never heard this conversation like anywhere else.
We could do another one at some point. I would like to because it was fun.
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
Hey, by the
By the
way,
way,
this
I
sucks
wanted to ask.
assholes.
Sorry, what'd you say?
This sucks assholes. I can't. You have to get the top one.
It sounded like you just like dry heat.
I'm just so angry. This is so fucking hard.
Yeah, I hate this part of the stage that I'm seeing you on.
It's
right
hard
now.
mode. I have to fucking do the top one too, or I'll get a B rank. Because you have to do like with the designated route of your normal route plus doing it hard. It's so fucking difficult.
Fucking bullshit, dude. Jesus.
But it's fine. As a kid, dude, I got, like I said, I got A rank on everything except the Chow stuff as a kid. So,
Yeah.
like, I did this. It took tries, but eventually I was good. I could get on the first try. It's pretty insane to remember the things you did as a kid and just realize, like, you were, like, you could deal with some hard fucking shit and you could do it no problem.
Yeah, like there was like some fucking lion. No, there was like a Mickey game when I was a kid. It was the one that opens up with like the Steamboat Willie level. It was like
Oh,
Super
yeah.
Nintendo.
Oh, that game was fucking difficult.
And like I played it later, and it was like actually kind of hard. But I was, as a kid, I was just like, no big deal, it's fucking fun. But I was meaning to ask earlier, and it's not one of those like it's not one of those like talking shit, talking gossip or whatever, but like
Go ahead.
I had noticed after that legendary episode, Mick went on that panel really drunk and made an ass out of himself. Everyone was like upset with him or whatever.
That's pretty funny.
I noticed that sometimes like people in the stream were talking about Game Grumps, and he would just be like, John and Aaron aren't your fucking friends. You can just stop stalking them and get over it. And like I just noticed like he reacts really like intensely to certain things. And I was just kind of talking with my other friend group about it. And one of my friends, Jake, was just like, he just said an observation that I've always like held on to because I think it says a lot about me too. He said, I think that Mick is a man that just has a little bit too much empathy.
Empathy?
Yeah, you know what I
Man,
mean?
if you only knew the half of it. No, you're right, 100%. Mick is a...
Like very, very emotionally reactive to things. Because I'm kind of the same way, so like that resonated with me when you said that.
Yeah, Mick gets super emotionally invested. Like, I don't want to throw Mick under the bus, but there was this time that really was like, we were doing Sleepy Cabin, and...
I mean, you can criticize your friends and still respect them. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, and we were on, someone made a 4chan post where they were just like, you know, insulting us and being like, oh, Stamper's the only funny one, etc., all that kind of stuff. And he and everyone just like on the thread just like shit on Mick, and it was like, it was mean, but it's like you got to deal with what you're given. Like Mick came in later, and you know, like I guess realistically too, it's like they shit on us, but they didn't shit on us as bad as like they shit on Mick. And then Mick
they got a little too personal and like specific with it.
And then Mick addressed it, and it was like he addressed it on the podcast. Like, you know what, you little fuckers hiding behind your anonymity. And then I remember I was just like, let's not do this. Bad idea.
Move on.
Not talk about 4chan.
Oh yeah, that's like the worst. So I actually have
and her name is now like Super Pixel Girl. Kind of irritated at her. Her name's Becca, and she was always like really nice. She had a falling out with one of my friends, in which like this girl acted like really fucking like two-faced, just made up shit to like get people on her side, like just straight up fabricate. And I gave her the benefit of the doubt because she seemed nice, but now I'm seeing like her other side come out, and I was like, yeah, it's probably a good call, and maybe don't talk to you. But like, she had this thing where like someone uploaded a live stream clip of her like taking a shot, and like she had her tongue out and like she had her cleavage showing and it's whatever, and they just like took a part where like she maybe like kind of some of the shot like dribbled down her chin or whatever. Maybe they were trying to like act like it was like a sort of cum innuendo or something like that.
Yeah.
But I imagine they were 12. They threw this video together, and it was just like one of those shitty YouTube hoops where all they do is reverse and play back the same clip, inverted, higher pitch, lower pitch. You know, just the lazy shit.
Yeah.
Like when YouTube poop first came around.
Yeah.
And she saw that video, and she got so fucking upset. And she was asking everyone to flag it to get it removed, that it was sexual harassment. And I just told her, like, this is probably just some weirdo 12-year-old.
Yeah.
And she's one of those girls that, like, likes to put her tits in all the thumbnails, and, like, she knows it, and it's like, she's not ashamed of it. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, that's just like, you have to own it. Like,
yeah, exactly. You have to own it. And it was one of those things where it's like, she got really upset, and she's like, everyone needs to fucking, like, report this guy. And I just told her, I was like, if people see you reacting this intensely to something this inconsequential, like,
they're gonna do it
you're
more.
Gonna be a target.
That's how it starts. Yeah, you open yourself up.
Yeah, and she was like, well, fucking, I have a really hard time just letting like this kind of creepy sex harassment go. And I was like, if you think it's bad now, if you keep acting this way, it's gonna get even worse. And I tried to tell her that, and she got all like pissed off at me. And then she just assumed I'd be like, no, it's okay. But I doubled down and I said, well, just so you know, if you keep like marketing yourself with your body and like, oh, I'm a sexy girl with big boobs, you're going to get people who treat you either like an object or who are just creepy towards you. That's just kind of, it comes to the table.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And she just said all lowercase K.
Ooh.
As if to say, all right, well, fuck you. You're trying to tell me to have personal responsibility or whatever. And I was just, Jesus Christ.
It's like, we're just trying to help you. And
yeah, literally. Like, I respected you until now. You're actually a brat.
Realistically, like I said, I experienced like just, you know, you have to be shut down in order to know like, I fucked up.
Like, I had a really bad experience. Also, hi, little top tree.
Christmas.
I had like an experience, and I learned from it. Like, I was totally in the wrong, but so was the other person. Just more of me. It was like one of those things where like a dude, like a black dude, got shot. Black Lives Matter was getting really upset, like usual.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh, Whoa is asking for you to turn up the stream volume.
Like the chat or the game?
The games.
Yes, I can turn up the game. I have it turned down so it's not distracting, but it's fine if I turn it up.
But like I had this whole situation happen where like I was like resetting my sleep cycle by staying up all night and going to bed during the day, and eventually I'd run circles around it and I'd be getting up at 7 and going to bed at 10, you know.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, when I was like awake during the early morning, like that's when you're really tired and your body's not used to that sort of time cycle, I was really cranky. And like I got in an argument with one of my friends who I thought we were really cool because he was really, really nice to me. But then like I got on his political side and he suddenly viewed me as like a white supremacist, whatever. I was just like, fucking whatever, dude. And I started like subtweeting him and I was being all pissed off because I felt betrayed and I was upset.
Yeah.
And then and then I messaged him before that when I saw he unfollowed me and I was like, lol, okay, I'm glad it wasn't just you that felt like the political tension between us. He's just like, fuck off, bro. Got nothing to say to you, bro. And he was just being like a huge douchebag.
Oh my god.
Like he's being really aggressive and like making this like a big race thing. And then I was like, all right, dude, whatever. Fucking don't get shot out there or don't die out there or something like that. Just like clearly you're so fucking worried that you, a dude who never leaves his house, is gonna just get killed by the cop. I just thought he was being really silly. And it was like one of those situations where I didn't realize that there was like this whole incident that went on that a lot of people were like upset about it. And so then he took a screenshot of that DM and posted it.
Ooh.
And like 80% of the YouTube gaming community like now either thinks I'm a racist or they just don't want to associate with me.
Oh my
It's one of those things where
God.
like I went to him afterwards and I apologized. Like, you know, dude, that wasn't like a very good thing for me to do. I was just really upset. We both were saying stupid shit. And he's like, I accept your apology, but you're still a piece of shit. And like everyone was retweeting it. And a lot of these guys were like, a lot of the people who were like posting about this shit, one of them has this like Twitter banner where his thing says, I just want to play video games. He's one of those people that acts like, I don't care about politics. I just care about games. But then like really cares about politics. It's just so rich. And
Yeah.
he retweeted it to like help expose it. And he got, did you know, he got Shane involved. And it was just like, it was this whole thing where they're just like, it's clear they didn't like me for a while. And this was the perfect opportunity to like, you know, bury me. And like I can't act like I was innocent. Like I was being big and like I was being really insensitive, but like being racist, like, that's a bit of a stretch. I didn't like using slurs or anything. But that just goes to show you just how easy it is to get ostracized from a community if you say the wrong thing or have the wrong thing. It's like,
Yeah,
That
it's
was
pretty
one of those
easy
things meant
to
to
be
be
ostracized. That's pretty fucked up though.
yeah, it was just one of those things where I was like, oh, all right. Like you could always tell people in the game circle or whatever. Like there's this guy named Sunder who's friends with Gerard. He's in that one video gamer crowd or whatever. And in fact, the guy who got me in trouble for this is also in like Gerard's cabinet.
Oh really?
Yeah, I'm not gonna name drop him
That's
because of
fine.
the attention. I think he's one of those people that likes the attention.
Oh god, no.
There's this guy named Sunder, and I used to be cool with him, but the more I got to know him, the more I realized he was like a total ideologue. That he was, you know, like Aaron followed him and took attention to him. He's like, oh, now everything I have to do, everything I do now, I'm gonna do for like, you know, try to like continue to earn Aaron's approval or something. I don't know, just because. But like then he kind of picked on that whole like talking kind of self-righteous like. I'm just right about games. And if you disagree with me, you're disagreeing with game mechanics and game design as a whole. He's one of those people where it's like he acts, he's one of those people that's like, you know those people that constantly abuse the word chill? They talk about how chill they are, everything's so chill. Oh dude, let's have a chill stream. Like they just use it endlessly.
Yeah.
Like, usually I've noticed those people tend to be like the least chill and the most uptight. But they're
Yeah,
just really
that's-
hard to convince themselves.
The people who aren't the people who are chill are the ones who like seem like the most like the way they come off. Like, okay, I'd hope that I can conceived as chill, but I guess how I come off is a little kind of weird, loopy.
I mean, I would definitely describe like our interactions on here as like really laid back and chill. There are people who
Yeah,
like, they
I
describe
definitely-
themselves in their Twitter bios as like chill streamer, chill artist. And it's like I'm led to believe that you're at what you mean by chill is like if you're slightly right of me, I'll block you. Like,
No, you
don't
chill,
know.
dude. Chill.
you need to fucking chill, dude. So you fucking chill. But it's
I'm
just-
I'm
yeah,
actually
it's-
like slowly dying inside trying to get this perfect.
I'm not surprised. This is the worst part because the angles are terrible. You hit the speed boost just slightly incorrectly.
Yeah, and then you run into the
Slam into the
wall.
wall.
Ugh, why did they even put a speed booster? It makes it like 20 times harder. Why don't they give you more time?
This game is like absolutely perfect when you're just trying to do the basic shit. But as soon as you try to do anything that really tests like the mechanics or your understanding of them, it's like that's when the game kind of starts to fall apart. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
look at how you really have to account for all of these glitches.
This game also
have to-
feels really good compared to the first like Sonic Adventure. Like people like Sonic Adventure, but I was always having a problem with like the floatiness of it. I think they nailed like the spin dash and like
Yeah, they did.
everything.
Like the homing attack is perfect at this game.
And it's so fun to grind on rails if you can actually land on them.
Yeah, like all you have to do is like do the bounce down on the rail and just bam, you're grinding immediately. Like
Yeah.
City Escape, once you have all the abilities that Sonic can unlock, City Escape is a dream.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
I wish there was more shit like it.
Apparently
then it-
someone said, Woe said, I wanted voices. They made it sound like they wanted to hear the game.
Voices. Us?
Yeah.
I guess you can. Yeah, I guess you can turn down the game audio and turn us up or something.
Here, let me turn up.
Mics are also always really quiet in streams. I've noticed. I don't know why.
Here, I turn it up a little bit. It gets too loud
Mm-hmm.
for me.
You have to be like right on the mic a lot of the time in streams for it to sound like audible.
Oh my god, that is like super audible.
Yeah.
Sorry, Wall. I didn't know what you were saying. I thought you wanted the music.
It's Woe. Stop fucking up, man. All right. I want to hear Corey drool.
Whoa! Is that what it is?
I love it.
Whoa!
I love that that became a thing.
Yeah. You want to hear me drool? Sorry, I'm just getting the drool out. I'm always worried that I'm making weird breathing sounds in the mic. Like I'm like, I gotta do this. Excuse me.
Just like. Just fucking mouth.
That's basically.
I have a friend who like, you come up to him and you're just like, hey Roman, how's it going? And you just go like, just like mouth noises, and he just like, he shakes his head for just like a second, like he's flinching, and he just goes, dude, I'm gonna fucking knock you out if you keep doing that. He gets like violently angry when you do that shit. So like I have to keep like fucking with him whenever I see him.
My
And I told, like,
girlfriend. My girlfriend
I
does
told
that.
my girlfriend about it.
She'll,
sorry, what?
My girlfriend will come up to me and she'll just like breathe on my neck and it fucking gives me the EBGBs and I have to like be like stop. And she like
Maybe your girlfriend anyway, because you guys have been dating like a while.
don't start. She was coming over here. Look what you did.
Oh shit.
She just did it. My whole body, I'm in goosebumps. I am so fragile.
Are you Jack Black, Corey?
How? What? Goosebumps. Oh, he was Goosebump guy. No,
Oh,
I
Jack
have
Black.
Goosebumps. I get like really like when somebody like I can get like super. What noise do you not like? Because I hate when people fucking mess with nylon. I hate the sound of nylon.
I didn't have it as a kid, but now whenever people even write on chalkboards with chalk, it makes my fucking skin crawl.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
just,
like it.
Yeah, of like your fucking fingernails are right there, one wrong move, and it's just it's like it just makes me want to fucking kill myself.
It's like when
It's
someone
the
has
worst, like-
parachute pants and just like vit, 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 vit,
Oh
vit,
no!
vit. I'm
no,
like
no.
stop.
You know what? You know what makes me like retract into my own fucking hole is like the visual of getting a paper cut,
Ooh.
especially on like the webs.
I
of
hate
your
it.
fingers.
My fingers are already fucking tingling. Damn it.
Yeah, like on one of the things that like made me fucking almost vomit. The only thing that Jackass ever did that almost made me vomit, I had to look away, was when they paper cut each other on the webs of their fingers.
Why?
I don't. That's fucking evil.
That is
so
fucking
bad,
horrible.
Velcro is kind of annoying. One of the most annoying things for me. Yeah, I'm sorry to infect you with that thought now.
Oh no, not that. I fucking came. all over myself. I did it.
Oh, you did it.
So
Those
hard.
are- Ooh. But like, one of the things that really fucks with me is if I'm in class, back when I was in college, back when I was a good boy who wasn't just a fucking neat, just hanging out and existing. When I was in class, I would have this dumb bitch that sat next to me, and she would just take her pencil and just for minutes at a time. And like, I don't know if that's just the thing with people with ADHD, because I've kind of hardcore ADHD.
Oh yeah.
But like, I literally cannot focus on anything when I hear that sort of audio shit. Like, it bothers me so badly. Did you nail every single fucking one of those rings?
Yeah, dude. A rank.
Really?
A rank.
I'm pretty great.
A rank. No big deal.
No big deal. A ranks all day, bitch. Fucking what I do.
Although this is gonna be a nightmare. Crazy gadget A rank. I wanna die.
Dude, we gotta stream more often. This is like the most fun I've ever had.
This is fun. I'd be totally down to stream more often.
Yeah, like let me know more often if
Yeah.
I'm ever free.
Alright guys, I think I'm gonna stop streaming now. I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's a good,
Yeah,
that's a
geez.
good amount.
Sounds about good. Sounds about right.
Thanks for joining me, man. That's great. Also,
Real
you guys
fun.
should
Fucking
follow.
boys and girls.
You should follow him as well and check out his stuff. It's good shit.
Don't do it. So you better not fucking do it, dude.
You're gonna regret it immediately.
Alright, see you guys later.
Night, everyone. Bye.